Jane Austen's Emma, rewritten in modern English. Written by E. K. Stewart, rewritten from the Jane Austen classic novel. Narrated by Hart, our AI assistant. Chapter 1. Emma Woodhouse was beautiful, clever, and rich. She had a comfortable home and a happy nature, and seemed to have been blessed with some of the best things life had to offer. She had lived nearly 21 years in the world with very little to trouble or upset her. She was the younger of 2 daughters of a deeply loving, indulgent father, and since her sister's marriage, had run his household from a very early age. Her mother had died so long ago that Emma had only the faintest memory of her embrace, and her place had been filled by an excellent woman who served as governess, and had come close to being a mother in every way that mattered. Miss Taylor had been part of the Woodhouse family for 16 years, less as a governess than as a friend, deeply fond of both daughters but especially of Emma. Between the two of them, it was more like the closeness of sisters. Even before Miss Taylor had officially stopped being governess, her gentle nature had hardly allowed her to impose any real rules, and now that even the pretense of authority had long since faded, they had been living together as equals, genuinely devoted to each other, with Emma doing exactly as she pleased. She held Miss Taylor's judgment in high regard, but mostly followed her own. The real problems in Emma's situation were, in truth, that she had far too much of her own way and a tendency to think a little too highly of herself. These were the flaws that threatened to undermine her many pleasures. The danger, however, was something she didn't see at all, so it didn't register with her as a problem in any way. Sadness came, a gentle sadness, but not in the form of any uncomfortable self-awareness. Miss Taylor got married. It was the loss of Miss Taylor that brought Emma her first real grief. It was on the wedding day of this beloved friend that Emma first sat with genuinely lasting sorrowful thoughts. The wedding was over, the guests had gone, and she and her father were left to have dinner alone, with no prospect of a third person to brighten a long evening. Her father settled in for his usual after-dinner nap, and Emma had nothing to do but sit and think about what she had lost. The marriage promised every happiness for her friend. Mr. Weston was a man of excellent character, comfortable means, suitable age, and pleasant manners. There was some satisfaction in reflecting on how selflessly and generously she had always hoped for and quietly encouraged the match, but it was still a bleak day's work for her. She would feel the absence of Miss Taylor every hour of every day. She thought back on all the kindness of the past, 16 years of affection, how Miss Taylor had taught her and played with her since she was 5 years old, how she had devoted herself entirely to engaging and entertaining her when she was well, and how she had nursed her through all the various illnesses of childhood. Emma owed her an enormous debt of gratitude, but it was the last 7 years she treasured most, the equal footing and complete openness that had quickly developed between them after Isabella's marriage, when they had been left to each other. She had been a friend and companion of a kind few people ever have. Intelligent, well-read, useful, kind, familiar with all the ways of the family, interested in everything that concerned them, and above all deeply interested in Emma herself. In every pleasure, every plan, someone to whom Emma could say every thought as it arose, and who was too fond of her to ever find fault. How was she supposed to cope with the change? It was true that her friend was moving only half a mile away, but Emma understood perfectly well that there was a world of difference between a Mrs. Weston living half a mile away and a Miss Taylor living in the house. For all her advantages, both personal and domestic, she was now in serious danger of intellectual loneliness. She loved her father dearly, but he was no companion for her. He couldn't engage with her in conversation, whether serious or playful. The natural problem of the wide gap in their ages, and Mr. Woodhouse had married late, was made much worse by his constitution and habits. Having been a worrier about his health his entire life, with little energy of mind or body, he seemed far older in his ways than in his years. Though he was universally liked for his warmth and his pleasant temperament, his intellect had never been one of his strengths. Her sister, though not far removed by marriage, she was settled in London, only 16 miles away, was well beyond Emma's daily reach. Many a long October and November evening would have to be endured at Hartfield before Christmas brought the next visit from Isabella and her husband and their young children to fill the house and give her enjoyable company again. Highbury, the large and busy village that was almost a town, to which Hartfield, despite its own separate lawn and gardens and name, truly belonged, offered Emma no one who was her equal. The Woodhouses were the most prominent family there. Everyone looked up to them. She had many acquaintances in the area since her father was universally friendly, but not one of them could replace Miss Taylor for even half a day. It was a depressing change, and Emma couldn't help sighing over it and wishing for impossible things, until her father woke up and made it necessary for her to be cheerful. He needed her support. He was an anxious man, easily brought low, attached to everyone he was used to and hating to lose them, hating change of any kind. Marriage, being the source of change, was always something he disliked, and he had never fully come to terms with his own daughter's marriage. He could never speak of it without a note of sadness, even though it had been entirely a love match. Now he was being forced to lose Miss Taylor too. Given his habit of gentle self-centeredness and his complete inability to imagine that other people might feel differently than he did, he was very much inclined to think that Miss Taylor had done just as sad a thing for herself as she had for them, and that she would have been far happier spending the rest of her life at Hartfield. Emma smiled and chatted as cheerfully as she could to steer him away from these thoughts, but when tea came, he couldn't help saying exactly what he had said at dinner. "Poor Miss Taylor, I wish she were here again. What a shame that Mr. Weston ever took a fancy to her." "I can't agree with you, Papa, you know I can't. Mr. Weston is such a good-natured, pleasant, wonderful man that he thoroughly deserves a good wife. And you wouldn't have wanted Miss Taylor to live with us forever, putting up with all my little quirks when she could have a home of her own?" "A home of her own, but what's the advantage of a home of her own? This one is 3 times the size, and you never have any quirks, my dear. Think how often we'll be going to see them, and they'll be coming to see us. We'll be running into each other all the time. We must go and pay a wedding visit very soon." "My dear, how am I supposed to get that far? Randall's is such a distance. I couldn't walk half that far." "No, Papa, nobody was thinking of you walking. We'll have to take the carriage, of course." "The carriage, but James won't want to bring the horses out for such a short trip, and where are the poor horses supposed to wait while we're paying our visit?" "They'll be put in Mr. Weston's stables, Papa. You know we've already sorted all of that. We talked it all through with Mr. Weston last night. And as for James, you can be quite sure he'll always be happy to go to Randall's, because his daughter is a housemaid there. I only wonder whether he'll ever want to take us anywhere else." "That was your doing, Papa. You got Hannah that position. Nobody thought of Hannah until you mentioned her. James is so grateful to you." "I'm very glad I did think of her. It was lucky, because I wouldn't have wanted poor James to feel overlooked for anything. And I'm sure she'll make a very good servant. She's a polite, well-spoken girl. I have a very high opinion of her. Whenever I see her, she always greets me and asks how I am in a very pleasant way. And when you've had her here to do needlework, I've noticed she always closes the door properly and never bangs it. I'm sure she'll be an excellent servant, and it will be a great comfort to poor Miss Taylor to have someone around her that she already knows. Whenever James goes over to visit his daughter, she'll be hearing news of us. He'll be able to tell her how we all are." Emma made every effort to keep this happier flow of conversation going, and hoped that a game of backgammon might get her father reasonably well through the evening, leaving her to deal with only her own regrets. The backgammon table was set up, but a visitor walked in immediately afterward and made it unnecessary. Mr. Knightley, a sensible man of about 37 or 38, was not only a very old and close friend of the family, but was particularly connected to it as the elder brother of Isabella's husband. He lived about a mile from Highbury, was a frequent visitor and always welcome, and tonight more welcome than usual, as he had come directly from their mutual connections in London. He had returned to a late dinner after several days away and had walked up to Hartfield to let them know that all was well in Brunswick Square. This was welcome news and lifted Mr. Woodhouse's spirits considerably for a while. Mr. Knightley had a cheerful manner that always did him good, and his many questions about poor Isabella and her children were answered to everyone's satisfaction. When this was all covered, Mr. Woodhouse said warmly, "It's very kind of you, Mr. Knightley, to come out at this late hour to call on us. I'm afraid you must have had a dreadful walk." "Not at all, sir. It's a beautiful night, bright moonlight, and so mild I'll have to move back from your fire. But you must have found it very muddy and wet. I do hope you won't catch cold." "Muddy, sir? Look at my shoes, not a speck on them." "Well, that's quite surprising because we've had a great deal of rain here. It poured terribly hard for half an hour while we were at breakfast. I wanted them to postpone the wedding. By the way, I haven't congratulated you yet. Being fairly well aware of what kind of joy you must both be feeling, I haven't been in any rush with my good wishes, but I hope it all went off reasonably well. How did everyone behave? Who cried the most?" "Ah, poor Miss Taylor, it's a sad business." "Poor Mr. and Miss Woodhouse, if you don't mind, but I really can't say poor Miss Taylor. I have a great deal of affection for you and Emma, but when it comes to the question of dependence versus independence, at any rate, it must be better to have only one person to please rather than two, especially when one of those two is such a demanding, difficult creature," said Emma playfully. "That's what you have in your head, I know, and what you'd certainly say if my father weren't here." "I believe that's quite true, my dear, indeed," said Mr. Woodhouse with a sigh. "I'm afraid I'm sometimes very demanding and troublesome." "Dearest Papa, you can't think I could have meant you, or that Mr. Knightley meant you? What a terrible idea. Oh no, I meant only myself. Mr. Knightley loves to find fault with me, you know, as a joke. It's all a joke. We always say whatever we like to each other." Mr. Knightley was, in fact, one of the few people who could see faults in Emma Woodhouse, and the only one who ever told her about them. Though this wasn't particularly pleasant for Emma herself, she knew it would be even less so for her father, and she wouldn't have wanted him to actually suspect that anyone might not consider her absolutely perfect. "Emma knows I never flatter her," said Mr. Knightley, "but I wasn't making a dig at anyone. Miss Taylor has been used to keeping two people happy, now she'll only have one. The odds are she's come out ahead." "Well," said Emma, willing to let it go, "you want to hear about the wedding, and I'm happy to tell you we all behaved beautifully. Everyone was on time, everyone looking their best, not a tear and hardly a long face to be seen. Oh no, we all felt that we were only going to be half a mile apart, and were sure of seeing each other every day." "Dear Emma handles everything so well," said her father. "But Mr. Knightley, she really is very sorry to lose poor Miss Taylor, and I'm sure she'll miss her more than she realizes." Emma turned her head away, caught somewhere between tears and a smile. "It's impossible that Emma shouldn't miss such a companion," said Mr. Knightley. "We wouldn't think as well of her as we do, sir, if we could imagine she wouldn't. But she knows how much the marriage is to Miss Taylor's benefit. She knows how important it must be, at Miss Taylor's time of life, to be settled in a home of her own, and how much it matters to her to have financial security. And so she won't allow herself to feel as much pain as pleasure in it. Every friend of Miss Taylor's must be glad to see her so happily married. And you've forgotten one thing that gives me joy," said Emma, "and quite a significant one, that I made the match myself. I made the match, you know, 4 years ago, and to have it actually happen and to be proved right when so many people said Mr. Weston would never marry again, that can console me for anything." Mr. Knightley shook his head at her. Her father replied fondly, "Ah, my dear, I wish you wouldn't make matches and predict things, because whatever you say always comes true. Please don't make any more matches." "I promise you I'll make none for myself, Papa, but I really must for other people. It's the greatest amusement in the world, and after such success, you know, everyone said Mr. Weston would never marry again." "Oh no, not Mr. Weston, who had been a widower for so long and who seemed perfectly content without a wife, always busy either with his business in town or with his friends here, always welcome wherever he went, always cheerful. Mr. Weston never needed to spend a single evening alone if he didn't want to. Oh no, Mr. Weston would certainly never marry again. Some people even talked of a promise he'd made to his wife on her deathbed, and others said his son and his brother wouldn't allow it. All sorts of solemn nonsense was said on the subject, but I believed none of it. Ever since that day, about 4 years ago, when Miss Taylor and I ran into him in Broadway Lane, and because it started to drizzle, he rushed off with such chivalry and borrowed 2 umbrellas for us from Farmer Mitchell's, I made up my mind about it. I planned the match from that very moment. And after such success as this, dear Papa, you can't possibly think I'll give up matchmaking." "I don't know what you mean by success," said Mr. Knightley. "Success implies real effort. Your time would have been properly and meaningfully spent if you had genuinely been working to bring about this marriage for the last 4 years. A worthy occupation for a young woman's mind, I'm sure. But if, as I rather suspect, your so-called making the match simply means that you planned it in your head, that you said to yourself one idle day, I think it would be a very good thing for Miss Taylor if Mr. Weston were to marry her, and then repeated the thought to yourself every now and then afterward, then why are you talking about success? What have you actually done? What are you proud of? You made a lucky guess, and that's all that can be said. And have you never known the pleasure and triumph of a lucky guess? I feel sorry for you. I thought you were cleverer than that, because, believe me, a lucky guess is never merely luck. There's always some skill in it. And as for my poor word success, which you object to so strongly, I'm not sure I'm entirely without a claim to it. You've painted 2 pictures, but I think there might be a third, something between doing nothing at all and doing everything. If I hadn't encouraged Mr. Weston's visits here, and given many small signs of welcome, and smoothed over many small difficulties, it might never have come to anything at all. I think you know Hartfield well enough to understand that. A straightforward, open-hearted man like Weston and a sensible, genuine woman like Miss Taylor can safely be left to manage their own affairs. You're more likely to have done yourself harm than done them any good by interfering. Emma never thinks of herself when she can do good for others, offered Mr. Woodhouse, only partially following the conversation. But my dear, please don't make any more matches. They're foolish things and break up one's family circle terribly. Just one more, Papa, only for Mr. Elton. Poor Mr. Elton, you like Mr. Elton, Papa. I must find a wife for him. There's no one in Highbury who deserves him, and he's been here a whole year and has furnished his house so nicely that it would be a shame to leave him single any longer. And I thought when he was joining their hands today, he looked so very much as if he wished someone would do the same for him. I think very highly of Mr. Elton, and this is the only way I have of doing him a real kindness. Mr. Elton is a very fine young man, certainly, and a very good young man, and I have a great regard for him. But if you want to show him some attention, my dear, invite him to come and dine with us one day. That would be a much better thing. I dare say Mr. Knightley will be good enough to join us. With the greatest pleasure, sir, any time, said Mr. Knightley, laughing, and I agree with you entirely, that would be a much better thing. Invite him to dinner, Emma, and give him the best of the fish and the chicken, but leave him to choose his own wife. Believe me, a man of 26 or 27 is perfectly capable of looking after himself. Chapter 2. Mr. Weston was a Highbury native, born into a respectable family that had been steadily moving up in wealth and social standing over the past 2 or 3 generations. He had received a good education, but when he came into a small inheritance early in life, he lost interest in the more ordinary careers his brothers had pursued. Instead, his energetic, cheerful nature and love of company led him to join the local militia. Captain Weston was universally well-liked, and when the course of his military career brought him into contact with Miss Churchill, from a prominent Yorkshire family, nobody was surprised that she fell in love with him, except for her brother and his wife, who had never met him and were far too proud to welcome such a connection. Miss Churchill, however, was of legal age and in full control of her own fortune, modest though it was compared to the family estate, and nothing could talk her out of the marriage. It went ahead, to the enormous humiliation of Mr. and Mrs. Churchill, who cut her off with cold formality. It was an ill-matched union, and it brought little happiness. Mrs. Weston should have found more in it, since she had a husband whose warmth and good nature made him feel she deserved everything in return for the great gift of loving him. But while she had a certain kind of willpower, it wasn't the best kind. She had been determined enough to defy her brother and follow her own wishes, but not strong enough to let go of her unreasonable resentment over his unreasonable anger, nor to stop missing the luxuries of her former life. They spent beyond their means, though even so it was nothing compared to Enscombe. She never stopped loving her husband, but she wanted to be both Captain Weston's wife and Miss Churchill of Enscombe at the same time. Captain Weston, who had been seen, especially by the Churchills, as having made a remarkable match, turned out to have gotten the worse end of the deal. When his wife died after 3 years of marriage, he was actually worse off financially than before, and now had a child to support. He was soon relieved of that expense, however. The boy, whose claim on the Churchill's sympathy had been strengthened by his mother's long illness before her death, had become the means of a kind of reconciliation. Mr. and Mrs. Churchill, having no children of their own and no other young relative to care for, offered to take full responsibility for little Frank shortly after her passing. The widowed father must have had some reservations and some reluctance, but other practical considerations won out, and the child was handed over to the Churchill household and its wealth. After that, Mr. Weston had only himself to think of and his own situation to improve as best he could. A completely fresh start seemed called for. He left the militia and went into business, helped by the fact that his brothers were already well established in London and could offer him a solid opening. It was a venture that kept him usefully occupied without overwhelming him. He still kept a small house in Highbury, where he spent most of his free time, and between his work and his active social life, the next 18 or 20 years passed by happily enough. By then he had built up a comfortable fortune, enough to buy the small estate near Highbury he had always dreamed of, enough to marry a woman with no dowry at all, like Miss Taylor, and to live in the warm, sociable way that suited his nature perfectly. Miss Taylor had been influencing his plans for some time now, but since theirs wasn't the impulsive pull of young passion, it hadn't shaken his resolve to wait until he could buy Randall's. He had watched and waited for Randall's to come up for sale, steadily working toward both goals until he achieved them both. He had made his fortune, bought his house, and won his wife. He was starting a new chapter of his life, with every reason to expect it would be happier than anything that had come before. He had never been an unhappy man. His own disposition had protected him from that, even in his first marriage. But his second would show him what it truly meant to be with a sensible, genuinely kind woman. It would give him the most satisfying proof that it is far better to choose than to be chosen, to inspire gratitude than to feel it. He had only himself to please in his choice. His fortune was entirely his own, because Frank's situation had gone well beyond merely being raised as his uncle's heir. The adoption had become so official that Frank had taken the Churchill name when he came of age. It was therefore highly unlikely he would ever need his father's financial help, and his father had no worries on that score. The aunt was an unpredictable woman who completely dominated her husband, but it simply wasn't in Mr. Weston's nature to imagine that any amount of unpredictability could turn her against someone so dear to her, and, as he believed, so deservedly dear. He saw his son every year in London and was proud of him, and his fond accounts of what a fine young man Frank had become had given Highbury its own sense of pride in him too. He was considered enough of a local figure that his qualities and prospects were treated as a matter of shared community interest. Mr. Frank Churchill was one of Highbury's points of pride, and there was a lively curiosity to see him in person, a compliment he had done little to return, having never once set foot in the place. His coming to visit his father had been talked about many times, but had never actually happened. Now, with his father's remarriage, it was widely agreed that a visit would be entirely the right thing to do. Not a single dissenting voice was heard on the subject, not when Mrs. Perry had tea with Mrs. and Miss Bates, nor when Mrs. and Miss Bates returned the visit. This was clearly the moment for Mr. Frank Churchill to come among them, and hopes rose further when it became known that he had written to his new stepmother to mark the occasion. For several days, every morning visit in Highbury included some mention of the lovely letter Mrs. Weston had received. "I suppose you've heard about the wonderful letter Mr. Frank Churchill wrote to Mrs. Weston. I understand it was a very fine letter indeed. Mr. Woodhouse told me about it. Mr. Woodhouse saw the letter, and he says he's never seen such a wonderful letter in his life." It was, indeed, a letter that everyone held in high regard. Mrs. Weston had already formed a very favorable impression of the young man, and such a thoughtful gesture was undeniable proof of his excellent judgment, a most welcome addition to all the congratulations her marriage had already brought her. She felt herself to be a truly fortunate woman, and she had lived long enough to fully appreciate just how fortunate she was. Her only real regret was the partial separation from friends whose affection for her had never wavered, and who had found it hard to let her go. She knew there would be times when she was missed, and she couldn't think without a pang about Emma losing even a single pleasure or suffering an hour of boredom from missing her company. But dear Emma was no fragile creature. She was better equipped to handle her situation than most young women would have been, and she had the intelligence, the energy, and the spirit that would surely carry her through its small difficulties and adjustments. And then there was the genuine comfort of Randall's being such an easy distance from Hartfield, close enough even for a woman to walk there alone, and Mr. Weston's cheerful, sociable nature meant that the coming season would be no obstacle to them spending at least 3 or 4 evenings a week together. Mrs. Weston spent hours counting her blessings and only moments dwelling on regrets. Her contentment, more than contentment, her genuine, glowing happiness was so obvious and so well-founded that Emma, who knew her father well, was sometimes surprised that he could still feel sorry for poor Miss Taylor when they left her at Randall's surrounded by every domestic comfort, or watched her leave in the evening on the arm of her devoted husband, stepping into her very own carriage. Yet he never watched her go without giving a soft sigh and saying, "Ah, poor Miss Taylor. She would be very glad to stay." There was no getting over the loss of Miss Taylor, and little prospect of Mr. Woodhouse stopping feeling sorry for her anytime soon, but a few weeks did bring him some relief. The neighbors had stopped offering their congratulations. He was no longer subjected to people wishing him joy over what he considered such a sad event. And the wedding cake, which had been a source of considerable distress to him, had finally been eaten up. His own stomach couldn't tolerate rich food, and he could never quite believe that other people's stomachs were any different from his. Whatever he found unhealthy, he considered unfit for anyone else, and he had therefore made earnest attempts to talk everyone out of having any wedding cake at all, and when that failed, made equally earnest attempts to stop anyone from eating it. He had gone to the trouble of consulting Mr. Perry, the apothecary, on the matter. Mr. Perry was an intelligent, well-mannered man whose frequent visits were one of the genuine pleasures of Mr. Woodhouse's life, and when asked for his opinion, he had to admit, somewhat against his natural inclination, that wedding cake could certainly disagree with many people, perhaps most, unless eaten in moderation. Armed with this professional endorsement of his own views, Mr. Woodhouse tried to warn every visitor to the newlyweds away from the cake, but the cake kept getting eaten anyway, and his anxious nerves got no rest until it was completely gone. There was a strange rumor going around Highbury that all the little Perry children had been spotted with slices of Mrs. Weston's wedding cake in their hands, but Mr. Woodhouse refused to believe a word of it. Chapter 3. Mr. Woodhouse enjoyed company in his own way. He loved having his friends come to visit, and thanks to a combination of factors, his long residence at Hartfield, his good nature, his wealth, his house, and his daughter, he could largely count on his close circle to visit whenever he wished. He had little contact with families outside that circle. His dread of late nights and large dinner parties made him unsuitable company for anyone who wouldn't visit him strictly on his own terms. Fortunately for him, Highbury, including Randalls in the same parish and Donwell Abbey in the neighboring parish, the home of Mr. Knightley, contained plenty of people who would do exactly that. At Emma's urging, he would sometimes have a select few of his favorites over for dinner, but evening gatherings were what he preferred most, and unless he felt too unwell for company, there was hardly a night in the week when Emma couldn't put together a card game for him. The Westons and Mr. Knightley came out of genuine, long-standing affection. As for Mr. Elton, a young man living alone and not particularly enjoying it, the chance to trade an empty, solitary evening for the elegance and company of Mr. Woodhouse's drawing room and the smiles of his lovely daughter was never going to be turned down. After these came a second tier of visitors, the most reliably available of whom were Mrs. and Miss Bates and Mrs. Goddard, three ladies who were almost always free to accept an invitation from Hartfield and who were driven back and forth so often that Mr. Woodhouse never thought it any burden on either James or the horses. Had it happened only once a year, it might have felt like an imposition. Mrs. Bates, the widow of a former vicar of Highbury, was a very old woman, past most things in life except tea and card games. She lived with her unmarried daughter in very modest circumstances, and was regarded with all the warmth and respect that a harmless old woman in difficult straits tends to inspire. Her daughter enjoyed a remarkable degree of popularity for a woman who was neither young, beautiful, wealthy, nor married. Miss Bates was in just about the worst possible position for winning public favor, and she had no particular intelligence to either console herself with or intimidate potential critics into showing outward respect. She had never been either beautiful or clever. Her youth had passed without distinction, and her middle years were devoted to caring for an aging mother and stretching a small income as far as it would go. And yet she was a happy woman, someone no one ever mentioned without goodwill. It was her own universal warmth and contented nature that worked such wonders. She loved everyone, took a genuine interest in everyone's happiness, and was quick to spot everyone's good qualities. She considered herself enormously fortunate, surrounded by blessings in the form of such an excellent mother, so many good neighbors and friends, and a home she felt had everything she needed. Her simplicity and cheerfulness, her grateful and contented spirit, endeared her to everyone and were a constant source of joy to herself. She was a great talker about small things, which suited Mr. Woodhouse perfectly, full of trivial news and harmless gossip. Mrs. Goddard was the headmistress of a school, not a seminary or an academy or any institution that claimed, in long-winded and pretentious language, to combine a liberal education with refined moral instruction on bold new principles and innovative methods. The kind of place where girls paid enormous fees to have their health ruined and their vanity inflated. But a real, honest, old-fashioned boarding school where a reasonable set of skills was taught at a reasonable price, and where girls could be sent to get them out from underfoot while they picked up a modest education, with no risk of their coming home as insufferable prodigies. Mrs. Goddard's school had an excellent reputation, and rightly so, since Highbury was considered a particularly healthy location. She had a large house with a good garden, fed the children plenty of wholesome food, let them run around freely in the summer, and in winter personally treated their chilblains herself. It was no wonder that a line of 20 young couples now followed her to church on Sundays. She was a plain, motherly sort of woman who had worked hard in her younger years and now felt she had earned the occasional treat of an afternoon tea visit. Having once been on the receiving end of Mr. Woodhouse's kindness, she felt a particular obligation to leave her cozy parlor, with its walls hung with needlework, whenever she could, and to spend an evening winning or losing a few coins at his fireside. These were the women Emma found herself frequently able to gather together, and she was genuinely glad to have that ability, for her father's sake, though as far as she herself was concerned, it was no substitute for Mrs. Weston's absence. She was pleased to see her father comfortable and quite proud of herself for managing things so well. But the gentle, rambling conversation of these three women made her feel that every evening spent this way was exactly the kind of long, dreary evening she had been dreading. One morning, as she sat looking ahead to precisely such an evening, a note arrived from Mrs. Goddard, politely requesting permission to bring Miss Smith along with her. It was a most welcome request, because Miss Smith was a 17-year-old girl whom Emma knew well by sight and had long been drawn to on account of her beauty. A warm invitation was sent back, and the evening was no longer something Emma feared. Harriet Smith was someone's illegitimate daughter. Someone had placed her at Mrs. Goddard's school several years earlier, and someone had recently upgraded her status from student to paying boarder who lived with the family. That was about all anyone knew of her history. She had no connections outside the ones she had made in Highbury, and she had just returned from a long visit in the country with some former schoolmates. She was a very pretty girl, and her particular type of beauty was exactly what Emma most admired. She was short, rounded, and fair, with a lovely complexion, blue eyes, light hair, regular features, and an expression of great sweetness. By the end of the evening, Emma was just as taken with her manner as with her appearance, and was firmly decided to pursue the friendship. She didn't notice anything particularly clever in Miss Smith's conversation, but she found her altogether very appealing, not awkwardly shy, perfectly willing to talk, yet never pushy. She showed just the right degree of respectful deference, seemed genuinely and touchingly grateful to be at Hartfield, and was so naturally impressed by the style of everything around her, so far above what she was used to, that she must have good sense and deserve to be encouraged. And encourage her Emma would. Those soft blue eyes and all that natural charm should not be wasted on the limited society of Highbury and its connections. The acquaintances she had already made were beneath her. The friends she had just come back from visiting, though decent enough people, had to be doing her harm. They were a family called Martin, whom Emma knew well by reputation as tenants of a large farm belonging to Mr. Knightley, living in the parish of Donwell. Quite respectably, she supposed, she knew Mr. Knightley had a high opinion of them, but they had to be rough and unpolished and completely unsuitable as close companions for a girl who needed only a little more knowledge and refinement to be absolutely perfect. Emma would take her under her wing, she would improve her, she would steer her away from these unsuitable friendships and introduce her to better society. She would shape her opinions and her manners. It would be an interesting and certainly a very kind project, perfectly suited to her own position in life, her free time, and her abilities. She was so absorbed in admiring those soft blue eyes, in talking and listening, and working out all these plans and the gaps between, that the evening flew by at an unusual pace. The supper table, which always brought these gatherings to a close, and which she normally watched and waited for, was already laid out and ready, and had been moved up to the fire before she even noticed. With an enthusiasm beyond her usual drive to do everything well and attentively, and with the genuine pleasure of a mind delighted with its own ideas, she took charge of the meal, pressing the minced chicken and scalloped oysters on everyone with an eagerness she knew would be appreciated by guests who kept early hours and were easily persuaded. On such occasions, poor Mr. Woodhouse was torn. He loved to see the table laid, because it had been the custom of his youth, but his firm belief that supper was deeply unhealthy made him rather sorry to see food put on it at all. His hospitality wanted to offer his guests everything, while his concern for their well-being made him wince to watch them eat. A small bowl of thin gruel, just like his own, was the only thing he could wholeheartedly recommend, though he would push himself, while the ladies happily worked their way through the better dishes, to say, "Mrs. Bates, may I suggest you try one of these eggs? A very lightly boiled egg is not at all unhealthy. Cyril boils an egg better than anyone. I wouldn't recommend an egg boiled by anyone else, but you needn't worry, they're very small, you see. One of our small eggs won't do you any harm. Miss Bates, let Emma give you just a little bit of tart, a very small piece. All ours are apple tarts. There's no need to worry about unwholesome preserves here. I wouldn't advise the custard, though. Mrs. Goddard, what do you say to half a glass of wine? A small half glass mixed into a tumbler of water. I don't think it could disagree with you. Emma let her father talk, but served her guests in a far more satisfying manner, and that particular evening took special pleasure in sending them home happy. Miss Smith's happiness was everything Emma had hoped for. Miss Woodhouse was such a significant figure in Highbury that the prospect of being introduced to her had caused as much anxiety as excitement, but the sweet, grateful young girl left the house in high spirits, thrilled by the warmth and friendliness with which Miss Woodhouse had treated her all evening, and she had actually shaken her hand at the end. Chapter 4. Harriet Smith's friendship with Hartfield was quickly established. True to her decisive nature, Emma wasted no time inviting Harriet over, encouraging her visits, and making it clear she was welcome often. The more they got to know each other, the more they enjoyed each other's company. Emma had recognized early on how useful Harriet could be as a walking companion. Mrs. Weston's departure had left a real gap in that regard. Her father never ventured beyond the garden shrubbery, where 2 short loops served as either his long walk or his short one depending on the season. Since Mrs. Weston's marriage, Emma's exercise had become far too limited. She had tried walking to Randall's alone once, but it wasn't enjoyable. Having a Harriet Smith, someone she could call on whenever she felt like a walk, would be a welcome addition to her daily life. But the more Emma saw of her, the more she approved of her in every way and felt increasingly confident in her plans for the girl. Harriet was certainly not clever, but she had a sweet, easygoing, grateful nature, was completely free of vanity, and wanted nothing more than to be guided by someone she admired. Her quick attachment to Emma was genuinely charming, and her love of good company, along with her ability to appreciate what was refined and intelligent, showed she had real taste. Even if deep intellectual ability wasn't something to be expected, all in all, Emma was thoroughly convinced that Harriet Smith was exactly the young friend she needed, precisely what her life at home was missing. A friend like Mrs. Weston was out of the question, of course. 2 friendships like that couldn't exist, and she didn't want to. This was an entirely different kind of connection, a separate and distinct feeling. Mrs. Weston held a place in her heart built on gratitude and deep respect. Harriet would be loved as someone Emma could help and shape. With Mrs. Weston, there was nothing left to be done. With Harriet, everything was still possible. Her first attempt at being useful was trying to find out who Harriet's parents were, but Harriet couldn't tell her. She was willing to share everything she knew, but on that subject all questions led nowhere. Emma was left to imagine whatever she liked, though she privately felt certain that, in the same situation, she would have found out the truth somehow. Harriet simply didn't have that kind of curiosity or drive. She had been perfectly content to hear and believe whatever Mrs. Goddard had chosen to tell her, and she'd never looked any further. Mrs. Goddard, the teachers, the other girls, and the general goings-on at the school naturally made up a large part of their conversations, and if not for Harriet's connection with the Martins of Abbey Mill Farm, that would have been all they talked about. But the Martins occupied quite a lot of Harriet's thoughts. She had spent 2 very happy months with them and loved to reminisce about the pleasures of her visit, describing the many comforts and delights of the place. Emma encouraged her to talk freely, amused by this picture of such a different world, and charmed by the girlish simplicity that spoke with such pure delight about Mrs. Martin having 2 parlors, 2 very good parlors indeed, one of them quite as large as Mrs. Goddard's drawing room, and of her having an upper maid who had lived 25 years with her, and of their having 8 cows, 2 of them Alderneys, and 1 a little Welsh cow, a very pretty little Welsh cow indeed, and of Mrs. Martin saying that since Harriet was so fond of it, it should be called her cow, and of their having a very handsome summer house in their garden, where some day next year they were all to drink tea, a very handsome summer house, large enough to hold 12 people. For a while she was simply amused, not thinking beyond the surface of it, but as she came to understand the family better, other feelings crept in. She had initially pictured the household as a mother and daughter, a son and daughter-in-law all living together. But when it became clear that the Mr. Martin who featured so prominently in Harriet's stories, always being praised for his tremendous kindness in doing one thing or another, was a single man, with no young misses. Martin, no wife at all in the picture. Emma began to worry about the danger her poor little friend might be walking into with all this warmth and hospitality. If no one looked out for her, she might end up trapped forever in a life well beneath her. With that unsettling thought in mind, Emma's questions became more pointed and purposeful. She steered Harriet toward talking more about Mr. Martin, and it was obvious Harriet didn't need much steering. She was very ready to describe his part in their moonlit walks and lively evening games, and lingered fondly on how good-natured and accommodating he always was. He had once gone 3 miles out of his way to bring her walnuts because she'd mentioned how much she loved them. And in everything else he was just as obliging. One evening he had brought his shepherd's son into the parlor specially to sing for her, since she loved singing so much. He could sing a little himself. She thought he was very clever and seemed to understand everything. He had a very fine flock of sheep, and while she was staying with them, he had been offered more for his wool than anyone else in the county. She believed everyone spoke well of him. His mother and sisters adored him. Mrs. Martin had told her one day, and Harriet blushed as she said it, that it was impossible for anyone to be a better son, and so she was quite sure that whenever he married, he would make a wonderful husband. Not that she was in any hurry for him to marry, she wasn't rushing things at all. "Well done, Mrs. Martin," thought Emma, "you know exactly what you're doing." And when Harriet had left Mrs. Martin was kind enough to send Mrs. Goddard a beautiful goose, the finest goose Mrs. Goddard had ever seen. Mrs. Goddard had roasted it on a Sunday and invited all 3 teachers, Miss Nash, Miss Prince, and Miss Richardson, to supper. Mr. Martin, I suppose, isn't much of a reader, not beyond what relates to his own farm work. Oh yes. That is, no, I don't know, but I think he has read quite a lot, though not the sort of thing you would value. He reads the agricultural reports and some other books that were left lying on one of the window seats, but he reads those to himself. Sometimes in the evenings, before we played cards, he would read something aloud from the Elegant Extracts, which was very entertaining, and I know he has read The Vicar of Wakefield. He had never read The Romance of the Forest nor The Children of the Abbey. He'd never even heard of those books before I mentioned them, but he's determined to get hold of them as soon as he can. The next question was, what does Mr. Martin look like? Oh, not handsome, not at all handsome. I thought him quite plain at first, though I don't think he seems quite so plain anymore. You stop noticing after a while, don't you? But have you never seen him? He comes through Highbury every now and then, and he's sure to ride through every week on his way to Kingston. He must have passed you many times. That may be, and I may have seen him 50 times without having any idea who he was. A young farmer, whether on horseback or on foot, is absolutely the last sort of person to catch my attention. Farmers are precisely the class of people I feel I have nothing to do with. A step or 2 lower on the social scale, and a decent appearance might interest me. I might find some way to be useful to their families. But a farmer has no need of anything I could offer, and is therefore, in one sense, just as far beyond my concern as he is below it in every other. Of course, oh yes, it's not likely you would ever have noticed him, but he knows you very well by sight. I mean, I have no doubt he's a perfectly respectable young man. I know he is, and I wish him well on that account. How old do you think he is? He turned 24 on the 8th of last June, and my birthday is the 23rd, just a fortnight and a day's difference, which is very odd. Only 24. That's too young to settle down. His mother is absolutely right not to be in a rush. They all seem perfectly comfortable as things are, and if she started pushing him toward marriage, she'd probably come to regret it. 6 years from now, if he could find a decent young woman of his own station with a little money, that might be a very sensible thing. 6 years from now, dear Miss Woodhouse, he would be 30 years old. Well, and 30 is about as early as most men can afford to marry when they aren't born into money. Mr. Martin, I imagine, still has his entire fortune left to make. He can't possibly have much of a financial head start. Whatever he inherited when his father died, whatever his share of the family property was, it's almost certainly all tied up in the farm, his stock, and so forth. And though with hard work and good fortune he may well be wealthy one day, it's nearly impossible that he could have saved anything yet. That's true, I suppose, but they live very comfortably. They don't have a manservant indoors, but otherwise they want for nothing. And Mrs. Martin talks of taking on a boy next year. I just hope you don't find yourself in an awkward position whenever he does marry. I mean in terms of having to be acquainted with his wife. His sisters, thanks to a decent education, are not entirely objectionable, but that doesn't mean he'll necessarily marry someone suitable for you to associate with. The circumstances of your birth make it especially important that you be careful about the company you keep. There's no question that you are a gentleman's daughter, and you must do everything within your own power to uphold that position, or there will be plenty of people who would take great pleasure in pulling you down. Yes, I suppose there are. But while I'm visiting at Hartfield, and you're so kind to me, Miss Woodhouse, I'm not afraid of what anyone can do. You have a good sense of how much influence matters, Harriet, but I want you to be so firmly established in good society that you'd be independent even of Hartfield and Miss Woodhouse. I want to see you permanently well-connected, and to that end, it would be wise to keep your circle of acquaintances from getting too broad or too irregular. So what I'm saying is this: if you're still living in this area when Mr. Martin marries, I hope you won't let your closeness with the sisters pull you into a friendship with his wife, who will most likely be some ordinary farmer's daughter with no real education. Of course, yes, not that I think Mr. Martin would ever marry anyone who hadn't had some education and been well brought up. Still, I don't mean to argue against your opinion, and I'm sure I won't go out of my way to befriend his wife. I'll always have a great deal of affection for the Miss Martins, especially Elizabeth, and I'd be very sorry to give them up entirely, as they're quite as well educated as I am. But if he marries someone truly ignorant and common, then I certainly had better not visit her if I can possibly avoid it. Emma watched Harriet carefully through all the back and forth of that speech and saw no alarming signs of love. The young man had clearly been Harriet's first admirer, but Emma trusted there was no deeper hold, and that there would be no serious resistance from Harriet's side when the time came for her own friendly plans to take effect. They actually ran into Mr. Martin the very next day while walking along the Donwell Road. He was on foot, and after glancing at Emma with respectful deference, he turned to look at her companion with unmistakably genuine pleasure. Emma was not at all sorry for the chance to study him, and by walking a few paces ahead while the two talked, her sharp eye quickly took in all she needed to know about Mr. Robert Martin. He was neatly dressed and had the look of a sensible young man, but his appearance offered nothing beyond that. When she mentally compared him to actual gentlemen, she felt sure he would lose whatever ground he had gained in Harriet's affections. Harriet was not insensible to manner. She had openly admired Emma's father's gentleness with something close to wonder. Mr. Martin, by contrast, looked like someone who had no idea what manner even meant. They stayed together only a few minutes, as Miss Woodhouse could not be kept waiting, and then Harriet came running back to her, face lit up and spirits fluttering in a way that Miss Woodhouse very much hoped to settle down soon. Imagine us running into him like that. How strange. He said it was pure chance that he hadn't gone round by Randall's. He didn't think we ever walked this road. He assumed we usually walked toward Randall's. He still hasn't managed to get the romance of the forest. He was so caught up with market business last time he was in Kingston that he completely forgot, but he's going again tomorrow. So very odd that we should happen to meet. Well, Miss Woodhouse, is he what you expected? What do you think of him? You think he's really as plain as I said? He is very plain, undoubtedly remarkably plain, but that's nothing compared to his complete lack of refinement. I didn't expect much, and I wasn't expecting much, but I had no idea he could be quite so rough, so entirely without polish. I had imagined him, I'll admit, a degree or two closer to being a gentleman. To be sure, said Harriet, in a deflated voice. He's not as refined as real gentlemen are. I think, Harriet, that since you've been spending time with us, you've been in the company of some genuinely cultivated men often enough that you must be able to see the difference for yourself when you're with Mr. Martin. At Hartfield, you've had very good examples of well-educated, well-bred men. I would be surprised if, after knowing them, you could be in Mr. Martin's company again without noticing how far beneath them he falls, and feeling a little puzzled that you ever found him agreeable at all. Don't you feel that now? Weren't you struck by it? I'm sure you must have been struck by that awkward look, that abrupt manner, and that rough voice of his. I could hear from where I was standing that it had no refinement whatsoever. He certainly isn't like Mr. Knightley. He doesn't have that fine bearing and way of carrying himself that Mr. Knightley has. I can see the difference clearly enough. But then Mr. Knightley is such a remarkably fine man. Mr. Knightley's bearing is so exceptionally good that it really isn't fair to compare Mr. Martin with him. You might not find one man in 100 with gentleman written as plainly all over him as it is with Mr. Knightley. But he isn't the only gentleman you've been around lately. What about Mr. Weston and Mr. Elton? Compare Mr. Martin with either of them. Compare the way they carry themselves, the way they walk, the way they speak, even the way they are when they're silent. You must see the difference. Oh yes, there is a great difference, though Mr. Weston is almost an old man. Mr. Weston must be somewhere between 40 and 50, which only makes his good manners more admirable. The older a person gets, Harriet, the more important it is that their manners not be poor, the more jarring and unpleasant any loudness, coarseness, or awkwardness becomes. What might just pass in a young person becomes truly offensive in someone older. Mr. Martin is already awkward and abrupt. What will he be like at Mr. Weston's age? There's no telling indeed, replied Harriet rather soberly. Oh, there's a fair amount of guessing to be done. He'll become a completely crude, rough farmer, with no care whatsoever for how things appear, thinking of nothing but profit and loss. Will he really? That would be very bad. How thoroughly his business already consumes him is obvious enough from the fact that he forgot to ask about the book you recommended. He was far too preoccupied with market business to think of anything else, which is exactly as it should be for an ambitious man. What does he have to do with books? I have no doubt he'll do very well for himself and become quite wealthy in time, and his being unrefined and uneducated need not trouble us. I do wonder that he forgot the book, was all Harriet said, and with such a quietly serious expression of displeasure that Emma felt it was safe to leave it there on its own. She said nothing more for a while. When she started again, it was on a new track. In one respect, perhaps Mr. Elton's manners are actually superior to Mr. Knightley's or Mr. Weston's. There's more gentleness in him. He'd be a safer model to follow. Mr. Weston has an openness, a directness, almost a bluntness that everyone finds charming in him because it comes with so much warmth and good humor, but it's not something you'd want to copy. Nor would Mr. Knightley's straight-talking, decisive, commanding way, though it suits him perfectly. His bearing, his looks, and his place in the world all seem to justify it, but if a young man tried to imitate him, it would be insufferable. Mr. Elton, on the other hand, I think a young man could very safely be encouraged to take as a model. Mr. Elton is good-natured, cheerful, accommodating, and kind. He seems to have become particularly gentle lately. I don't know whether he's trying to make himself more agreeable to one or both of us, Harriet, but I do notice his manner has grown softer than it used to be. If he means anything by it, it must be to please you. Did I tell you what he said about you the other day? She then repeated some warm personal praise that she had drawn out of Mr. Elton and now shared in full. Harriet blushed and smiled and said she had always thought Mr. Elton very agreeable. Mr. Elton was precisely the person Emma had decided upon to drive the young farmer out of Harriet's head. She thought it would be an excellent match, so obviously desirable, natural, and likely that she could hardly take much credit for thinking of it. She was almost afraid it was what everyone else must already be thinking and predicting. Still, it was unlikely that anyone had come up with the plan as early as she had, since it had first taken shape in her mind on the very first evening Harriet spent at Hartfield. The more she thought about it, the more certain she became that it was the right course of action. Mr. Elton's situation was ideal, a genuine gentleman, with no unsuitable connections, yet not from any family that could reasonably object to Harriet's uncertain origins. He had a comfortable home to offer her, and Emma was sure his income was more than adequate. Though the Highbury vicarage was modest, he was known to have some independent means of his own. She thought highly of him as a good-natured, well-intentioned, respectable young man with solid practical judgment and a sensible understanding of the world. She had already satisfied herself that he found Harriet beautiful, and trusted that with their frequent meetings at Hartfield, that was a sufficient foundation on his side. As for Harriet, there could be little doubt that knowing she was preferred by him would carry all the weight and effect it usually did, and he was genuinely a very appealing young man, the kind of man any woman without overly particular taste could find attractive. He was considered quite handsome and generally admired, though not by Emma herself, who found a certain lack of elegance in his features that she simply couldn't overlook. But the girl who could be delighted by a Robert Martin riding miles out of his way to fetch her walnuts could very easily be won over by Mr. Elton's admiration. Chapter 5. I don't know what you think about this, Mrs. Weston, said Mr. Knightley, about this close friendship between Emma and Harriet Smith, but I think it's a bad thing. A bad thing? Do you really think it's a bad thing? Why? I think neither of them will do the other any good. You surprise me. Emma is bound to do Harriet good, and by giving Emma a new interest, you could say Harriet does Emma good too. I've been watching their friendship develop with great pleasure. How differently we see it. Not think they'll do each other any good. This is definitely going to be the start of one of our arguments about Emma, Mr. Knightley. Maybe you think I came here on purpose to argue with you, knowing Weston is out and that you'd have to fight your own battles. Mister, Weston would absolutely back me up if he were here, because he thinks exactly the same as I do on this. We were talking about it just yesterday, agreeing how lucky it was for Emma that there should be a girl like Harriet in Highbury for her to spend time with. Mr. Knightley, I refuse to accept you as a fair judge in this case. You've lived alone for so long that you don't understand the value of a companion, and perhaps no man can truly judge the comfort a woman feels in the company of another woman after having had that all her life. I can guess your objection to Harriet Smith. She's not the kind of accomplished young woman that Emma's friend ought to be. But on the other hand, since Emma wants to see her better educated, it will encourage Emma to read more herself. They'll read together. She means to do it, I know. Emma has been meaning to read more ever since she was 12 years old. I've seen a great many lists she's drawn up at various times of books she meant to work through regularly. And very good lists, they were, well chosen and neatly organized, sometimes alphabetically and sometimes by some other system. The list she made when she was only 14, I remember thinking it showed such good judgment that I kept it for quite some time, and I dare say she could probably put together a very good list now. But I've given up expecting any sustained reading from Emma. She will never commit to anything that requires discipline and patience and the effort of keeping her imagination in check enough to actually focus. Where Miss Taylor failed to motivate her, I can safely say Harriet Smith will accomplish nothing. You could never get her to read half as much as you wanted. You know you couldn't. I dare say, replied Mrs. Weston, smiling, that I thought so at the time, but since we've been apart, I can never remember Emma failing to do anything I asked. There's hardly any point in arguing with a memory like that, said Mr. Knightley with feeling, and for a moment or two he let it go. But I, he soon added, who have had no such charm cast over my senses, must still see, hear, and remember. Emma is spoiled by being the cleverest person in her family. At 10 years old, she had the misfortune of being able to answer questions that puzzled her sister at 17. She was always quick and confident, Isabella slow and uncertain, and ever since she was 12, Emma has been mistress of the house and of you all. In her mother she lost the only person who could truly handle her. She inherited her mother's talents, and she needed to be kept in check by her. I would have been in a sorry state, Mr. Knightley, if I'd had to rely on your recommendation when I left Mr. Woodhouse's family and needed a new position. I don't think you would have put in a good word for me with anyone. I'm sure you always thought I was unsuited to the role I held. Yes, he said, smiling. You're better off where you are now. You're very well suited to be a wife, but not at all to be a governess. Though to be fair, you were preparing yourself to be an excellent wife the entire time you were at Hartfield. You may not have given Emma as thorough an education as your abilities seem to promise, but you were getting a very good education from her, in the very crucial marital skill of deferring to someone else's wishes and doing as you were told. And if Weston had asked me to recommend a wife for him, I would certainly have named Miss Taylor. Thank you. There won't be much effort required in being a good wife to a man like Mr. Weston. Well, to be honest, I'm afraid you may be somewhat wasted on him, and that despite every willingness to put up with things, there'll be nothing to put up with. We won't despair, though. Weston may grow irritable from having too comfortable a life, or his son may give him trouble. I hope not that. It doesn't seem likely. No, Mr. Knightley, please don't predict problems from that direction. Not I, indeed. I'm only naming possibilities. I don't claim Emma's talent for predictions and guesswork. I sincerely hope the young man turns out to have Weston's character and Churchill's fortune. But Harriet Smith, I haven't finished with Harriet Smith. I think she's the worst possible companion Emma could have. Harriet knows nothing herself and looks up to Emma as if she knows everything. She flatters Emma in every way, and what makes it worse is that she doesn't even realize she's doing it. Her ignorance is constant flattery. How can Emma ever think she has anything left to learn when Harriet is right there, such a pleasingly obvious inferior? And as for Harriet, I'll go so far as to say she can't benefit from the friendship either. Hartfield will only make her dissatisfied with every other place she belongs to. She'll become just refined enough to be uncomfortable among the people where her birth and circumstances have placed her. I'd be very much mistaken if Emma's influence gives Harriet any real strength of character, or does anything to help a girl adapt sensibly to the different circumstances life puts her in. It only adds a little polish. I either have more faith in Emma's good sense than you do, or I care more about her happiness right now because I can't regret the friendship. How wonderful she looked last night. Oh, you'd rather talk about her looks than her mind, would you? Very well. I won't try to deny that Emma is pretty. Pretty, say beautiful, rather. Can you imagine anything closer to perfect beauty than Emma, face and figure together? I don't know what I could imagine, but I'll admit I've rarely seen a face or figure that pleases me more than hers, though I am a biased old friend. Those eyes, true hazel and so bright, regular features, an open expression, and that complexion. Oh, what a picture of glowing health. And such a lovely height and build, such a strong, upright figure. There's health not just in her color, but in the way she carries herself, in her head, in her glance. You sometimes hear of a child being called the picture of health. Well, Emma always gives me the impression of being the complete picture of grown-up health. She is loveliness itself. Isn't she, Mr. Knightley? I have no fault to find with her appearance, he replied. I think everything you say is true. I love to look at her, and I'll add one more compliment. I don't think she's vain about her looks. Considering how very beautiful she is, she seems to give it very little thought. Her vanity runs in a different direction. Mrs. Weston, I am not going to be argued out of my concerns about Harriet Smith or my worry that the friendship will do them both harm. And I, Mr. Knightley, am equally firm in my confidence that it will do them no harm at all. For all dear Emma's little faults, she is a wonderful person. Where will you find a better daughter, a kinder sister, or a truer friend? No, she has qualities that can be trusted. She will never lead anyone genuinely astray. She will never make a lasting mistake. For every time Emma gets something wrong, she gets 100 things right. Very well. I won't trouble you any further. Emma shall be an angel, and I'll keep my complaints to myself until Christmas brings John and Isabella. John loves Emma with a sensible and therefore clear-eyed affection, and Isabella always agrees with him, except when he's not quite worried enough about the children. I'm sure they'll take my side. I know you all love her far too well to be unfair or unkind, but forgive me, Mr. Knightley, if I take the liberty, I think of myself, as having something of the right to speak that Emma's mother might have had, the liberty of suggesting that I don't think any possible good can come from making Emma's friendship with Harriet Smith a subject of debate among you. Please forgive me, but even if there were some small concern about the friendship, you can't realistically expect Emma, who answers to no one but her father, who fully approves of the friendship, to end it as long as it brings her pleasure. I've spent so many years in the habit of giving advice that you can't be surprised, Mr. Knightley, at this small remnant of the old role. Not at all, he said. I'm genuinely grateful for it. It's very good advice, and it will meet a better fate than your advice often has because I shall actually follow it. Mrs. John Knightley is easily alarmed and could be made very unhappy on her sister's account. You can rest easy, he said. I won't make a scene. I'll keep my bad temper to myself. I have a very genuine concern for Emma. Isabella doesn't feel more like a sister to me than Emma does. She has never mattered more to me and perhaps not even as much. There's a particular kind of anxiety, a curiosity in what one feels for Emma. I wonder what will become of her. So do I, said Mrs. Weston gently. Very much. She always insists she'll never marry, which of course means nothing at all. But I don't believe she's ever met a man she truly cared about. It wouldn't be a bad thing for her to fall deeply in love with the right person. I'd like to see Emma in love, and not entirely sure of being loved in return. It would do her good. But there's no one around here to capture her interest, and she goes away from home so rarely. There does seem to be very little at the moment to tempt her into changing her mind, said Mrs. Weston, and while she's so happy at Hartfield, I can't wish her to form any attachment that would cause such difficulties for poor Mr. Woodhouse. I'm not recommending marriage for Emma right now, though I mean no disrespect to the institution, I assure you. Part of her intention was to keep hidden, as much as possible, certain favorite thoughts that she and Mr. Weston shared on the subject. There were hopes at Randall's regarding Emma's future, but it was better not to let them be suspected, and Mr. Knightley's easy transition shortly afterward to "What does Weston think of the weather? Shall we have rain?" convinced her that he had nothing more to say or speculate about Hartfield. Chapter 6. Emma had no doubt that she'd steered Harriet's affections in exactly the right direction and put her natural vanity to good use. She could see that Harriet was now far more aware of Mr. Elton's striking good looks and charming manner than she had been before. Emma had no hesitation in backing up his obvious admiration with well-placed hints, and she was soon quite confident that Harriet was developing just as strong a liking for him as anyone could hope for. She was completely convinced that Mr. Elton was well on his way to falling in love, if he hadn't already. She had no qualms about him whatsoever. He talked about Harriet, and praised her so enthusiastically that Emma couldn't imagine anything was missing that a little more time wouldn't provide. His warm appreciation of how much Harriet had improved since coming to Hartfield was one of the clearest signs of his growing feelings for her. "You've given Miss Smith everything she needed," he said. "You've made her graceful and poised. She was already beautiful when she came to you, but in my opinion, the qualities you've brought out in her are far superior to anything nature alone gave her. I'm glad you think I've been helpful to her, but Harriet only needed a little encouragement and a few small pointers. The sweetness of her nature and her genuine simplicity were already there. I've done very little. If a gentleman were ever allowed to disagree with a lady," said the ever-gallant Mr. Elton, "I may have helped her become a bit more decisive and taught her to think about things she hadn't considered before." "Exactly right, that's precisely what strikes me most. Such a remarkable new decisiveness of character. What a skillful hand guided her. It has been a great pleasure, I can assure you. I've never met anyone with a more truly lovely disposition." "I have no doubt of that." And it was said with a kind of wistful enthusiasm that was very much the voice of a man in love. Emma was equally pleased on another occasion when Mr. Elton enthusiastically supported her sudden idea to paint Harriet's portrait. "Have you ever had your likeness taken, Harriet?" she asked. "Have you ever sat for a portrait?" Harriet was just leaving the room and paused only long enough to say, with charming innocence, "Oh, goodness, no, never." The moment she was out of sight, Emma exclaimed, "What a wonderful thing it would be to have a good portrait of her. I'd pay anything for one. I'm almost tempted to try painting her myself. You probably don't know this, but 2 or 3 years ago I was passionate about taking likenesses and tried several of my friends. People thought I had quite a good eye for it, but for one reason or another, I gave it up in frustration. Still, I might almost dare try again if Harriet would sit for me. It would be such a joy to have her portrait." "Please, I beg you," cried Mr. Elton. "It would be a true delight. Please, Miss Woodhouse, use such a wonderful talent for your friend's sake. I know your drawings well. How could you think I don't? Isn't this room full of your landscapes and flowers? And doesn't Mrs. Weston have some magnificent figure studies in her drawing room at Randall's?" "Yes, dear man," thought Emma, "but what does any of that have to do with painting portraits? You know nothing about drawing. Don't pretend to be thrilled by mine. Save your enthusiasm for Harriet's face." "Well, if you're going to encourage me like that, Mr. Elton, I think I shall try what I can do. Harriet's features are very delicate, which makes a likeness difficult, and yet there's something particular about the shape of her eyes and the lines around her mouth that one really ought to capture." "Exactly so, the shape of the eye and the lines around the mouth. I have no doubt you'll succeed. Please, please do attempt it. As you yourself said, it would be an exquisite thing to have. But I'm afraid, Mr. Elton, that Harriet won't want to sit. She thinks so little of her own beauty. Did you notice how she answered me just now? It was written all over her face. Why on earth would anyone want to paint me?" "Oh yes, I noticed it, I assure you. It wasn't lost on me at all. But even so, I can't imagine she couldn't be persuaded." Harriet was soon back, and the proposal was put to her almost immediately. Whatever reservations, she didn't last long against the combined enthusiasm of the other two. Emma was eager to get started right away, so she brought out her portfolio of portrait attempts, none of which had ever been finished, so they could decide together on the best size for Harriet's portrait. Her many unfinished works were spread out for inspection. Miniatures, half-lengths, full-lengths, pencil, crayon, and watercolor had all been tried at one time or another. She had always wanted to master everything, and had made more progress in both drawing and music than most people would have achieved with so little effort as she was ever willing to put in. She played and sang, and drew in almost every style, but she had never had the discipline to stick with anything long enough to reach the level of excellence she would have liked, and should have been capable of. She wasn't entirely blind to her own limitations as an artist or musician, but she didn't mind if others overestimated her, and she wasn't sorry that her reputation for talent often exceeded what she actually deserved. There was genuine merit in every drawing, perhaps most of all in the least finished ones. Her style had real energy and spirit, but it wouldn't have mattered if there had been far less or 10 times more talent on display. Her two companions were equally enchanted. They were both absolutely delighted. A portrait pleases everyone, and anything produced by Miss Woodhouse was bound to be wonderful. "You don't have a great variety of faces here," said Emma. "I only had my own family to practice on. There's my father and another of my father, but the very idea of sitting for his portrait made him so anxious that I could only sketch him on the sly, so neither one is very accurate. Mrs. Weston again and again and again, you see. Dear Mrs. Weston, always my most generous friend in every situation, she would sit whenever I asked her. There's my sister, and really quite a good likeness of her neat little figure. The face isn't bad either. I would have done a much better job if she'd held still longer, but she was in such a rush for me to draw her 4 children that she couldn't be patient. And here are my attempts at 3 of those 4 children. There they are, Henry and John and Bella, from one end of the page to the other, and honestly any one of them could be any of the others. She was so desperate to have them drawn that I couldn't refuse, but there's no keeping children of 3 or 4 years old still, and it's nearly impossible to capture a real likeness of them beyond their general look and coloring, unless their features are stronger than any of Mama's children have ever been. Here's my sketch of the 4th, who was a baby at the time. I drew him while he was asleep on the sofa, and it's as good a portrait of the back of his head as you could wish for. He had tucked himself down very conveniently. That's actually quite good. I'm rather proud of little George. The corner of the sofa turned out well too, and here is my last one. She opened a pretty small full-length sketch of a gentleman. My last and my best, my brother, Mr. John Knightley. This one was almost finished when I put it away in a fit of annoyance and swore I would never paint anyone's portrait again. I couldn't help being frustrated because after all my work, when I had really produced a very good likeness, Mrs. Weston and I were completely agreed that it was very like him, perhaps a little too flattering, but that was a fault in the right direction. After all of that, poor dear Isabella could only manage a lukewarm yes. It was a little like him, but it really didn't do him justice. We'd had such a struggle just to get him to sit in the first place, and he'd made such a great favor of it. The whole thing was just too much to bear, and so I refused to finish it, rather than have it apologized for as an unflattering likeness to every visitor who came to Brunswick Square. And so, as I said, I swore then that I would never draw anyone again. But for Harriet's sake, or really for my own, and since there are no husbands and wives involved in this situation, I'll break my resolution now. Mr. Elton seemed quite struck and delighted by the idea, and kept repeating, no husbands and wives involved in this situation, as you say. Exactly so. No husbands and wives, with such a meaningful self-consciousness that Emma began to wonder whether she might as well leave the 2 of them alone together right now. But since she wanted to get on with the drawing, any declaration on his part would have to wait a little longer. She quickly settled on the size and format of the portrait. It would be a full-length watercolor, like the one of Mr. John Knightley, and if she could do it justice, it was destined for a place of honor over the mantelpiece. The sitting began. Harriet, smiling and blushing and worried about holding her pose and expression, made a very sweet and youthful subject for Emma's steady artist's eye. But it was impossible to concentrate with Mr. Elton hovering behind her, watching every single brushstroke. Emma gave him credit for positioning himself where he could stare to his heart's content without causing offense, but she was genuinely forced to put a stop to it and ask him to move somewhere else. She then had the idea of putting him to work reading aloud. If he would be kind enough to read to them, it would be a real help. It would ease the tedium of Emma's work and make the time pass more pleasantly for Harriet too. Mr. Elton was only too happy to oblige. Harriet listened, and Emma drew in peace. She had to allow him to still come and look fairly often. Anything less would have been strange for a man in love, and he was ready to jump up and admire her progress at the slightest pause of the brush. It was impossible to be irritated by such an enthusiastic supporter, since his admiration made him see a likeness almost before one was even there. She couldn't trust his eye as a judge, but his affection and good manners were beyond reproach. The sitting was altogether very satisfying. Emma was pleased enough with the first day's sketch to want to continue. The likeness was coming along well, she'd been lucky with the pose, and since she intended to add a little improvement to the figure, a touch more height and considerably more elegance, she was confident it would turn out to be a very pretty portrait in the end, one that would hold its place with credit to both of them. A lasting tribute to the beauty of one, the skill of the other, and the friendship of both, with all the additional pleasant associations that Mr. Elton's very promising attachment was likely to bring. Harriet was to sit again the next day, and Mr. Elton, just as he should, begged permission to come along and read to them again. By all means, we'd be very happy to have you join us. The same warmth and courtesies, the same success and satisfaction, carried through the following day and accompanied the whole progress of the portrait, which moved quickly and happily. Everyone who saw it was pleased, but Mr. Elton was in constant raptures over it and defended it against every criticism. Miss Woodhouse has given her friend the one beauty she was missing, Mrs. Weston remarked to him, having no idea she was speaking to a man in love. The expression of the eyes is very well done, but Miss Smith doesn't actually have those eyebrows and eyelashes. It's just a slight flaw in her face that she doesn't. Do you think so? He replied. I can't agree with you at all. To me, it's a perfect likeness in every feature. I've never seen such an accurate portrait in my life. We have to allow for the effect of shading, you know. You've made her too tall, Emma, said Mr. Knightley. Emma knew perfectly well that she had, but refused to admit it. Mr. Elton quickly added, oh no, certainly not too tall, not in the least. Consider she's sitting down, which naturally creates a different, which in short gives exactly the impression. And the proportions have to be right, you know. Proportions for shortening. Oh no, it gives exactly the right impression of Miss Smith's height. Exactly so indeed. It's very pretty, said Mr. Woodhouse. So beautifully done, just as your drawings always are, my dear. I don't know anyone who draws as well as you do. The only thing I'm not entirely happy with is that she appears to be sitting outside with only a little shawl over her shoulders. It makes one worry she'll catch cold. But Papa dear, it's supposed to be summer, a warm summer's day. Look at the tree. But it's never safe to sit outside, my dear. You, sir, may say whatever you like, cried Mr. Elton, but I must say that I consider it a perfectly inspired choice to place Miss Smith outdoors, and the tree is painted with such incomparable spirit. Any other setting would have suited her so much less. Miss Smith's natural, unaffected manner, and altogether, oh, it's absolutely wonderful. I can't take my eyes off it. I've never seen such a likeness. The next thing to be done was to get the portrait framed, and here there were a few complications. It needed to be done immediately, it needed to be done in London, the order needed to go through someone with reliable taste, and Isabella, who usually handled all such errands, couldn't be asked, because it was December and Mr. Woodhouse couldn't bear the thought of her venturing out in the December fog. But no sooner had Mr. Elton learned of the difficulty than it was solved. His gallantry was always at the ready. If he could be trusted with the errand, he would take the greatest pleasure in carrying it out. He could ride to London at any time. He couldn't begin to express how honored he would be to be sent on such a mission. He was far too kind. She couldn't possibly impose on him like that. She wouldn't give him such a troublesome task for anything in the world. Which produced exactly the response she expected, and within a few minutes the matter was settled. Mr. Elton was to take the drawing to London, choose the frame, and give the necessary instructions. Emma was confident she could pack it well enough to protect it without inconveniencing him too much, while he seemed almost more concerned that she wasn't inconveniencing him enough. What a precious thing to be trusted with, he said with a tender sigh as he received it. This man is almost too smooth to be genuinely in love, thought Emma. I might think so, except that I suppose there are 100 different ways of being in love. He's a fine young man and will suit Harriet perfectly. It will be an exactly so, as he himself would say. But he does sigh and moon about, and tries so hard to be charming, rather more than I could bear if I were the one he was after. I'm getting quite a generous share of it as a secondary player, but that's all gratitude on Harriet's behalf. Chapter 7. The very day Mr. Elton left for London gave Emma another chance to be there for her friend. Harriet had come to Hartfield as usual, shortly after breakfast, then gone home with plans to return for dinner. But she came back earlier than expected, looking flustered and agitated, clearly bursting with news. Within half a minute it all came out. The moment she'd arrived back at Mrs. Goddard's, she'd been told that Mr. Martin had stopped by an hour earlier, and finding she wasn't home and wasn't particularly expected, he'd left a small parcel for her from one of his sisters. When she opened it, she found, along with the 2 songs she'd lent Elizabeth to copy, a letter addressed to her, a letter from Mr. Martin himself, containing a direct proposal of marriage. Who could have imagined it? She was so shocked she didn't know what to do. Yes, a proper marriage proposal, and quite a good letter, at least she thought so. And he wrote as though he really loved her very much, but she wasn't sure, and so she had rushed over as fast as she could to ask Miss Woodhouse what she should do. Emma felt a little embarrassed for her friend, who seemed both flattered and uncertain at once. Well, she said, the young man is certainly not going to lose his chance for lack of trying. He'll make a good match if he can manage it. Will you read the letter? Harriet cried. Please do. I'd much rather you did. Emma was happy enough to be asked. She read it and was surprised. The writing was far better than she'd expected. Not only were there no grammatical errors, but as a piece of composition it wouldn't have embarrassed a gentleman. The language, though straightforward, was strong and unaffected, and the sentiments expressed spoke well of the writer. It was brief, but it conveyed good sense, genuine warmth, generosity, decency, even a certain delicacy of feeling. She paused over it while Harriet stood watching her anxiously for a reaction, prompting her with well, until Emma was finally forced to add, "Is it a good letter, or is it too short?" "Yes, indeed, a very good letter," Emma replied, somewhat slowly. "So good, Harriet, that all things considered, I rather think one of his sisters must have helped him with it. I can hardly imagine the young man I saw talking with you the other day expressing himself so well entirely on his own, and yet it doesn't read like a woman's writing either. No, definitely not, it's too direct and concise for that, not expansive enough. No doubt he's an intelligent man, and I suppose he may have a natural gift for, he thinks clearly and strongly, and when he picks up a pen, his thoughts naturally find the right words. It's like that with some men. Yes, I know the type. Vigorous, decisive, with genuine feeling up to a point, but never crude. A better written letter, Harriet," she said, handing it back, "than I would have expected." "Well," said Harriet, still waiting. "Well, and what should I do? What should you do? In what sense do you mean about the letter?" "Yes. But what are you unsure about? You have to reply, of course, and soon." "Yes, but what should I say? Dear Miss Woodhouse, please advise me." "Oh no. No, the letter should be entirely your own. You'll express yourself perfectly well, I'm sure. The most important thing is simply to be clear. Your meaning must be unmistakable, no ambiguity, no hedging. And the appropriate words of gratitude and concern for the pain you're causing will come to you naturally, I have no doubt. You won't need to be prompted to write with the appearance of regret for his disappointment." "So you think I should refuse him?" said Harriet, looking down. "Refuse him, my dear Harriet, what do you mean? Are you actually uncertain about that? I thought, but forgive me, perhaps I've misunderstood. I must have gotten the wrong idea entirely if you're genuinely in doubt about what your answer should be. I assumed you were only asking me about how to word it." Harriet said nothing. With a slight coolness in her manner, Emma continued, "You mean to accept him, I take it." "No, I don't, that is, I don't mean, what should I do? What would you advise? Please, dear Miss Woodhouse, tell me what I ought to do." "I'm not going to advise you, Harriet. I want no part in this. It's something you have to work out with your own feelings." "I had no idea he liked me so very much," said Harriet, gazing at the letter. For a while, Emma held her silence, but beginning to worry that the flattering warmth of the letter might prove too persuasive, she decided it was best to say something. "I hold it as a general rule, Harriet, that if a woman is uncertain whether to accept a man or not, she should certainly refuse him. If she can hesitate over saying yes, she ought to say no right away. Marriage is not something to be entered into with half-hearted feelings or lingering doubts. I felt it was my duty as your friend, and as someone older than you, to say that much. But please don't think I'm trying to push you either way." "Oh, no, I know you're far too kind to, but if you would just advise me what would be best." No, I don't mean that, as you say, one's mind ought to be made up, one shouldn't be hesitating. It is a very serious thing, it would be safer to say no, perhaps. Do you think I had better say no?" "I wouldn't advise you either way for the world," said Emma, smiling graciously. "You're the only one who knows what will make you happy. If you prefer Mr. Martin to every other man, if you think he's the most agreeable man you've ever spent time with, then why hesitate? You're blushing, Harriet. Does anyone else come to mind under that description? Harriet, don't deceive yourself, don't let gratitude and sympathy sweep you away. Who are you thinking of right now?" The signs were promising. Instead of answering, Harriet turned away in confusion and stood quietly by the fire, and though the letter was still in her hand, she was now absently twisting it without paying it any attention. Emma waited for the outcome with impatience, but with strong hopes. At last, with some hesitation, Harriet said, "Miss Woodhouse, since you won't give me your opinion, I must manage as best I can on my own, and I've now quite decided and really almost made up my mind to refuse Mr. Martin. Do you think I'm right?" Perfectly right, my dearest Harriet. You're doing exactly what you should. While you were still uncertain, I kept my feelings to myself, but now that you've made up your mind completely, I have no hesitation in saying I'm delighted. Dear Harriet, I'm so glad. It would have been a real loss for me if you had married Mr. Martin. It would have had to mean the end of our friendship. While you were even slightly wavering, I said nothing, because I didn't want to influence you, but it truly would have meant losing a friend. I could not have called on Mrs. Robert Martin of Abbey Mill Farm. Now I have you for good. Harriet hadn't considered that risk, but it struck her now with full force. "You couldn't have visited me?" she cried, looking horrified. "No, of course you couldn't, but I never thought of that before. That would have been too awful. What a narrow escape. Dear Miss Woodhouse, I wouldn't give up the pleasure and honor of being close to you for anything in the world." "Truly, Harriet, it would have been a terrible loss for me, but it would have had to be. You would have cut yourself off from all good society. I would have had to let you go." Good heavens, how could I have ever borne it? It would have killed me to never come to Hartfield again. Dear, sweet girl, you banished to Abbey Mill Farm, confined to the company of uneducated, coarse people for the rest of your life. I wonder how the young man had the nerve to ask it. He must have a very high opinion of himself. I don't think he's generally conceited, said Harriet, her conscience resisting the criticism. At least, he's very good-natured, and I'll always feel greatly indebted to him and have a warm regard for, but that's quite a different thing from, and you know, even though he may like me, it doesn't follow that I should, and I must admit that since I've been coming here I've met people, and if you start to compare them in looks and manners, there's simply no comparison. One person is so much more handsome and charming. All the same, I do genuinely think Mr. Martin is a very likable young man, and I think very highly of him, and his being so devoted to me and writing such a letter, but as for leaving you, that's something I simply would not do under any circumstances. Thank you, my own dear sweet friend. We won't be separated. A woman shouldn't marry a man simply because he asked, or because he's devoted to her and can write a decent letter. Oh no, and it is rather a short letter too. Emma winced at her friend's poor taste but let it pass with a very true, and it would be cold comfort to her, for a husband whose rough manners might irritate her every hour of the day, to know that he could write a good letter. Oh yes, absolutely. Nobody cares about a letter, the point is to be happy with pleasant company every day. I'm quite determined to refuse him, but how do I do it? What do I say? Emma assured her there would be nothing difficult about the reply, and suggested she write it immediately, which Harriet agreed to, in hopes of getting Emma's help. And even though Emma kept insisting no help was needed, she was in fact involved in shaping every single sentence. Rereading his letter, while drafting the reply, had such a softening effect on Harriet that it became particularly necessary to steady her with a few firm, decisive phrases. She was so upset at the thought of hurting him, and so worried about what his mother and sisters would think, and so anxious that they shouldn't consider her ungrateful, that Emma genuinely believed if the young man had walked in at that moment, he would have been accepted after all. The letter, however, was written, sealed, and sent. The matter was settled, and Harriet was safe. She was rather subdued for the rest of the evening, but Emma understood her tender-hearted regrets and sometimes soothed them by speaking of her own affection for Harriet, and sometimes by bringing up the subject of Mr. Elton. I'll never be invited to Abbey Mill again, Harriet said, in a rather mournful tone. And even if you were, I could never bear to let you go, my Harriet. You're far too important at Hartfield to be spared for Abbey Mill. And I'm sure I'd never want to go there, because I'm never happy anywhere but at Hartfield. A little while later, I think Mrs. Goddard would be very surprised if she knew what had happened. I'm sure Miss Nash would be, because Miss Nash thinks her own sister married very well, and he's only a linen draper. One would hate to see too much pride or ambition in a school teacher, Harriet. I dare say Miss Nash would envy you an opportunity like this one. Even this conquest would seem impressive in her eyes. As for anything better being in store for you, I imagine she has no idea. The attentions of a certain person can hardly be the talk of Highbury just yet. So far, I believe you and I are the only people to whom his looks and manner have made his feelings clear. Harriet blushed and smiled, and said something about being amazed that people should like her so much. The thought of Mr. Elton was certainly uplifting, yet even so, after a while, her tender heart turned again toward the rejected Mr. Martin. He has my letter now, she said quietly. I wonder what they're all doing, whether his sisters know if he's unhappy, they'll be unhappy too. I do hope he won't mind it too very much. Let's think instead about the friends who are away and in better spirits, cried Emma. At this very moment, perhaps, Mr. Elton is showing your portrait to his mother and sisters, telling them how much more beautiful the real person is, and after being asked 5 or 6 times, finally allowing them to hear your name, your own dear name. My portrait. But he left my portrait in Bond Street. Did he really? Then I don't know Mr. Elton at all. No, my dear modest little Harriet, you can be quite sure the portrait won't be in Bond Street until just before he gets on his horse tomorrow. It's his companion this very evening, his comfort, his delight. It opens the door to his plans for his family, it introduces you to them, it fills the whole gathering with the most delicious feelings imaginable, eager curiosity and warm anticipation. How excited, how lively, how intrigued, how busy their imaginations must all be. Harriet smiled again, and her smiles grew brighter. Chapter 8. Harriet slept at Hartfield that night. For the past several weeks she had been spending more than half her time there, and had gradually claimed a bedroom of her own. Emma felt it was best in every way, safest and kindest, to keep her close for the time being. Harriet did have to go to Mrs. Goddard's the next morning for an hour or two, but it was arranged that she would return to Hartfield for a proper visit of several days. While she was gone, Mr. Knightley called and sat for some time with Mr. Woodhouse and Emma. Mr. Woodhouse had already planned to go for a walk, and his daughter encouraged him not to put it off. Despite his polite reluctance to leave a guest, both Emma and Mr. Knightley urged him to go ahead. Mr. Knightley, who had no patience for formality, answered in short, decisive replies that made an amusing contrast to Mr. Woodhouse's drawn-out apologies and courteous hesitations. "Well, I believe, if you'll excuse me, Mr. Knightley, if you won't think it terribly rude of me, I'll take Emma's advice and go out for a quarter of an hour. The sun is out, so I'd better take my 3 turns while I can. I'm treating you rather informally, Mr. Knightley. We invalids consider ourselves privileged." "My dear sir, don't treat me like a stranger. I'm leaving you an excellent substitute in my daughter. Emma will be happy to keep you company, so I think I'll ask your pardon and take my 3 turns, my winter walk. You couldn't do better, sir. I would invite you to join me, Mr. Knightley, but I'm a very slow walker and my pace would bore you. Besides, you have that long walk ahead of you to Donwell Abbey." "Thank you, sir, thank you. I'm heading off myself shortly, and I think the sooner you go the better. Let me fetch your overcoat and open the garden door for you." Mr. Woodhouse was finally off, but Mr. Knightley, rather than leaving immediately himself, sat back down, apparently in the mood for more conversation. He began talking about Harriet, and with more genuine enthusiasm than Emma had ever heard from him before. "I can't rate her beauty as highly as you do," he said, "but she is a pretty little thing, and I'm inclined to think well of her character. She's the kind of person who is shaped by those around her, but in good hands she could turn out to be a fine woman." "I'm glad you think so, and let's hope the good hands won't be hard to find. Come now," he said, "you're fishing for a compliment, so I'll tell you that you have improved her. You've cured her of that schoolgirl giggle. She's a real credit to you." "Thank you. I'd be quite disappointed if I didn't believe I'd been some use to her, but not everyone gives credit where it's due. You certainly don't shower me with it. You're expecting her back this morning, you said? Any minute now. She's already been gone longer than she meant to be. Something's held her up, visitors perhaps. Highbury gossips, tiresome creatures. Harriet may not find everyone as tiresome as you do." Emma knew this was too true to argue with, so she said nothing. He then added with a smile, "I won't pin down exact times or places, but I can tell you that I have good reason to believe your little friend will soon be hearing some very welcome news." "Really? How so? What kind of news?" "Very significant news, I assure you," he said, still smiling. "Very significant. I can only think of one thing. Who's in love with her? Who's made you their confidant?" Emma was more than half hoping that Mr. Elton had dropped a hint. Mr. Knightley was a general friend and advisor to many people, and she knew Mr. Elton looked up to him. "I have reason to believe," he replied, "that Harriet Smith will soon receive a marriage proposal, and from an entirely respectable source. Robert Martin is the man. Her visit to Abbey Mill this summer seems to have settled it for him. He's desperately in love and intends to marry her." "How very kind of him," said Emma. "But is he certain that Harriet intends to marry him?" "Well, let me put it this way. He means to propose to her." "Will that do? He came to the Abbey 2 evenings ago specifically to consult me about it. He knows I have a genuine regard for him and his whole family, and I believe he considers me one of his closest friends. He came to ask whether I thought it would be unwise for him to settle down so early, whether he thought she was too young, in short, whether I approved of his choice altogether. He seemed a little worried that she might be considered, especially since you've taken her up so as being above him socially. I was very impressed with everything he said. I never hear more good sense from anyone than Robert Martin. He always speaks plainly and honestly and shows excellent judgment. He told me everything, his finances, his plans, and what the family intended to do if he married. He's an outstanding young man, both as a son and a brother. I had no hesitation in advising him to go ahead. He proved to me he could afford it, and given that, I was convinced he couldn't do better. I had good things to say about the young lady too, and sent him away in high spirits. If he hadn't valued my opinion before, he certainly would have then, and I dare say he left the house thinking me the finest friend and advisor a man could have. That was the night before last. Now, as we might reasonably expect, he wouldn't wait long before speaking to her. Since he apparently didn't speak to her yesterday, there's a good chance he might be at Mrs. Goddard's today, and she may have been kept there by a visitor she doesn't find tiresome at all. "Tell me, Mr. Knightley," said Emma, who had been quietly smiling to herself throughout most of the speech, "how do you know that Mr. Martin didn't speak to her yesterday?" Well, he replied, surprised, I don't know it for certain, but it seemed a reasonable assumption. Wasn't she with you the entire day? Come, she said, I'll tell you something in return for what you've told me. He did speak to her yesterday, that is, he wrote to her and was refused. This had to be repeated before he could believe it. Mr. Knightley actually turned red with surprise and displeasure as he stood up, drawing himself up to his full height in indignation, and said, Then she's a bigger fool than I ever took her for. What on earth is the girl thinking? Oh, of course, cried Emma, it's always incomprehensible to a man that a woman should ever turn down a marriage proposal. A man always assumes a woman is ready to accept whoever asks her. Nonsense, no man assumes any such thing, but what does this mean? Harriet Smith refusing Robert Martin? It's madness if it's true, but I hope you're mistaken. I saw her answer, it couldn't have been clearer. You saw her answer, and you wrote her answer too. Emma, this is your doing. You talked her into refusing him. And if I did, which I'm far from admitting, I wouldn't feel I'd done anything wrong. Mr. Martin is a perfectly respectable young man, but I can't consider him Harriet's equal, and I'm rather surprised, actually, that he would have dared to approach her. From what you say, he did have some doubts about it himself. It's a shame those doubts were ever overcome. Not her equal, exclaimed Mr. Knightley loudly and heatedly. Then, with a sharper but calmer edge, he added a moment later, No, he is certainly not her equal, because he is far superior to her, both in intelligence and in standing. Emma, your obsession with that girl has blinded you completely. What exactly are Harriet Smith's claims, by birth, by ability, or by education, to anything better than Robert Martin? She is the illegitimate daughter of nobody knows who, with probably no financial provision made for her, and certainly no respectable family connections. She is known only as a paying boarder at a common school. She is not a bright girl, nor a particularly informed one. She has been taught nothing practical, and she is too young and too naive to have acquired anything through her own efforts. At her age, she can have no real experience, and with her limited intellect, she is unlikely to ever gain any that will truly serve her. She is pretty and she is good-natured, and that is all. My only reservation about encouraging the match was on his account, that it was beneath what he deserved and a poor connection for him. I felt that financially he could probably do much better, and that as for a sensible companion or capable partner, he could hardly do worse. But you can't reason like that with a man in love, and I was willing to trust that there was no real harm in her, that she had the kind of nature that, in good hands like his, might be easily guided in the right direction. The advantage of the match was entirely on her side, and I had not the slightest doubt, and still don't, that everyone would have said she was incredibly lucky. I even counted on your approval. It immediately crossed my mind that you wouldn't regret losing your friend from Highbury, given how well she'd be settled. I remember thinking to myself, even Emma, with all her fondness for Harriet, will see this is a good match. I can't help being amazed that you know me so little as to think that. What consider a farmer a good match for my closest friend? Mr. Martin, whatever his sense and his merits, is nothing more than that. Not mind losing her from Highbury so she could marry a man I could never even count as an acquaintance of my own. I'm astonished you'd think such feelings were possible for me. I assure you my feelings are very different. I think your assessment is quite unfair. You are not doing justice to Harriet's qualities. Others besides myself would judge them very differently. Mr. Martin may be the wealthier of the two, but he is undeniably her inferior in social standing. The social world she moves in is far above his. It would be a step down. A step down, for someone of illegitimate birth and little education, to marry a respectable, intelligent gentleman farmer. As for the circumstances of her birth, though legally she may be considered nobody, that doesn't hold up in any practical sense. She shouldn't have to pay for others' mistakes by being held beneath the level of the people she was raised alongside. There can scarcely be any doubt that her father is a gentleman, and a wealthy one at that. Her allowance is extremely generous. Nothing has ever been stinted for her comfort or improvement. That she is a gentleman's daughter, I have no doubt whatsoever. That she associates with the daughters of gentlemen, no one can deny. She is superior to Mr. Robert Martin. Whoever her parents may be, said Mr. Knightley, whoever has been responsible for her upbringing, it doesn't appear to have been any part of their plan to introduce her into what you would call good society. After receiving a very mediocre education, she has been left in Mrs. Goddard's hands to make her own way, to move. In short, in Mrs. Goddard's circle and among Mrs. Goddard's acquaintances. Her family clearly thought this was good enough for her, and it was good enough. She wanted nothing more herself. Until you decided to take her up as a friend, she had no dissatisfaction with her own set and no ambitions beyond it. She was perfectly happy with the Martins this summer. She had no sense of being above them then. If she has that sense now, you have given it to her. You have been no friend to Harriet Smith, Emma. Robert Martin would never have gone so far if he hadn't felt confident that she was not indifferent to him. I know him well. He has too much genuine feeling to approach any woman on the reckless impulse of selfish passion. And as for conceit, he is the furthest from it of any man I know. You can be sure he had encouragement. It suited Emma better not to respond directly to this. She chose instead to return to her own side of the argument. You are a very loyal friend to Mr. Martin, but, as I said before, you're being unfair to Harriet. Harriet's prospects for marrying well are not as negligible as you make them out to be. She may not be clever, but she has more sense than you give her credit for, and she doesn't deserve to have her intelligence spoken of so dismissively. Setting that aside, however, and even granting your description of her as merely pretty and good-natured, let me tell you that in the degree she possesses those qualities, they are far from trivial advantages in the world at large. She is, in fact, a genuinely beautiful girl, and 99 people out of 100 would say so, until it turns out that men are far more philosophical about beauty than they are generally assumed to be, until they actually fall in love with well-informed minds rather than attractive faces. A girl with Harriet's looks has a guaranteed place as someone admired and sought after, with the power to choose from among many, and therefore every right to be selective. And her good nature is no small thing either. It includes a real, deep sweetness of temperament and manner, a very modest opinion of herself, and a genuine eagerness to be pleased by others. I'd be very much mistaken if men in general wouldn't consider such beauty combined with such a personality to be the greatest qualities a woman could have. Honestly, Emma, listening to you misuse the intelligence you have is almost enough to make me think you'd be better off without it. It would be better to have no sense at all than to use it so badly as you do. Exactly, she cried playfully. I know that's what you all think. I know that a girl like Harriet is precisely what every man delights in, someone who captivates his senses and satisfies his judgment all at once. Oh, Harriet can take her pick. If you yourself were ever to marry, she would be the perfect woman for you. And should she, at 17, just stepping into the world, just beginning to be noticed and admired, be criticized for not accepting the very first offer she receives? No, please, give her time to look around. I have always thought this friendship a very foolish one, said Mr. Knightley presently, though I've kept that opinion to myself. But now I can see it's going to be genuinely harmful to Harriet. You'll fill her head with ideas about her own beauty and what she's entitled to, and before long nobody within her reach will be good enough for her. Vanity working on a weak mind leads to nothing but trouble. Nothing is easier than for a young woman to raise her expectations too high. Miss Harriet Smith may not find marriage proposals coming in as fast as all that, pretty as she is. Sensible men, whatever you choose to say, do not want silly wives. Men of good family would not be eager to tie themselves to a girl of such obscure origins, and most practical men would be wary of the embarrassment and social complications that might come when the mystery of her parentage eventually came to light. Let her marry Robert Martin, and she is safe, respectable, and happy for life. But if you encourage her to hold out for a great marriage, and teach her to be satisfied with nothing less than a man of wealth and consequence, she may end up as a paying boarder at Mrs. Goddard's for the rest of her life, or at least, since Harriet Smith is the kind of girl who will marry someone eventually, until she grows desperate and is glad to settle for the writing master's son. We see this so differently, Mr. Knightley, that there's no point in arguing about it further. We'll only make each other angrier. But as for my allowing her to marry Robert Martin, it's out of the question now. She has refused him, and so decisively that I think it must rule out any second attempt. She'll have to live with the consequences of having turned him down, whatever they may be. As for the refusal itself, I won't pretend I may not have influenced her somewhat, but I assure you there was very little for me or anyone else to do. His appearance is so much against him, and his manner so poor, that even if she had once been drawn to him, she isn't now. I can understand that before she had met anyone of better quality, she might have tolerated him. He was the brother of her friends, and he made an effort to please her, and having known nobody better, which must have been the main thing in his favor, she might not have found him disagreeable while she was at Abbey Mill. But things are different now. She knows what gentlemen are like. Nothing less than a true gentleman in education and manner has any chance with Harriet. Utter nonsense, the most complete nonsense I've ever heard, cried Mr. Knightley. Robert Martin's manners have sense, sincerity, and good humor to recommend them, and his character has more true gentility than Harriet Smith could ever appreciate. Emma made no reply and tried to appear cheerfully indifferent, but she was genuinely uncomfortable and very much wanted him to leave. She didn't regret what she had done. She still believed she was a better judge of such matters of feminine dignity and taste than he could ever be, but she had a kind of deep-seated respect for his judgment in general that made it unpleasant to have it turned so forcefully against her. Having him sitting directly across from her in a state of obvious anger was very disagreeable. Several minutes passed in this uncomfortable silence. Emma made one attempt to talk about the weather, but he didn't answer. He was thinking. When his thoughts finally surfaced, they came out in these words. Robert Martin hasn't lost much, if he can only come to see it that way, and I hope it won't be long before he does. Your plans for Harriet are known only to yourself, but since you make no secret of your love of matchmaking, it's fair to assume you have ideas, schemes, and projects in mind. As a friend, I'll just mention that if Elton is the man you have in mind, I think it will all be wasted effort. Emma laughed and denied it. He continued. Trust me, Elton won't do. Elton is a perfectly decent man and a respectable vicar of Highbury, but he is not at all the type to make an imprudent match. He understands the value of a good income as well as anyone. Elton may talk romantically, but he'll act practically. He knows his own worth as well as you know Harriet's. He knows he's a handsome young man who is well liked wherever he goes, and from his general manner of talking in unguarded moments, when there are only men present, I am convinced he has no intention of throwing himself away. I've heard him speak with great enthusiasm about a family of young ladies his sisters know well, every one of whom has £20,000 to her name. I'm very much obliged to you, said Emma, laughing again. If I had set my heart on Mr. Elton marrying Harriet, it would have been very kind of you to open my eyes. But at present I only want to keep Harriet as my friend. I'm done with matchmaking, truly. I could never hope to top what I managed at Randall's. I'll stop while I'm ahead. Good morning to you, he said, standing up and walking out abruptly. He was thoroughly annoyed. He felt genuine sympathy for the young man's disappointment and was frustrated with himself for having encouraged it with his approval. The role he was convinced Emma had played in the whole affair was infuriating him. Emma was left in a state of irritation too, though the sources of her frustration were less clear-cut than his. She didn't always feel as completely sure of herself, as entirely convinced that she was right and her opponent wrong, as Mr. Knightley did. He walked away with far more self-satisfaction than he left behind for her. Still, she wasn't so deeply unsettled that a little time and Harriet's return couldn't restore her. Harriet's long absence was beginning to worry her. The thought that the young man might have gone to Mrs. Goddard's that morning, found Harriet there, and pleaded his own case was genuinely alarming. The fear of such a setback became her chief anxiety, so when Harriet finally appeared, in excellent spirits and with no such explanation for her long absence, Emma felt a relief that settled her mind and convinced her that whatever Mr. Knightley might think or say, she had done nothing that friendship and good feeling toward another woman wouldn't justify. He had given her a small scare regarding Mr. Elton. But when she considered that Mr. Knightley couldn't have observed him as she had, not with the same interest, nor, she allowed herself to think despite Mr. Knightley's confidence, with the same insight as someone who had watched the situation as closely as she had, and that he had spoken hastily and in anger, she was able to convince herself that he had said what he angrily wished were true rather than what he actually knew anything about. He might certainly have heard Mr. Elton speak more candidly than she ever had, and Mr. Elton might not be careless or reckless when it came to money matters. He might even be naturally more careful about such things than otherwise. But Mr. Knightley failed to account for the power of a strong passion working against all practical considerations. Mr. Knightley saw no such passion, and naturally dismissed its effects, but she had seen far too much of it to doubt that it would overcome any hesitations that sensible caution might originally suggest. And more than a sensible degree of caution, she was quite certain, was not part of Mr. Elton's makeup. Harriet's bright face and cheerful manner when she returned confirmed everything. She had come back not to dwell on Mr. Martin, but to talk about Mr. Elton. Miss Nash had told her something, which she immediately repeated with great delight. Mr. Perry had visited Mrs. Goddard's to attend a sick child, and Miss Nash had seen him. He had told Miss Nash that on his way back from Clayton Park the previous day, he had run into Mr. Elton and been astonished to discover that Mr. Elton was actually on his way to London, with no intention of returning until the following day. even though it was whist club night, which he had never been known to miss before. Mr. Perry had challenged him about it and told him how shabby it was of him, as their best player, to absent himself, and had tried hard to persuade him to delay his trip by just one day, but it was no use. Mr. Elton had been determined to go, and had said in a very pointed way that he was going on business he wouldn't delay for anything in the world, and something about a very enviable errand, and being the bearer of something exceedingly precious. Mr. Perry couldn't quite make sense of it, but he was absolutely certain there must be a woman involved, and said so, at which Mr. Elton only looked very self-conscious and pleased with himself, and rode off in high spirits. Miss Nash had told her all of this and had gone on at length about Mr. Elton, saying, with a very meaningful look, that she didn't pretend to know what his business might be. But she only knew that any woman Mr. Elton chose to prefer she would consider the luckiest woman in the world, for without question, Mr. Elton had no equal for looks or charm. Chapter 9. Mr. Knightley might quarrel with her, but Emma could not quarrel with herself. He was so displeased that he stayed away from Hartfield longer than usual, and when they did finally meet, his stern expression made it clear he hadn't forgiven her. She was sorry, but she couldn't bring herself to regret it. On the contrary, the events of the next few days only made her feel more confident that her plans had been right all along. The portrait, elegantly framed, arrived safely soon after Mr. Elton's return, and when it was hung over the mantelpiece in the sitting room, he got up to admire it and murmured exactly the kind of half-formed compliments one would expect. As for Harriet's feelings, they were visibly developing into exactly the kind of strong, steady attachment that a girl of her age and temperament was capable of. Emma was soon perfectly satisfied that Mr. Martin was no longer in Harriet's thoughts, except as a contrast to Mr. Elton, a comparison that did Mr. Elton nothing but credit. Her plans to improve her young friend's mind through lots of useful reading and conversation had never amounted to much more than a few opening chapters and good intentions about continuing tomorrow. It was far easier to chat than to study, and much more enjoyable to let her imagination run wild with ideas about Harriet's future than to work at broadening her understanding or filling her head with dry facts. The only intellectual pursuit Harriet was actually engaged in at the moment, the only preparation she was making for later in life, was collecting and copying out every riddle and puzzle she could find into a slim notebook of fine hot-pressed paper that her friend had put together for her, decorated with ornamental designs. In this literary age, collections of that kind on quite a grand scale were not uncommon. Miss Nash, the head teacher at Mrs. Goddard's, had written out at least 300 of them, and Harriet, who had gotten the idea from her, hoped with Miss Woodhouse's help to gather a great many more. Emma contributed her creativity, memory, and taste, and since Harriet had very pretty handwriting, it was likely to be a collection of the highest order, both in presentation and quantity. Mr. Woodhouse was almost as caught up in the project as the girls, and often tried hard to remember something worth including. So many clever riddles there used to be when he was young, he couldn't think why he couldn't remember them, but he hoped it would come to him in time. And it always ended with Kitty, a fair but frozen maid. His good friend Perry, whom he had spoken to on the subject, couldn't at present recall any riddles either, but he had asked Perry to keep an eye out, and since Perry got around so much, he thought something might turn up from that direction. It was not at all Emma's wish to put the collective brain power of Highbury to work on the project. Mr. Elton was the only one whose help she asked. He was invited to contribute any particularly good puzzles, charades, or riddles he might know, and she had the pleasure of watching him think hard through his memory, and at the same time, as she could clearly see, taking great care that nothing ungallant, nothing short of a compliment to women, should cross his lips. They owed to him their 2 or 3 most polished puzzles, and the joy and triumph with which he finally recalled and rather sentimentally recited that well-known charade. Asterisk my first doth affliction denote, asterisk asterisk which my second is destined to feel asterisk asterisk, and my whole is the best antidote asterisk asterisk that affliction to soften and heal. Asterisk made her quite sorry to have to tell him they had already copied it in several pages back. Why won't you write one for us yourself, Mr. Elton? She said. That's the only way to guarantee it's original, and nothing could be easier for you. Oh no, he had hardly ever written anything of that kind in his life. The most hopeless fellow, he was afraid not even Miss Woodhouse. He paused for a moment, or Miss Smith could inspire him. The very next day, however, produced some evidence of inspiration. He stopped by for a few minutes, just to leave a piece of paper on the table containing, as he said, a charade that a friend of his had written for a young lady he admired. But from the way he behaved, Emma was immediately convinced it must be his own work. "I don't offer it for Miss Smith's collection," he said. "Since it's my friend's, I have no right to make it public in any way, but perhaps you wouldn't mind having a look at it." He directed the remark more to Emma than to Harriet, which Emma could understand. There was an obvious self-consciousness about him, and he found it easier to meet Emma's eyes than Harriet's. He was gone the next moment. After a brief pause, "Take it," said Emma, smiling and pushing the paper toward Harriet. "It's for you, take your own." But Harriet was trembling and couldn't bring herself to touch it, so Emma, never one to hesitate, had to read it herself. Asterisk to Miss, asterisk charade. Asterisk my first displays the wealth and pomp of kings, asterisk asterisk lords of the earth, their luxury and ease. Asterisk asterisk another view of man my second brings, asterisk asterisk behold him there, the monarch of the seas. Asterisk asterisk but united what reverse we have. Asterisk asterisk man's boasted power and freedom all are flown. Asterisk asterisk lord of the earth and sea, he bends a slave. Asterisk asterisk and woman, lovely woman, reigns alone. Asterisk asterisk thy ready wit the word will soon supply. Asterisk asterisk may its approval beam in that soft eye. Asterisk she read it over, thought it through, grasped the meaning, read it again to be completely sure she had it, and then passed it to Harriet and sat back with a happy smile, thinking to herself while Harriet frowned over the page in a muddle of hope and confusion. "Very well, Mr. Elton, very well indeed. I have read worse charades. Courtship, a very good hint. I give you credit for it. You're feeling your way forward. You're saying very plainly, please, Miss Smith, allow me to court you. Approve my charade and my intentions all at once. May its approval beam in that soft eye." That's Harriet exactly. Soft is precisely the right word for her eyes of all descriptions, the most fitting. Thy ready wit the word will soon supply. Harriet's ready wit, all the better. A man must be very deeply in love indeed to describe her that way. "Ah, Mr. Knightley, I wish you could see this. I think this would convince you. For once in your life you'd have to admit you were wrong. An excellent charade indeed, and right to the point. Things will have to come to a head soon now." She was forced to break off from these very pleasant reflections, which would otherwise have gone on at great length, by Harriet's eager and puzzled questions. "What can it be, Miss Woodhouse? What can it be? I haven't a clue, I can't guess it at all. What could it possibly be? Do try to figure it out, Miss Woodhouse. Do help me. I've never seen anything so difficult. Is it kingdom? I wonder who the friend was, and who the young lady could be. Do you think it's a good one? Can it be woman, and woman, lovely woman, reigns alone? Can it be Neptune? Behold him there, the monarch of the seas, or a trident, or a mermaid, or a shark. Oh no, shark is only one syllable. It must be very clever, or he wouldn't have brought it. Oh, Miss Woodhouse, do you think we'll ever figure it out? Mermaids and sharks, nonsense, my dear Harriet. What on earth are you thinking? What would be the point of him bringing us a charade about a mermaid or a shark? Give me the paper and listen. For Miss, read Miss Smith. My first displays the wealth and pomp of kings, lords of the earth, their luxury and ease, that is court. Another view of man my second brings, behold him there, the monarch of the seas, that is ship, as plain as it can be. Now for the best part. But united, courtship, you understand, what reverse we have. Man's boasted power and freedom all are flown. Lord of the earth and sea, he bends a slave, and woman, lovely woman, reigns alone. A very fitting compliment. And then comes the closing part, which I think, my dear Harriet, you won't have much difficulty understanding. Read it quietly to yourself. There can be no doubt it was written for you and to you. Harriet couldn't hold out long against such a delightful idea. She read the final lines and was in a flutter of happiness. She couldn't speak, but she didn't need to speak. It was enough for her to feel. Emma spoke on her behalf. "The compliment is so pointed and so specific," she said, "that I can't have the slightest doubt about Mr. Elton's intentions. You are the one he wants, and you'll soon have the clearest proof of it. I knew it must be so. I told myself I couldn't be that mistaken, and now it's perfectly clear. The state of his feelings is as clear and settled as my own wishes on the matter have been ever since I've known you. Yes, Harriet, I have been hoping for exactly this for just as long. I could never decide whether a match between you and Mr. Elton was more desirable or more natural. The two possibilities have always seemed so equally likely. I am very happy. I congratulate you, my dear Harriet, with all my heart. This is the kind of attachment a woman may well feel proud of inspiring. This is a connection that offers nothing but good. It will give you everything you could want: respectability, independence, a proper home. It will settle you at the center of all your true friends, close to Hartfield and to me, and make our friendship permanent. This, Harriet, is a match that neither of us need ever blush for. Dear Miss Woodhouse, And dear Miss Woodhouse was all that Harriet could manage at first, between many tender embraces. But when they finally got to something more like actual conversation, it was clear enough to Emma that Harriet understood, felt, anticipated, and remembered everything exactly as she should. Mr. Elton's superiority received very full acknowledgement. "Whatever you say is always right," cried Harriet, "and so I suppose and believe and hope that it must be so, but otherwise I never could have imagined it. It is so far beyond anything I deserve. Mr. Elton, who could marry anyone, there can't be two opinions about him, he is so very superior. Just think of those wonderful verses to Miss. Good heavens, how clever. Could it really have been meant for me? I won't entertain any doubt about that. It's a certainty, take my word for it. It's a sort of prologue to the play, an opening to the chapter, and will soon be followed by straightforward, matter-of-fact prose. It's the sort of thing nobody could have expected. I'm sure a month ago I had no more idea myself. The strangest things do happen. When Miss Smiths and Mr. Eltons get acquainted, they really do. And it is rather remarkable. It's unusual for something so obviously, so unmistakably desirable, something that practically invites other people to arrange it, to take shape so naturally on its own. You and Mr. Elton are brought together by your circumstances. Every detail of where you each live connects you to one another. Your marriage will be the equal of the match at Randall's. There does seem to be something in the air at Hartfield that points love in exactly the right direction and sends it flowing exactly where it ought to go. The course of true love never did run smooth. A Hartfield edition of Shakespeare would need a long footnote on that passage. That Mr. Elton should really be in love with me, of all people, when I barely knew him to speak to at Michaelmas, and he, the most handsome man imaginable, a man everyone looks up to, quite like Mr. Knightley, so sought after that everyone says he needn't eat a single meal alone if he doesn't choose to, that he has more invitations than there are days in the week. And such an excellent clergyman. Miss Nash has written down every text he has preached from since he came to Highbury. Dear me, when I think back to the first time I saw him, how little I imagined. The two abbots and I ran into the front room and peeked through the blind when we heard he was passing by, and Miss Nash came and scolded us away and stayed to look through herself, though she called me back shortly after and let me look too, which was very good-natured of her. And how handsome we thought he looked. He was walking arm in arm with Mr. Cole. This is a match which, whoever your friends may be, must please them, provided they have any common sense at all, and we shouldn't concern ourselves with fools. If they want to see you happily married, here is a man whose agreeable character gives every assurance of it. If they want you settled in the same community where they have placed you, that will be achieved here. And if their only aim is for you to be, as the saying goes, well married, here is a comfortable fortune, a respectable establishment, and a rise in the world that must satisfy them. Yes, very true. How wonderfully you talk. I love to hear you. You understand everything. You and Mr. Elton are equally clever. This charade, if I had studied for a whole year, I could never have produced anything like it. I thought he intended to try his hand at it from the way he declined yesterday. I think it is, without question, the best charade I have ever read. I have certainly never read one more to the point. It's almost twice as long as most of the ones we've had before. I wouldn't count its length as particularly in its favor. These things generally can't be too short. Harriet was too absorbed in the lines to listen. The most satisfying comparisons were forming in her mind. It's one thing, she said presently, her cheeks glowing, to have perfectly good common sense in an ordinary way, like everyone else, and when you have something to say, to sit down and write a letter and say just what you need to in a few words. It's quite another thing to write verses and charades like this. Emma could not have wished for a more spirited dismissal of Mr. Martin's prose. Those last two lines, continued Harriet, but how shall I ever be able to return the paper or let him know I've solved it? Oh, Miss Woodhouse, what can we do about that? Leave it to me. You do nothing. He'll be here this evening, I expect, and I'll give it back to him, and we'll exchange some casual pleasantries, and you won't be put in any awkward position. Your soft eyes can choose their own moment to show what they feel. Trust me. Oh, Miss Woodhouse, what a shame that I can't copy this beautiful charade into my book. I'm sure I haven't got one half as good. Leave out the last two lines, and there's no reason you can't copy it in. Oh, but those two lines are the best of all. Agreed, for your own private enjoyment, and for private enjoyment keep them. They are no less written down because you separate them. The couplet doesn't cease to exist, and its meaning doesn't change. But remove it, and all the personal reference disappears, and what remains is a very pretty, gallant charade fit for any collection. You can be sure he'd no more like to have his charade dismissed than his feelings rejected. A poet in love must be encouraged in both capacities or neither. Give me the book, I'll write it in, and then there can be no possible embarrassment for you. Harriet agreed, though her mind could barely separate the two parts enough to feel quite certain that her friend wasn't writing down a declaration of love. It seemed too precious a thing to share with anyone. I shall never let that book out of my own hands, she said. Very well, replied Emma, a perfectly natural feeling, and the longer it lasts the better I shall be pleased. But here is my father coming, you won't mind my reading the charade to him. It will give him such pleasure. He loves that sort of thing, and especially anything that pays a compliment to women. He has the warmest spirit of gallantry toward us all. You must let me read it to him. Harriet looked uncertain. My dear Harriet, you mustn't read too much into the charade. You'll give yourself away if you're too self-conscious and too quick to react and seem to attach more meaning to it, or even quite all the meaning it may hold. Don't be overwhelmed by such a small tribute of admiration. If he had wanted it kept secret, he wouldn't have left the paper while I was present. In fact, he rather pushed it toward me than toward you. Let's not make too solemn a business of it. He has encouragement enough to go on without our sighing over the charade. Oh no, I hope I won't be silly about it. Do as you think best. Mr. Woodhouse came in and very soon brought the subject up again with his frequent and familiar question. Well, my dears, how is your book coming along? Have you got anything new? Yes, Papa, we have something to read to you, something quite new. A piece of paper was found on the table this morning, dropped, we suppose, by a fairy, containing a very pretty charade, and we've just copied it in. She read it to him exactly as he liked to have things read, slowly and clearly, 2 or 3 times over, with explanations of each part as she went along, and he was very much pleased, and as she had anticipated, particularly struck by the complimentary conclusion. Yes, that's very right, that's very well put. Very true. Woman, lovely woman. It is such a pretty charade, my dear, that I can easily guess what fairy brought it. Nobody could have written so prettily but you, Emma. Emma only nodded and smiled. After a little reflection and a very tender sigh, he added, Ah, it's no great mystery to see who you take after. Your dear mother was so clever at all those things, if only I had her memory. But I can remember nothing, not even that particular riddle you've heard me mention. I can only recall the first verse, and there are several. Asterisk Kitty. A fair but frozen maid, asterisk asterisk kindled a flame I yet deplore. Asterisk asterisk the hoodwinked boy I called to aid, asterisk asterisk though of his near approach afraid, asterisk asterisk so fatal to my suit before. Asterisk, and that is all I can remember of it, but it is very clever all the way through. But I believe, my dear, you said you had it written down. Yes, Papa, it's on our second page. We copied it from the Elegant Extracts. It was Garrick's, you know. Ah yes, very true, I wish I could remember more of it. Kitty, a fair but frozen maid. The name makes me think of poor Isabella. She came very close to being christened Catherine after her grandmother. I do hope we'll have her here next week. Have you thought, my dear, where you'll put her, and what room there will be for the children? Oh yes, she'll have her own room of course, the room she always has, and there's the nursery for the children, just as usual. You know, why should anything be different? I don't know, my dear, but it has been so long since she was here. Not since last Easter, and then only for a few days. Mr. John Knightley being a lawyer is very inconvenient. Poor Isabella, she is so terribly taken away from us all, and how sorry she will be when she comes, not to find Miss Taylor here. She won't be surprised by that at least, Papa. I don't know, my dear. I must say I was very much surprised myself when I first heard she was going to be married. We must have Mr. and Mrs. Weston over to dinner while Isabella is here. Yes, my dear, if there is time, but, in a very downcast tone, she is only coming for 1 week. There won't be time for anything. It is a shame they can't stay longer, but it seems unavoidable. Mr. John Knightley must be back in town by the 28th, and we ought to be grateful, Papa, that we have them for the whole time they can spare from the city, and that 2 or 3 days aren't going to be taken up at the Abbey. Mr. Knightley has promised to give up his claim this Christmas, though you know it's been even longer since they were with him than with us. It would be very hard indeed, my dear, if poor Isabella were to stay anywhere but Hartfield. Mr. Woodhouse could never account for Mr. Knightley's claim on his brother, or anyone's claim on Isabella, other than his own. He sat quietly thinking for a moment and then said, But I don't see why poor Isabella should be obliged to go back so soon even if he does. I think, Emma, I shall try to persuade her to stay longer with us. She and the children could manage very well here. Ah, Papa, that is something you have never been able to accomplish, and I don't think you ever will. Isabella cannot bear to be left behind by her husband. This was too true to argue with. Unwelcome as it was, Mr. Woodhouse could only give a resigned sigh, and as Emma saw his spirits sink at the thought of his daughter's devotion to her husband, she immediately steered the conversation in a direction that would lift them. "Harriet must spend as much time with us as she can while my brother and sister are here. I'm sure she'll love the children. We are very proud of the children, aren't we, Papa? I wonder which one she'll think the handsomest, Henry or John? Ah, I wonder which she will. Poor little dears, how glad they'll be to come. They are very fond of being at Hartfield, Harriet." "I'm sure they are, sir. I can't imagine who wouldn't be. Henry is a fine boy, but John looks very like his mamma. Henry is the eldest. He was named after me, not after his father. John, the second, is named after his father. Some people are surprised, I believe, that the eldest wasn't, but Isabella wanted him called Henry, which I thought was very sweet of her, and he is a very clever boy indeed. They are all remarkably clever, and they have such charming ways. They'll come and stand by my chair and say, 'Grandpapa, can you give me a bit of string?' And once Henry asked me for a knife, but I told him knives were only for grandpapas. I think their father is too rough with them quite often." "He seems rough to you," said Emma, "because you are so very gentle yourself. But if you could compare him with other fathers, you wouldn't think him rough at all. He wants his boys to be active and hearty, and if they misbehave, he can give them a sharp word now and then, but he is an affectionate father. Mr. John Knightley is certainly an affectionate father. The children are all very fond of him. And then their uncle comes in and tosses them up to the ceiling in a most alarming way. But they love it, Papa. There's nothing they enjoy more. It's such a delight to them that if their uncle didn't establish a rule about taking turns, whichever one went first would never give way to the other. Well, I simply cannot understand it. That's the case with all of us, Papa. One half of the world cannot understand the pleasures of the other." Later that morning, just as the girls were about to part and get ready for the 4 o'clock dinner, the author of that remarkable charade walked in again. Harriet turned away, but Emma was able to greet him with her usual smile, and her quick eye soon read in his the look of a man who had made his move, who had thrown his dice, and had come to see how they would land. His stated reason for calling, however, was to ask whether Mr. Woodhouse's card party that evening could manage without him, or whether he was in any way needed at Hartfield. If he was, everything else must give way. But otherwise, his friend Cole had been pressing him so hard about dining with him, had made such a point of it, that he had conditionally promised to come. Emma thanked him, but said she couldn't allow him to disappoint his friend on their account. Her father was sure of his card game either way. He pressed again, she declined again, and he seemed about to take his leave when, picking up the paper from the table, she returned it to him. "Oh, here is the charade you were kind enough to leave with us. Thank you for letting us see it. We admired it so much that I've taken the liberty of copying it into Miss Smith's collection. Your friend won't mind, I hope. Of course, I've only transcribed the first 8 lines. Mr. Elton was clearly at a loss for what to say. He looked rather uncertain, rather flustered, said something about honor, glanced at Emma and then at Harriet, and then, noticing the book open on the table, picked it up and examined it very carefully. To smooth over the awkward moment, Emma said with a smile, "You must apologize to your friend on my behalf, but such a fine charade shouldn't be kept to just 1 or 2 readers. He can count on every woman's approval when he writes with such gallantry." "I have no hesitation in saying," replied Mr. Elton, hesitating considerably as he spoke, "I have no hesitation in saying, at least if my friend feels at all as I do, I have not the slightest doubt that, could he see his little composition honored as I see it here, glancing at the book again and setting it back on the table, he would consider it the proudest moment of his life." After this speech, he left as quickly as possible. Emma couldn't have wished him gone sooner, for with all his good and pleasant qualities, there was a certain theatricality to his speeches that was very likely to make her laugh. She hurried away to give in to that impulse, leaving the tenderness and the rapture of the moment to Harriet. Chapter 10. Though it was now the middle of December, the weather had been mild enough for the young ladies to get out for regular walks. The next day, Emma had a charitable visit to make to a poor sick family who lived just outside of Highbury. Their route to this isolated cottage ran down Vicarage Lane, a lane that branched off at a right angle from the town's broad but uneven main street, and, as one might expect, it happened to pass right by Mr. Elton's house. They first walked past a few modest dwellings, and then, about a quarter of a mile down the lane, the vicarage came into view, an old house, not particularly attractive, sitting almost flush with the road. It had nothing going for it in terms of location, but the current occupant had done a great deal to smarten it up. Whatever its shortcomings, there was no way the two friends could walk past it without slowing their pace and taking a good look. Emma's comment was, "There it is. That's where you and your riddle book will be heading one of these days." Harriet's was, "Oh, what a lovely house. How beautiful. Those are the yellow curtains that Miss Nash admires so much." "I don't often walk this way now," said Emma as they continued on, "but then I'll have good reason to, and I'll gradually become intimately familiar with every hedge, gate, pond, and pollarded tree in this part of Highbury." Emma discovered that Harriet had never once been inside the vicarage, and her desperation to see it was so intense that, given the obvious reality of the situation, Emma could only interpret it as further proof of love, on a par with Mr. Elton finding her clever. "I wish we could find a way in," Emma said, "but I can't think of any reasonable excuse to call. No servant I need to ask his housekeeper about, no message from my father." She thought it over but came up with nothing. After a few minutes of silence between them, Harriet started up again. "I really do wonder, Miss Woodhouse, that you aren't married, or at least thinking about it. You're so charming." Emma laughed and replied, "Being charming myself, Harriet, isn't quite enough reason for me to marry. I'd need to find someone else charming, at least one other person. And not only am I not planning to marry anytime soon, I have very little intention of ever marrying at all." "Oh, you say that now, but I can't believe you mean it. I would need to meet someone far superior to anyone I've encountered so far before I'd even be tempted. Mr. Elton, of course," she added, catching herself, "is out of the question, and honestly, I'd rather not be tempted at all. I really couldn't improve my situation by marrying. If I did marry, I'd fully expect to regret it." "Good heavens, it's so strange to hear a woman talk like that. I don't have the usual reasons women have for marrying. If I were to fall in love, that would be different. But I've never been in love. It's simply not in my nature, and I don't think it ever will be. And without love, I'd be a complete fool to trade the life I have. I don't need money, I don't need something to keep me busy, and I don't need social status. I doubt there are many married women who have as much control over their own household as I have over Hartfield, and I could never expect to be so genuinely loved and valued, so consistently first and always right in someone's eyes as I am in my father's. But then you'd end up an old maid like Miss Bates. That's about the most frightening image you could put in front of me, Harriet. If I thought I would ever become like Miss Bates, so foolish, so endlessly contented, so relentlessly cheerful, so rambling, so indiscriminate and undemanding, and so prone to telling everyone everything about everyone around her, I would get married tomorrow. But I can't see any real resemblance between us, except that we'd both be unmarried. But still, you'd be an old maid, and that's just dreadful." "Never mind, Harriet. I won't be a poor old maid, and it's really only poverty that makes being single look pathetic to the world. A single woman with very little money is bound to seem ridiculous and unpleasant, fair game for mockery. But a single woman with a comfortable fortune is always respectable, and can be just as sensible and enjoyable as anyone else. And honestly, the distinction isn't quite as unfair as it first appears, because a very tight income really does tend to narrow a person's outlook and sour their temper. People who can barely scrape by, and who are forced to move in a very small and generally inferior social circle, can hardly be blamed for becoming bitter and small-minded. That doesn't apply to Miss Bates, though. She's simply too good-natured and too silly for my taste. But in general, she's well-liked by almost everyone, despite being both single and poor. Poverty certainly hasn't narrowed her mind. I honestly think if she had only a pound to her name, she'd give half of it away, and nobody is afraid of her, which is a great quality. But goodness, what will you do? How will you keep yourself occupied when you're old? If I know myself at all, Harriet, I have an active, busy mind with plenty of my own resources. I don't see why I should find myself at a loss for things to do at 40 or 50 any more than at 21. The usual activities available to women, both practical and intellectual, will still be open to me then, much as they are now. If I sketch less, I'll read more. If I give up music, I'll take up needlework. And as for having people to care about, which is really the main thing you lose by not marrying, I'll be perfectly well off with all the children of a sister I love dearly. There will probably be enough of them to provide every kind of feeling that matters in later life, enough to hope for and worry about. And though I could never love any of them the way a parent does, that kind of attachment suits my idea of comfort better than something more intense and less rational. My nephews and nieces, I shall often have a niece to stay with me. Do you know Miss Bates's niece? I mean, I know you must have met her countless times, but are you actually acquainted? Oh, yes, we're always thrown together whenever she comes to Highbury. Though actually, that's almost enough to put me off the idea of nieces altogether. Heaven forbid I should ever bore people half as much about all the Knightleys combined as she does about Jane Fairfax. One gets completely sick of the very name of Jane Fairfax. Every letter from her gets read 40 times over. Her regards to everyone get passed around again and again. And if she so much as sends her aunt a sewing pattern or knits a pair of garters for her grandmother, you hear nothing else for a month. I wish Jane Fairfax well enough, but she bores me to death. They were now approaching the cottage, and all idle chatter was set aside. Emma was genuinely compassionate, and the poor could count on her for practical help just as much as for financial support. Her personal attention and kindness, her advice, and her patience were as reliable as her purse. She understood how they lived, could make allowances for their ignorance and the temptations they faced, had no idealistic expectations of exceptional virtue from people whom education had done so little for, entered into their troubles with real sympathy, and always gave her help with as much thoughtfulness as goodwill. On this occasion, it was both illness and poverty she had come to address. After staying as long as she could be of comfort or use, she left the cottage with such a vivid impression of what she had seen that as they walked away she said to Harriet, "These are the kinds of things that do us real good, Harriet. How trivial everything else seems by comparison. Right now I feel as though I could think of nothing but these poor people for the rest of the day, and yet, who can say how quickly it might all fade from my mind?" "Quite true," said Harriet. "Poor souls, one can't think of anything else." "And really, I don't think the feeling will pass quickly," said Emma, as she stepped over the low hedge and the unsteady stepping stone at the end of the narrow, slippery path through the cottage garden, which brought them back into the lane. "I don't think it will," she added, stopping to look back once more at the outward misery of the place and recall the even greater misery within. "Oh no, of course not," said her companion. They walked on. The lane curved slightly, and as they came around the bend, Mr. Elton appeared directly ahead, close enough that Emma had only a moment to say, "Ah, Harriet, here comes a very sudden test of how well our good feelings hold up." "Well," she added with a smile, "I suppose it's fair to say that if compassion has led to action and real help for those who are suffering, it has done everything that truly matters. If we feel for the wretched enough to do everything we can for them, anything beyond that is just empty sentiment, only distressing to ourselves." Harriet barely had time to answer, "Oh yes, absolutely," before Mr. Elton joined them. The needs and suffering of the poor family were, however, the first subject of conversation. He had been on his way to call on them himself. He would put that visit off for now, but they had a lively discussion about what could and should be done. Mr. Elton then turned around to walk back with them. Running into each other on an errand like this, thought Emma. Meeting over a charitable cause, this will only deepen the feeling on both sides. I wouldn't be surprised if it brought on the declaration. It would if I weren't here. I wish I were anywhere else. Eager to put some distance between herself and the two of them, she soon took a narrow footpath slightly raised on one side of the lane, leaving them together on the main road. But she hadn't been there 2 minutes before she realized that Harriet's instinct to follow her and imitate everything she did was drawing her up onto the path as well, and that both of them would shortly be right behind her. That wouldn't do at all. She stopped immediately, pretending that she needed to adjust the lacing on her ankle boot, and crouching down to take up the full width of the footpath, she asked them pleasantly to go on ahead, and she would catch up in half a minute. They did as she asked, and by the time she judged she had spent a reasonable amount of time fussing with her boot, she was lucky enough to gain a further delay. A child from the cottage came along, sent, as Emma had arranged, to fetch broth from Hartfield, carrying her pitcher. Walking beside the child and chatting with her was the most natural thing in the world, or would have been, had Emma not had an ulterior motive, and this allowed the other two to stay well ahead without having to wait for her. She was gaining on them regardless, since the child walked quickly and they were moving rather slowly. This worried her all the more because they were clearly deep in a conversation that had their full attention. Mr. Elton was talking with great animation, and Harriet was listening with obvious pleasure. Emma had sent the child on ahead and was beginning to think of how she might fall back a little further, when they both glanced around and she had no choice but to join them. Mr. Elton was still talking, still absorbed in some detailed account, and Emma felt a small pang of disappointment when she realized he was merely telling Harriet about the previous evening's dinner party at his friend Cole's, and that Emma herself was being mentioned in connection with the Stilton cheese, the North Wiltshire, the butter, the celery, the beetroot, and all the dessert. This would have led to something better soon enough, of course, she consoled herself. Anything holds interest for two people who are falling in love, and anything can serve as a way in to what really matters. If only I could have stayed away a little longer." They now all walked on together in silence until the vicarage fence came into view, at which point Emma suddenly resolved to at least get Harriet inside the house, and found herself once again noticing something very wrong with her boot, falling behind to deal with it. She then snapped the lace off short, and with a deft flick, tossed it into the ditch. She was then obliged to call out to them to stop, and admitted that she couldn't fix it well enough to walk home in any comfort. "Part of my lace has gone," she said, "and I don't know how I'm going to manage. I really am being dreadful company for you both, though I hope I'm not usually this unprepared. Mr. Elton, I'm afraid I'll have to ask if I might stop at your house and beg your housekeeper for a bit of ribbon or string, anything to keep my boot on." Mr. Elton looked absolutely delighted at the suggestion, and nothing could have exceeded his eagerness and attentiveness in showing them into his house and doing his best to present everything to its best advantage. The room they were brought into was the one he mainly used, facing the front of the house. Behind it was another room that connected directly to it, with the door between them standing open. Emma went through into this back room with the housekeeper to get the help she needed in the most comfortable way possible. She was obliged to leave the door ajar as she found it, but she fully intended for Mr. Elton to close it. He didn't, however. It stayed ajar. But by keeping the housekeeper in non-stop conversation, she hoped to give him the freedom to choose his own subject in the adjoining room. For 10 minutes all she could hear was herself. She couldn't drag it out any longer. She was finally obliged to finish up and make her reappearance. The two lovers were standing together at one of the windows. It looked very promising indeed, and for half a moment Emma felt the thrill of having schemed successfully. But it hadn't worked. He hadn't come to the point. He had been charming, utterly delightful. He had told Harriet that he had seen them pass by and had deliberately followed them. A few other small flatteries and pointed remarks had been dropped, but nothing of any real consequence. Cautious, very cautious, thought Emma. He's moving inch by inch and won't risk anything until he's sure of his ground. Still, even though her clever scheme hadn't achieved everything she'd hoped, she couldn't help feeling that it had at least given them both a great deal of pleasure in the moment, and must surely be moving them closer to the main event. Chapter 11. Mr. Elton would have to manage on his own now. It was no longer within Emma's power to oversee his romantic prospects or speed things along. Her sister's family was arriving so soon that, first in anticipation and then in reality, they became her primary focus. During the 10 days of their stay at Hartfield, she didn't expect, nor did she expect of herself, to offer the couple anything more than the occasional, accidental bit of help. They could move forward quickly if they chose to, though. One way or another, they would have to move forward regardless. She hardly wished she had more free time to devote to them. Some people, after all, the more you do for them, the less they do for themselves. Mr. and Mrs. John Knightley had been away from Surrey longer than usual, which naturally made their visit more eagerly anticipated. Until this year, every long holiday since their marriage had been split between Hartfield and Donwell Abbey. But this autumn had been given over entirely to sea bathing for the children, and it had therefore been many months since their Surrey connections had seen them regularly, or since Mr. Woodhouse had seen them at all, as he couldn't be persuaded to travel as far as London, even for poor Isabella's sake. He was consequently beside himself with anxious, trembling happiness as he looked forward to this all-too-short visit. He worried considerably about the hardships of the journey for her, and no small amount about the strain on his own horses and coachmen, who were to bring part of the group for the final stretch. But his worries turned out to be needless. The 16 miles were completed without incident, and Mr. and Mrs. John Knightley, their 5 children, and a sufficient number of nursemaids all arrived at Hartfield safely. The bustle and joy of such an arrival, the many people to be greeted, welcomed, encouraged, and ushered in various directions, created a level of noise and commotion that Mr. Woodhouse's nerves could not have tolerated under any other circumstances, and could barely endure even now. But Mrs. John Knightley respected the rhythms of Hartfield and her father's sensibilities so deeply that, despite her natural desire to see her little ones immediately given every freedom and comfort, every bit of food and drink, sleep and play they could possibly want, without a moment's delay, she never allowed the children to disturb him for long, whether through their own noise or through the fuss of looking after them. Mrs. John Knightley was a pretty, graceful little woman with gentle, quiet manners and a remarkably warm and affectionate nature. She was entirely wrapped up in her family, a devoted wife and adoring mother, and so deeply attached to her father and sister that, were it not for those stronger ties, it would have seemed impossible for her to love anyone more. She could never see a fault in any of them. She was not a woman of sharp intellect or quick perception, and in this she resembled her father, from whom she had also inherited much of his constitution. She was delicate in her own health, overly anxious about her children's, prone to many fears and nervous worries, and as devoted to her own Dr. Wingfield in London as her father was to Mr. Perry. They were alike, too, in their general warmth of spirit and their deep loyalty to old friends and acquaintances. Mr. John Knightley was a tall, gentlemanly, and very clever man, rising steadily in his profession, domestic in his habits, and respectable in his private life. His reserved manner, however, kept him from being widely liked, and he was capable of falling into a bad mood. He wasn't a bad-tempered man, exactly, not unreasonably irritable often enough to deserve that label, but his temper was not his greatest virtue. Indeed, with such a worshipful wife, it was almost inevitable that any natural flaws in his character would only grow worse. Her extraordinary sweetness was bound to work against his. He had all the sharpness and quickness of mind that she lacked, and he could sometimes behave ungraciously or say something cutting. He was not a great favorite with his charming sister-in-law. She didn't miss a thing when it came to his shortcomings, and she was quick to feel the small slights to Isabella that Isabella herself never even noticed. She might have been more forgiving had he shown more warmth toward Isabella's sister, but his manner toward Emma was simply that of a calmly kind brother and friend, neither flattering nor blind. Even so, no amount of personal charm on his part could have made her overlook what she considered his greatest fault, his occasional failure to show respectful patience toward her father. In that regard, he didn't always have the restraint one might have wished for. Mr. Woodhouse's eccentricities and fidgeting sometimes provoked him into either a pointed rebuke or a sharp retort, neither of which was appropriate. It didn't happen often. Mr. John Knightley genuinely cared for his father-in-law and generally had a strong sense of what was owed to him. But it happened often enough to trouble Emma's generous spirit, especially since she frequently had to endure the anxiety of expecting an outburst that never actually came. The start of every visit, however, showed nothing but the best of intentions, and since this one was necessarily so short, there was reason to hope it would pass in unclouded warmth. They had barely settled down when Mr. Woodhouse, with a mournful shake of his head and a sigh, drew his daughter's attention to the sad change at Hartfield since she had last been there. "Ah, my dear," he said, "poor Miss Taylor, it's such a grievous business." "Oh, yes, sir," she cried with ready sympathy. "How you must miss her. And dear Emma, too, what a dreadful loss for you both. I've been so grieved for you. I couldn't imagine how you could possibly manage without her. It is a sad change indeed. But I hope she is keeping well, sir?" "Pretty well, my dear, I hope, pretty well. I'm not sure the place entirely agrees with her, but tolerably, I suppose." Mr. John Knightley quietly asked Emma whether there was any concern about the air at Randall's. "Oh, no, none at all. I've never seen Mrs. Weston looking better in my life. Papa is only expressing his own feelings of loss, which speaks very well of both of them," was John Knightley's gracious reply. "And do you see her tolerably often, sir?" asked Isabella, in the gently mournful tone perfectly suited to her father. Mr. Woodhouse hesitated. "Not nearly so often, my dear, as I could wish." "Oh, Papa, we have only missed seeing them on one single day since they were married. Either in the morning or the evening of every other day, we've seen either Mr. Weston or Mrs. Weston, and generally both, either at Randall's or here. And as you can imagine, Isabella, most often here. They are very, very kind about visiting. Mr. Weston is truly as thoughtful as she is. Papa, if you speak in that gloomy way, you'll give Isabella a completely false impression of things. Everyone understands that Miss Taylor must be missed, but everyone should also know that Mr. and Mrs. Weston genuinely make up for her absence far more than we ever expected they would, which is the simple truth." "Exactly as it should be," said Mr. John Knightley, "and exactly what I hoped from your letters. Her wish to show you attention was never in doubt, and his being a sociable, unattached sort of man makes everything easy. I've always told you, my love, that I didn't think the change would affect Hartfield nearly as much as you feared. Now that you have Emma's account, I hope you're satisfied." "Well, to be sure," said Mr. Woodhouse, "yes, certainly I can't deny that Mrs. Weston does come and see us quite often, but then she's always obliged to go away again. It would be very hard on Mr. Weston if she didn't, Papa. You're quite forgetting poor Mr. Weston." "I think, indeed," said John Knightley pleasantly, "that Mr. Weston has some small claim on her. You and I, Emma, can afford to take the husband's side. I, being a husband myself, and you not being a wife, we may well feel the force of a man's claims equally. As for Isabella, she's been married long enough to find it quite natural to set all the Mr. Westons aside whenever convenient. Me, my love, cried his wife, having caught only part of what was said. Are you talking about me? I'm sure nobody could be a stronger champion of marriage than I am. And if it weren't for the misery of her leaving Hartfield, I would never have thought of Miss Taylor as anything but the most fortunate woman in the world. As for slighting Mr. Weston, that excellent Mr. Weston, I think there is nothing he doesn't deserve. I believe he is one of the best-natured men who ever lived. Setting aside yourself and your brother, I don't know his equal for good temper. I'll never forget him flying Henry's kite on that terribly windy day last Easter, and ever since his particular kindness last September, writing that note at midnight expressly to assure me there was no scarlet fever at Cobham, I've been convinced there could not be a more caring heart or a better man alive. If anyone deserves him, it must be Miss Taylor. And what about the young man? Said John Knightley. Has he been here for the occasion or not? He hasn't been here yet, replied Emma. There was every expectation of his coming soon after the wedding, but nothing came of it, and I haven't heard him mentioned much lately. But you should tell them about the letter, my dear, said her father. He wrote a letter to poor Mrs. Weston to congratulate her, a very proper, handsome letter it was. She showed it to me. I thought it very well done of him indeed. Whether it was his own idea, one can't say, of course. He's young, and his uncle perhaps. Dear Papa, he's 23. You forget how quickly time passes. 23, is he really? Well, I wouldn't have thought it, and he was only 2 years old when he lost his poor mother. Well, time really does fly, and my memory is so bad. However, it was an exceptionally good, charming letter and gave Mr. and Mrs. Weston a great deal of pleasure. I recall it was written from Weymouth, dated September the 28th, and began my dear madam, though I forget how it went on, and was signed F. C. Weston Churchill. That part I remember perfectly. How very pleasing and proper of him, cried the warm-hearted Mrs. John Knightley. I have no doubt he's a most agreeable young man, but how sad that he doesn't live at home with his father. There's something so troubling about a child being taken away from his parents and his natural home. I could never understand how Mr. Weston could part with him, to give up one's own child. I really could never think well of anyone who proposed such a thing to another person. Nobody ever did think well of the Churchills, I believe, observed Mr. John Knightley coolly. But you needn't imagine Mr. Weston felt what you would feel at giving up Henry or John. Mr. Weston is more of an easy, cheerful-natured man than a man of deep feeling. He takes things as they come and finds enjoyment in them one way or another. I suspect he relies far more on what people call society for his happiness. That is, on being able to eat and drink and play whist with his neighbors 5 times a week, than on family affection or anything that home has to offer. Emma didn't like what amounted to a dig at Mr. Weston, and she was half tempted to push back. But she held herself in check and let it go. She wanted to keep the peace if at all possible. And there was, she admitted, something genuinely admirable in her brother-in-law's deep attachment to home and domestic life, the very quality that led him to look down on the ordinary social world and those who depended on it. That was worthy of some forbearance, at least. Chapter 12. Mr. Knightley was coming to dinner, which Mr. Woodhouse wasn't entirely happy about since he didn't want anyone sharing Isabella's first day back with him. But Emma's sense of what was right had settled the matter. Beyond the simple fairness of having both brothers present, she had a particular reason to want Mr. Knightley invited, given their recent falling out. She hoped they could be friends again. It felt like time to move past it. Actually, making up wasn't quite the right way to think about it. She certainly hadn't been wrong, and he would never admit that he had been either. Any formal reconciliation was out of the question, but it was time to act as though the quarrel had never happened. She thought it might help smooth things over that when he walked into the room, she was holding one of the children, the youngest, a sweet little girl of about 8 months, making her first visit to Hartfield, perfectly content to be bounced around in her aunt's arms. It did help. Though Mr. Knightley came in looking serious and offering only brief replies at first, he was soon drawn into easy conversation, and before long he took the baby right out of Emma's arms with the casual ease of someone completely at home. Emma felt that they were friends again. The certainty of it gave her first a warm rush of satisfaction, and then a touch of cheekiness, so that as he was admiring the baby, she couldn't help saying, "What a comfort it is that we think exactly alike about our nephews and nieces. We sometimes disagree quite a bit about men and women, but when it comes to these children, I've noticed we never argue." If you let nature guide your judgment about men and women as much as it does with these children, and relied less on fantasy and impulse in how you deal with them, we might always agree. Of course, whenever we disagree, it must always be because I'm wrong. Yes, he said, smiling, and with good reason. I was 16 years old when you were born. That's quite a gap, she replied, and no doubt you had far better judgment than me at that stage of our lives. But doesn't 21 years go some way toward closing the distance between us? Yes, a good deal. But still not far enough to give me any chance of being right when we disagree. I still have the advantage of 16 more years of experience, and of not being a pretty young woman and a spoiled child. Come, dear Emma, let's be friends and say no more about it. Tell your aunt, little Emma, that she ought to set you a better example than going back over old arguments, and that even if she wasn't wrong before, she certainly is now. That's true, Emma cried. Very true. Little Emma, grow up to be a better woman than your aunt. Be infinitely cleverer and not half as conceited. Now, Mr. Knightley, just one or two more words and I'm done. As far as good intentions go, we were both right, and I have to say that nothing on my side of the argument has proven to be wrong yet. I only want to know that Mr. Martin isn't terribly, bitterly disappointed. A man could not be more so, he replied, short and direct. Oh, I really am very sorry. Come, shake hands with me. That had just happened, warmly and genuinely, when John Knightley appeared. How are you, George? And John, how are you? Were exchanged in true English fashion, burying under an air of near indifference the deep affection that would have led either of them, if it ever came to it, to do absolutely anything for the other. The evening was relaxed and full of easy conversation. Mr. Woodhouse gave up on cards entirely so he could enjoy a good long talk with his dear Isabella, and the small group naturally split into two. On one side, Mr. Woodhouse and his daughter. On the other, the two Mr. Knightleys, their topics entirely separate, with only occasional overlap. Emma drifted between both sides now and then. The brothers talked about their own lives and interests, but mostly about the elders, since Mr. Knightley was far the more talkative of the two. As a magistrate, he usually had some legal question to put to John, or at least some interesting case to tell him about. And as the farmer who managed the home farm at Donwell, he had plenty to say about what each field would be growing the following year, and all the local news that would naturally interest a brother for whom Donwell had been home for most of his life, and to whom it still held deep meaning. Plans for a new drainage ditch, changes to a fence, the felling of a tree, what each acre would be put to. Wheat, turnips, spring crops, all of it received as much genuine interest from John as his quieter personality would allow. And whenever his enthusiastic brother actually paused long enough for him to ask a question, those questions came close to sounding almost eager. While they were happily occupied with all that, Mr. Woodhouse was deep in a flowing stream of tender worry and fond regret with his daughter. My poor dear Isabella, he said, taking her hand warmly and interrupting, for a moment, the busy attention she was giving to one or another of her 5 children. How long it's been, how terribly long since you were here. You must be exhausted after the journey. You should go to bed early tonight, my dear, and I'd recommend a little gruel before you go. You and I will have a nice bowl together. Dear Emma, what do you say to all of us having some gruel? Emma couldn't see that happening, knowing perfectly well that both Mr. Knightleys were just as resistant to the idea as she was. Only 2 bowls were ordered. After a little more conversation in praise of gruel, much enthusiasm about its health benefits, and considerable criticism of all the households where it was never made properly, Mr. Woodhouse settled into grave reflection and said, It was a rather unfortunate business, my dear, you're spending the autumn at Southend instead of coming here. I've never had much faith in sea air. Mr. Wingfield strongly recommended it, sir, otherwise we would never have gone. He recommended it for all the children, but especially for the weakness in little Bella's throat, both the sea air and the bathing. Ah, my dear, but Perry had serious doubts about whether the sea would do her any good at all, and for my part, I've been quite convinced for a long time now, though perhaps I never said so before, that the sea is very rarely good for anyone. I'm sure it nearly killed me once. Now, said Emma quickly, sensing dangerous territory. I really must ask you not to talk about the sea. It makes me miserable with envy, I who have never even seen it. Southend is off limits, please. My dear Isabella, I haven't heard you ask about Mr. Perry once yet, and he never forgets you. Oh, good Mr. Perry, how is he, sir? Well, fairly well, but not entirely. Poor Perry is suffering from a bilious complaint, and he tells me he simply hasn't time to take proper care of himself. Very sad, but everyone in the area is always calling on him. I don't suppose any doctor has a busier practice anywhere. Then again, there isn't a more skilled one anywhere either. And Mrs. Perry and the children, how are they? Are the children growing? I'm very fond of Mr. Perry. I do hope he'll call soon. He'll be so pleased to see my little ones. I hope he'll come tomorrow, as there are one or two things I need to ask him about myself, quite important things. And my dear, whenever he does come, you really should let him look at little Bella's throat. Oh, my dear sir, her throat is so much better that I'm hardly worried about it at all now. Either the bathing did her tremendous good, or it's thanks to an excellent liniment from Mr. Wingfield that we've been using on and off since August. It's rather unlikely that the bathing helped her, my dear, and if I'd known you were in need of a liniment, I would have spoken to. I think you've forgotten Mrs. and Miss Bates, said Emma. I haven't heard you ask after them once. Oh, the dear Bateses, I'm quite ashamed of myself, but you do mention them in most of your letters. I do hope they're keeping well. Good old Mrs. Bates, I'll call on her tomorrow and bring the children. They're always so delighted to see my children. And that wonderful Miss Bates, such thoroughly good, worthy people. How are they, sir? Fairly well, my dear, on the whole, but poor Mrs. Bates had quite a bad cold about a month ago. How sorry I am, but colds have been terribly common this autumn. Mr. Wingfield told me he's never known them so widespread or so severe, except when it's been a full-on flu. That has been somewhat the case, my dear, but not to the degree you describe. Perry says colds have been very common, but not as bad as he's seen them in November before. Perry doesn't consider it a particularly sickly season overall. No, I don't know that Mr. Wingfield thinks it especially sickly either, except, my poor dear child, the truth is that in London it is always a sickly season. Nobody is healthy in London, nobody can be. It's dreadful that you're forced to live there, so far away, and the air so bad. No, indeed, we're not in a bad area at all. Our part of London is far superior to most. You mustn't lump us in with London in general, dear sir. The neighborhood around Brunswick Square is quite different from almost everywhere else. The air is so fresh. I honestly wouldn't want to live in any other part of the city. There's hardly anywhere else I'd feel comfortable raising my children. But we have such wonderful air. Mr. Wingfield considers the area around Brunswick Square to be the best in London for air quality. Ah, my dear, it's not Hartfield. You make the best of it, but after you've been at Hartfield for a week, all of you are completely different. You don't look like the same people, and I have to say that none of you look very well to me at the moment. I'm sorry to hear you say so, sir, but I assure you, apart from those little nervous headaches and palpitations that I'm never entirely free of wherever I am, I feel perfectly well myself. And if the children looked a little pale when they went to bed, it was only because they were more tired than usual from the journey and all the excitement of arriving. I hope you'll think them looking better tomorrow. Mr. Wingfield told me he didn't think he'd ever send us off in such good health, all things considered. I do hope, at least, that you don't think Mr. Knightley looks unwell, she added, turning to look at her husband with worried affection. So, my dear, I can't really compliment you there. I think Mr. John Knightley looks very far from well. What's that, sir? Were you speaking to me? Called Mr. John Knightley, catching his name. I'm sorry to tell you, my love, that my father doesn't think you're looking well, though I hope it's just tiredness. I did wish, as you know, that you'd seen Mr. Wingfield before we left. My dear Isabella, he cut in quickly, please don't worry yourself about how I look. Be satisfied with fussing over yourself and the children, and let me look however I like. I didn't quite follow what you were saying to your brother, said Emma briskly, about your friend Mr. Graham planning to bring in a land agent from Scotland to manage his new estate. Do you think it will work out? Won't the local prejudice against outsiders be too strong? She kept that conversation going long and successfully enough that, when she finally turned her attention back to her father and sister, the worst she had to contend with was Isabella kindly asking after Jane Fairfax. And Jane Fairfax, though not generally one of Emma's favorite subjects, was someone she was perfectly happy to help praise at that moment. That sweet, lovely Jane Fairfax, said Mrs. John Knightley. It's been so long since I've properly seen her, only the occasional chance encounter in town. What joy her visits must bring to her dear old grandmother and wonderful aunt. I always feel so sorry for Emma's sake that Jane can't be in Highbury more often. Now that the Campbell's daughter is married, though, I suppose they won't be able to spare Jane at all. She would be such a wonderful companion for Emma. Mr. Woodhouse agreed entirely, but added, our dear little friend Harriet Smith, though, is just as sweet and charming a young person. You'll like Harriet. Emma couldn't have a better companion than Harriet. I'm very glad to hear it, but Jane Fairfax one knows to be so truly accomplished and exceptional, and exactly Emma's age, too. That topic was discussed with great warmth, and others followed in a similar pleasant vein, the evening flowing along in easy harmony. But it didn't end without a small ripple of tension. The gruel arrived and gave everyone plenty to talk about. Much praise, much commentary, firm conviction of its universal health benefits, and sharp criticism of all the households where it was never made properly. Unfortunately, among the failures Isabella felt compelled to mention, the most recent, and therefore most prominent, was her own cook at Southend, a young woman hired for the season who had never managed to grasp what was meant by a bowl of smooth, nicely made gruel, thin but not too thin. No matter how many times Isabella had asked for it, she had never once received anything remotely acceptable. This was dangerous ground. "Ah," said Mr. Woodhouse, shaking his head and looking at her with pained concern. The look said everything to Emma. There's no end to the sad consequences of your going to Southend. It doesn't bear thinking about. For a few moments she hoped he might leave it at that, and that silent brooding might be enough to restore him to the quiet enjoyment of his own perfect gruel. After a few minutes of silence, however, he began, "I shall always be very sorry that you went to the sea this autumn instead of coming here. But why should you be sorry, sir? I assure you it did the children a great deal of good. And besides, if you had to go to the sea, Southend was not the right choice. Southend is an unhealthy place. Perry was quite surprised to hear you decided on Southend. I know that's a common view, but it really is quite mistaken, sir. We were all perfectly healthy there, never had the slightest trouble from the mud. And Mr. Wingfield says it's entirely wrong to think the place unhealthy. He can certainly be trusted on the subject. He has a thorough understanding of air quality, and his own brother and family have been there many times. You should have gone to Cromer, my dear, if you went anywhere. Perry spent a week at Cromer once, and he considers it the finest sea-bathing resort of all. A beautiful open sea, he says, and very pure air. And from what I understand, you could have found lodgings there set well back from the sea, a quarter of a mile away, very comfortable. You should have consulted Perry. But, my dear sir, think of the difference in the journey. It would have been enormously longer. 100 miles perhaps instead of 40. Ah, my dear, as Perry says, when health is at stake, nothing else should enter into it. And once you've decided to travel at all, there's not much difference between 40 miles and 100. Better not to move at all, better to stay in London entirely than to travel 40 miles to reach somewhere with worse air. That was precisely Perry's view. He thought it a very poorly considered decision. Emma's attempts to steer her father away from the subject had been useless, and having come this far, she could hardly blame her brother-in-law for speaking up. Mr. Perry, he said, in a tone of firm displeasure, would do well to keep his opinions to himself until someone asks for them. What business is it of his to take issue with my decisions, with where I choose to take my family for the season? I'm entitled to use my own judgment, I should hope, just as much as Mr. Perry. I don't need his advice any more than I need his medicine." He paused, and cooling down almost immediately, added with dry sarcasm, "If Mr. Perry can show me how to transport a wife and 5 children 130 miles with no more cost or inconvenience than 40, I would be just as happy to choose Cromer over Southend as he could wish." Quite right," said Mr. Knightley, stepping in with well-timed ease. "Very true, that's a real consideration. But John, getting back to what I was telling you about my idea of moving the path to Langham, shifting it further to the right so it doesn't cut through the home meadows, I really can't see any difficulty with it. I wouldn't pursue it if it caused any inconvenience to the people of Highbury, but if you think about exactly where the path currently runs, the only way to settle it properly is to look at the maps. I'll see you at the Abbey tomorrow morning, I hope, and we can go over them then. I'd like to hear your thoughts." Mr. Woodhouse was rather unsettled by the harsh words directed at his friend Perry, to whom he had, without quite realizing it, been attributing many of his own feelings and opinions. But the soothing attentions of both his daughters gradually eased his distress, and the quick thinking of one brother, combined with the better judgment of the other, made sure the subject wasn't raised again. Chapter 13. There could hardly have been a happier person in the world than Mrs. John Knightley during her short visit to Hartfield. Every morning she went around visiting old friends with her 5 children, and every evening she sat with her father and sister recounting everything she'd done that day. She had nothing to wish for except that the days wouldn't pass so quickly. It was a wonderful visit, perfect, in the sense that it was far too short. Generally, their evenings were less taken up with socializing than their mornings, but there was one full dinner engagement away from the house that couldn't be avoided, even at Christmas. Mr. Weston refused to take no for an answer. They simply had to come to Randall's for dinner one day, Even Mr. Woodhouse was talked into accepting rather than have the party split up. He would have raised objections about how they were all to get there if he could have managed it, but since his son and daughter-in-law's carriage and horses were right there at Hartfield, he could only ask a simple question about it. It barely counted as a concern. And it didn't take Emma long to convince him that one of the carriages could easily fit Harriet as well. Harriet, Mr. Elton, and Mr. Knightley, their own close circle, were the only guests invited to join them. The evening was to start early, and the numbers were to be kept small, with Mr. Woodhouse's preferences and habits taken into account in everything. The evening before this big occasion, and it truly was a big occasion that Mr. Woodhouse should be dining out on the 24th of December. Harriet had spent at Hartfield, and she had gone home feeling so unwell with a cold that Emma would not have let her leave at all, had it not been for Harriet's own strong wish to be looked after by Mrs. Goddard. Emma called on her the next day and found that her fate regarding Randalls was already sealed. She had a fever and a bad sore throat. Mrs. Goddard was full of care and concern. Mr. Perry was being sent for, and Harriet herself was too ill and low-spirited to resist the authority that kept her from attending the dinner, though she couldn't speak of missing it without tears. Emma stayed with her as long as she could, keeping her company during Mrs. Goddard's unavoidable absences and lifting her spirits by pointing out how miserable Mr. Elton would be when he heard about her condition. She finally left Harriet in a reasonably comfortable state, sustained by the pleasant thought that he would have a thoroughly cheerless evening and that everyone would miss her terribly. Emma had barely walked a few yards from Mrs. Goddard's door when she ran into Mr. Elton himself, clearly heading toward the house. He had heard rumors of Harriet's illness and was on his way to inquire, so he could bring a report back to Hartfield. As they walked slowly together, discussing the patient, they were overtaken by Mr. John Knightley, returning from his daily visit to Donwell with his two eldest boys, whose healthy, flushed faces showed all the good of a run in the country air, and seemed to promise a quick and enthusiastic attack on the roast mutton and rice pudding they were hurrying home for. The two groups joined together and walked on. Emma was just describing the nature of her friend's illness, a very inflamed throat with quite a lot of fever, a quick, weak pulse, and so on, and she was sorry to learn from Mrs. Goddard that Harriet was prone to very bad sore throats that had often given her cause for alarm. Mr. Elton looked thoroughly alarmed as he exclaimed, "A sore throat? I hope it's not contagious. I hope it's not the infectious kind. Has Perry seen her? Really, you must take care of yourself as well as your friend. Please, don't take any risks. Why hasn't Perry seen her?" Emma, who wasn't the least bit frightened herself, calmed his excessive anxiety by assuring him of Mrs. Goddard's experience and attentiveness. But since there remained a certain level of worry that she had no desire to reason away, one she would rather keep alive than dispel, she added shortly afterward, as if changing the subject entirely, "It's so cold, so very cold, and it looks and feels so much like snow that if it were anywhere else or with anyone else, I'd really try not to go out today, and I'd discourage my father from going too. But since he's made up his mind and doesn't seem to feel the cold himself, I don't like to interfere. I know what a disappointment it would be to Mr. and Mrs. Weston. But honestly, Mr. Elton, in your position, I would certainly make my excuses. You already sound a little hoarse to me, and when you think about how much you'll need your voice tomorrow and how tiring it will be, I think it would be no more than simple common sense to stay home tonight and take care of yourself." Mr. Elton looked as though he didn't quite know what to say, which was precisely the case. He was very pleased by the kind concern of such an attractive woman and reluctant to go against any advice she gave, but he had absolutely no real desire to miss the dinner. Emma, however, too caught up in her own plans and assumptions to listen to him carefully or see him clearly, was quite satisfied with his murmured acknowledgement that it was very cold, certainly very cold, and walked on feeling pleased with herself for having gotten him out of going to Randalls and secured for him the ability to send and check on Harriet every hour throughout the evening. "You're absolutely right," she said. "We'll make your apologies to Mr. and Mrs. Weston." But she had barely finished saying this when she found her brother-in-law was politely offering Mr. Elton a seat in his carriage if the weather was his only objection, and Mr. Elton was promptly and eagerly accepting. It was settled. Mr. Elton was going, and his broad, handsome face had never shown more delight than at that moment. His smile had never been wider, nor his eyes more triumphant, than when he next looked at Emma. "Well," she said to herself, "this is very strange indeed. After I'd managed to give him such a perfect way out, he chooses to go out into company and leave Harriet ill at home. Utterly strange. But I do believe that many men, especially single men, have such a tendency, such a passion for dining out, that a dinner engagement ranks so highly among their pleasures, their pursuits, their sense of importance, almost their obligations, that everything else gives way to it. And that must be the case with Mr. Elton. A thoroughly admirable, charming, pleasant young man, no question, and very much in love with Harriet, but still he can't turn down an invitation. He simply must dine out wherever he's asked. How strange love is! He can see charm and wit in Harriet, but he won't stay home and eat alone for her sake. Shortly afterward, Mr. Elton took his leave, and Emma couldn't help giving him credit for the genuine feeling in his manner when he mentioned Harriet as he said goodbye, the warmth in his voice as he assured Emma he would stop at Mrs. Goddard's for news of her dear friend, the very last thing before getting ready for the pleasure of seeing Emma again, when he hoped to have a better report to give. He sighed and smiled his way off in a manner that left a decidedly favorable impression. After a few minutes of complete silence between them, John Knightley began. I have never in my life seen a man work so hard at being agreeable as Mr. Elton. With women, it's sheer effort for him, every feature is in motion. With men, he can be natural and straightforward, but the moment there are women to impress, his whole face goes to work. Mr. Elton's manners aren't perfect, Emma replied, but when someone genuinely wants to please, you ought to overlook a great deal, and one does. A man who does his best with only modest abilities will always have the advantage over someone more capable who can't be bothered. Mr. Elton has such genuine good temper and goodwill that one can't help valuing him. Yes, said Mr. John Knightley after a moment, with a hint of slyness, he does seem to have a great deal of goodwill toward you in particular. Me, she replied with a startled smile. Are you imagining that I'm the one Mr. Elton is interested in? The thought has crossed my mind, I'll admit, Emma, and if it has never occurred to you before, you may as well give it some consideration now. Mr. Elton in love with me, what an idea. I'm not saying it so, but you would do well to think about whether it is or not, and to conduct yourself accordingly. I think your manner toward him is encouraging. I'm saying this as a friend, Emma. You'd better take a good look at the situation and be clear about what you're doing and what you intend. Thank you, but I assure you you're completely mistaken. Mr. Elton and I are good friends and nothing more. She walked on, quietly amused at the mistakes people so often make when they only know part of a situation, and at the errors that people who pride themselves on their judgment are constantly falling into, and not entirely pleased with her brother-in-law for imagining that she was blind and ignorant and in need of his guidance. He said nothing more. Mr. Woodhouse had committed so thoroughly to the outing that despite the worsening cold, he seemed to have no thought of backing out. He set off punctually with his eldest daughter in his own carriage, apparently less aware of the weather than either of the others, too preoccupied with the novelty of his own venture and the pleasure it would give at Randall's to notice the cold, and too well wrapped up to feel it. The cold was severe, however, and by the time the second carriage was moving, a few snowflakes were beginning to fall, and the sky had the look of being so heavily loaded that only a slight rise in temperature would be needed to turn everything white very quickly. Emma quickly noticed that her companion was not in the best of moods. Getting ready and going out in such weather, on top of being separated from his children after dinner, were drawbacks, irritants at the very least, that Mr. John Knightley thoroughly disliked. He saw nothing in the visit that could possibly be worth the trouble, and the entire drive to the vicarage was spent with him voicing his complaints. A man, he said, must have a very high opinion of himself when he asks people to leave their own warm firesides and brave weather like this just to come and visit him. He must think himself quite the charming host. I couldn't do such a thing. It's completely absurd, actually snowing at this very moment. The foolishness of not letting people stay comfortable at home, and the foolishness of people not staying comfortably at home when they perfectly well can. If we were forced out on an evening like this by some actual duty or urgent business, we'd think it a terrible hardship. And here we are, probably less warmly dressed than usual, setting out completely voluntarily, without any excuse, flying in the face of everything nature is telling us, which is to stay home and keep everyone and everything under shelter. Here we are, heading out to spend 5 dull hours in another man's house, with nothing to say or hear that wasn't already said and heard yesterday, and won't be said and heard again tomorrow. Going out in miserable weather, to come back probably in worse. 4 horses and 4 servants turned out for nothing, but to carry 5 cold, shivering people into colder rooms and worse company than they might have had at home. Emma didn't feel up to giving the enthusiastic agreement he was clearly used to receiving, the very true, my darling, that his usual traveling companion must have habitually offered, but she had enough self-control to refrain from saying anything at all. She couldn't bring herself to agree, and she didn't want to start an argument. Her courage extended only as far as silence. She let him talk, adjusted the window covers, wrapped herself up more snugly, and didn't open her lips. They arrived, the carriage turned in, the step was let down, and Mr. Elton, neat, dressed in black and smiling, was at their side in an instant. Emma welcomed the thought of a change of subject. Mr. Elton was all attentiveness and good cheer, so very cheerful in his courtesies, in fact, that she began to wonder whether he had received a more encouraging report about Harriet than the one she had. She had sent to inquire while dressing, and the answer had been, much the same, no better. My report from Mrs. Goddard's, she said after a moment, wasn't as encouraging as I'd hoped. No better was the answer I got. His face fell at once, and when he replied, his voice was full of feeling. Oh, no, I'm so sorry to hear it. I was just about to tell you that when I stopped at Mrs. Goddard's door, the very last thing I did before coming home to dress, I was told that Miss Smith was no better, not at all better, in fact rather worse. I'm very much grieved and concerned. I had been hoping she must be better after such a boost to her spirits as I knew she had been given that morning. Emma smiled and replied, my visit helped the emotional side of her condition, I hope, but even I can't charm away a sore throat. It really is a very bad cold. Mr. Perry has been to see her, as you've probably heard. Yes, I imagined, that is, I didn't. He's familiar with her when she gets like this, and I hope tomorrow morning will bring a more encouraging report for both of us. But it's impossible not to feel concerned. What a shame to lose her from our party today. Dreadful, exactly so. She'll be missed every moment. It was the right thing to say, and the sigh that accompanied it was quite genuine, but it should have lasted longer. Emma was rather dismayed when barely half a minute later he began talking of other things entirely, in a tone of the greatest enthusiasm and pleasure. What an excellent idea, he said, to line carriages with sheepskin. It makes them so extraordinarily comfortable, impossible to feel the cold with such precautions. Modern conveniences really have made a gentleman's carriage perfectly complete. One is so thoroughly sheltered from the weather that not a breath of air gets in uninvited. The weather becomes entirely irrelevant. It's a very cold afternoon, but inside this carriage we don't feel a thing. Oh, it's snowing a little, I see. Yes, said John Knightley, and I think we'll have quite a lot of it. Christmas weather, remarked Mr. Elton. Perfectly seasonal, and we should think ourselves very fortunate it didn't start yesterday and prevent today's gathering, which it very well might have done, as Mr. Woodhouse would hardly have ventured out had there been much snow on the ground. But now it doesn't matter in the least. This really is the perfect season for getting together with friends. At Christmas, everyone gathers their friends around them, and people think nothing of even the worst weather. I was once snowed in at a friend's house for a whole week. Nothing could have been more enjoyable. I went for just one night and couldn't get away for 7 days. Mr. John Knightley looked as though he couldn't begin to understand the appeal of that prospect, but said only, coolly, I have no desire to be snowed in for a week at Randall's. Under other circumstances, Emma might have been amused, but right now she was too taken aback by Mr. Elton's high spirits for anything else. Harriet seemed to have been entirely forgotten in the anticipation of a pleasant evening. We're sure to have excellent fires, he continued, and everything in the greatest comfort. Such charming people, Mr. and Mrs. Weston, Mrs. Weston is really beyond all praise, and he is exactly what one appreciates in a host, so warm and so sociable. It will be a small party, but when small parties are well chosen, they are perhaps the most enjoyable of all. Mr. Weston's dining room comfortably seats no more than 10, and for my part, in such circumstances, I'd rather be too short than too over. I think you'll agree with me. He turned to Emma with an ingratiating air. I think I can count on your agreement here, though perhaps Mr. Knightley, being used to the large dinner parties of London, may not quite share our feelings. I know nothing about large parties in London, sir, said John Knightley. I never dine out with anyone. Really, replied Mr. Elton, in a tone of surprise and sympathy. I had no idea the law was such a demanding master. Well, sir, the time will come when you'll be rewarded for all of this, when you'll have little work and plenty of leisure to enjoy. My first enjoyment, replied John Knightley, as they passed through the gate, will be to find myself safely back at Hartfield. Chapter 14. Each gentleman had to adjust his expression as they walked into Mrs. Weston's drawing room. Mr. Elton needed to tone down his cheerfulness, and Mr. John Knightley needed to lose his bad mood. Mr. Elton had to smile less, and Mr. John Knightley more, before either of them was fit for the company. Only Emma was free to be exactly as she felt, and she was genuinely happy. Being with the Westons was a real pleasure for her. Mr. Weston was a great favorite, but it was his wife with whom Emma spoke most freely. There was no one else in the world to whom she could talk so openly, with such complete confidence of being heard and understood, sharing all the small matters, plans, worries, and pleasures that made up her daily life with her father. There was nothing happening at Hartfield that Mrs. Weston didn't care about deeply, and half an hour of uninterrupted conversation about all those little things that private happiness depends on was one of the greatest pleasures each of them could have. That particular pleasure might not be possible during the whole visit, and it certainly wasn't available in the first half hour. But just the sight of Mrs. Weston, her smile, her touch, her voice was enough to make Emma feel warm, and she resolved to think as little as possible about Mr. Elton's strange behavior and anything else disagreeable, and simply enjoy everything that was enjoyable. By the time Emma arrived, the unfortunate matter of Harriet's cold had already been thoroughly covered. Mr. Woodhouse had been comfortably settled long enough to tell the whole story of it, along with the story of his own arrival and Isabella's, and Emma's expected arrival after them, and had just finished expressing his satisfaction that James should come to see his daughter when the others appeared. Mrs. Weston, who had been almost entirely occupied with looking after Mr. Woodhouse, was finally able to turn away and welcome her dear Emma. Emma's plan to put Mr. Elton out of her mind was immediately frustrated when, once everyone had taken their seats, she discovered he was right beside her. It was nearly impossible to stop thinking about his baffling indifference toward Harriet when he was not only sitting at her elbow, but constantly pushing his cheerful face into her attention and eagerly talking to her at every opportunity. Far from forgetting him, his behavior was such that she couldn't help the thought creeping in. Could my brother-in-law have been right? Is it actually possible that this man is beginning to transfer his affections from Harriet to me? Absurd. Insufferable. And yet he kept fussing over whether she was warm enough, kept asking after her father, kept going on about how delightful Mrs. Weston was, and finally began admiring her drawings with so much enthusiasm and so little understanding that he seemed terribly like a man trying to court her, and it took real effort on Emma's part to remain civil. She couldn't be rude for her own sake, and for Harriet's sake, still hoping everything might work out, she was even genuinely polite. But it was an effort, especially because something was going on at the other end of the room, during the worst of Mr. Elton's nonsense, that she was desperate to hear. She caught enough to know that Mr. Weston was sharing some news about his son. She heard the words, "my son" and "Frank," and "my son" repeated several times, and from a few other half-heard phrases strongly suspected he was announcing an upcoming visit from Frank. But she couldn't silence Mr. Elton in time, and by the time she could pay attention, the subject had moved on so completely that bringing it back up herself would have been awkward. Now, despite Emma's firm resolution never to marry, there was something about the name, about the very idea of Mr. Frank Churchill that had always intrigued her. She had often thought, especially since his father's marriage to Miss Taylor, that if she ever were to marry, he was exactly the right person for her in terms of age, personality, and circumstances. Through the connection between their families, he seemed to belong to her in some natural way. She couldn't help feeling that everyone who knew them must see it as an obvious match. She was quite sure that Mr. and Mrs. Weston thought of it, and although she had no intention of letting him or anyone else persuade her to give up a life she believed was better than any she might trade it for, she was very curious to meet him. She had a firm intention of finding him pleasant, of being liked by him to some degree, and a certain quiet pleasure in the idea of their names being linked together in their friends' minds. With all of this on her mind, Mr. Elton's attentions were dreadfully ill-timed, but she had at least the comfort of appearing very pleasant while feeling thoroughly irritated, and of knowing that the rest of the visit could hardly pass without Mr. Weston, open-hearted as he was, bringing up the same news again. And so it proved. Once she was happily freed from Mr. Elton and seated beside Mr. Weston at dinner, he made use of the very first pause in his duties as host, the very first moment of relief from carving the mutton, to say to her, "We only need 2 more to make the numbers just right. I'd love to see 2 more here, your pretty little friend, Miss Smith, and my son, and then I'd say we were perfectly complete. I don't think you heard me telling the others in the drawing room that we're expecting Frank." I had a letter from him this morning, and he'll be with us within a fortnight." Emma expressed exactly the right degree of pleasure and wholeheartedly agreed that Mr. Frank Churchill and Miss Smith would make their party perfectly complete. "He's been wanting to come to us, Mr. Weston continued, ever since September. Every letter has been full of it, but he can't control his own time. He has people to please who must be pleased, and who, between you and me, can sometimes only be pleased at the cost of a great many sacrifices. But I have no doubt of seeing him here around the second week of January. What a tremendous pleasure that will be for you and Mrs. Weston is so eager to meet him that she must be almost as happy as you are." Yes, she would be, except that she thinks there'll be another postponement. She doesn't count on his coming as confidently as I do, but she doesn't know the parties involved as well as I do. "The thing is, you see," he lowered his voice, "but this is strictly between us. I didn't breathe a word of it in the other room. Every family has its secrets, as you know. The thing is, a group of friends have been invited to visit Enscombe in January, and Frank's coming here depends on their visit being called off. If it isn't called off, he can't move. But I know it will be, because it's a family that a certain important lady at Enscombe particularly dislikes. And although she feels it necessary to invite them once every 2 or 3 years, those invitations are always cancelled when it comes to the point. I haven't the smallest doubt about how it will turn out. I'm as confident of seeing Frank here before the middle of January as I am of being here myself. But your good friend there," he nodded toward the upper end of the table, "has so few whims of her own, and has been so little exposed to them at Hartfield, that she can't calculate their effects the way I've long learned to do." "I'm sorry there should be any uncertainty at all," replied Emma, "but I'm inclined to side with you, Mr. Weston. If you think he'll come, then so do I, because you know Enscombe." "Yes, I have some right to that knowledge, though I've never actually been to the place in my life. She is a strange woman, but I never allow myself to speak badly of her, for Frank's sake, because I do believe she's genuinely fond of him. I used to think she wasn't capable of being fond of anyone except herself, but she has always been kind to him, in her way, allowing for her little whims and fancies and expecting everything to be done exactly as she likes. And I think it's no small credit to him that he inspires such affection in her, because, though I wouldn't say this to anyone else, she has no more feeling for people in general than a stone, and a devil of a temper." Emma found the subject so interesting that she brought it up with Mrs. Weston very soon after they moved back to the drawing room, congratulating her while also noting that she imagined the first meeting must be quite nerve-wracking. Mrs. Weston agreed, but added that she would be very glad just to have the anxiety of a first meeting to worry about at the time mentioned. "Because I really can't count on his coming. I can't be as optimistic as Mr. Weston. I'm very much afraid it will all come to nothing. Mr. Weston has, I take it, been telling you exactly how things stand." "Yes, it seems to depend on nothing more than Mrs. Churchill's bad temper, which I imagine is the most reliable thing in the world." "My dear Emma," replied Mrs. Weston, smiling, "how can you count on caprice?" Then, turning to Isabella, who hadn't been paying attention, "You must know, dear Mrs. Knightley, that in my opinion we are by no means as sure of seeing Mr. Frank Churchill as his father believes. It depends entirely on his aunt's moods and whims, in short, on her temper. To my 2 daughters, I can speak plainly. Mrs. Churchill rules at Enscombe, and she is a very difficult woman. His coming at all depends on her being willing to let him go." "Oh, Mrs. Churchill, everyone knows Mrs. Churchill," replied Isabella, "and I assure you I never think of that poor young man without feeling the greatest sympathy for him. Living constantly with an ill-tempered person must be dreadful. It's something we have happily never known anything of, but it must be a miserable existence. What a blessing that she never had any children. Poor little things, how unhappy she would have made them." Emma wished she had been alone with Mrs. Weston. She would have heard more. Mrs. Weston would speak to her with a degree of openness that she would never risk with Isabella, and Emma genuinely believed she would hardly try to hide anything about the Churchills from her, except perhaps those hopes concerning the young man which Emma's own imagination had already figured out. But for now, there was nothing more to be said. Mr. Woodhouse joined them in the drawing-room very shortly afterward. Sitting for long after dinner was something he could never stand. Neither wine nor conversation held any appeal for him, and he was always glad to move back to those with whom he felt at ease. While Mr. Woodhouse talked to Isabella, however, Emma found a moment to say to Mrs. Weston, "So you really don't consider your stepson's visit anything like certain. I'm sorry for that. The first introduction will be awkward whenever it happens, and the sooner it's over with, the better." Yes, and every delay makes one more worried about further delays. Even if the Braithwaite's visit is cancelled, I'm still afraid some other excuse may be found to disappoint us. I can't bear to think that the reluctance is on his side, but I'm quite sure the Churchills have a very strong desire to keep him to themselves. There's jealousy there. They're even jealous of his affection for his own father. In short, I have no confidence in his coming, and I wish Mr. Weston weren't quite so hopeful. He ought to come, said Emma. Even if he could only stay a couple of days, he ought to come. It's hard to imagine a young man not being able to manage even that much. A young woman, if she falls into the wrong hands, might be bullied and kept away from the people she wants to be with. But one can't really understand a young man being so restricted that he can't spend a week with his own father if he wants to. One would need to actually be at Enscombe and know the family's ways before deciding what he can and can't do, replied Mrs. Weston. One ought to use the same caution in judging anyone's behavior within any family, perhaps, but Enscombe, I believe, really cannot be judged by ordinary standards. She is so entirely unreasonable, and everything bends to her will. But she's so devoted to her nephew, he's such a great favorite with her. Now, the way I understand Mrs. Churchill, it would make perfect sense that while she makes no sacrifices at all for the comfort of her husband, to whom she owes everything, while she treats him with endless selfishness, she would often give way to her nephew, to whom she owes nothing whatsoever. My dearest Emma, please don't try, with your own sweet nature, to make sense of a difficult one or to draw up rules for how it works. You'll have to let it go its own way. I have no doubt that he has considerable influence over her at times, but it may be completely impossible for him to predict in advance when that influence will work. Emma listened, and then said coolly, I won't be satisfied unless he comes. He may have a great deal of influence in some areas, Mrs. Weston continued, and very little in others. And among the things beyond his reach, it's quite likely that this very matter, his coming away from them to visit us, is one of them. Chapter 15. Mr. Woodhouse was ready for his tea before long, and once he'd finished his cup, he was equally ready to go home. His three companions had to work hard to keep his mind off how late it was getting, distracting him until the other gentlemen finally joined them. Mr. Weston was chatty and sociable, never one for early goodbyes, but at last the drawing-room did get some new arrivals. Mr. Elton, in very high spirits, was among the first to walk in. Mrs. Weston and Emma were sitting together on a sofa. He came straight over and, without really waiting for an invitation, sat down between them. Emma was in good spirits herself, her mind pleasantly occupied with anticipating Mr. Frank Churchill's visit, and she was willing to overlook Mr. Elton's recent awkward behavior and think as well of him as she had before. When he immediately brought up Harriet as his first topic, she was happy to listen with a warm smile. He declared himself deeply worried about her dear friend, her lovely, sweet, wonderful friend. Had Emma heard anything about her since they'd all been at Randall's? He was terribly anxious. He had to admit that the nature of Harriet's illness alarmed him considerably. He kept on in this vein for some time, which seemed perfectly appropriate, not paying much attention to Emma's responses, but showing genuine concern about the dangers of a serious sore throat. Emma found herself quite well disposed toward him. But then something seemed to shift. All at once it appeared as though he was less worried about the sore throat for Harriet's sake than for Emma's, more anxious that Emma herself should avoid catching it than that Harriet should actually recover. He began urgently pleading with her to stay away from the sick room for the time being, begging her to promise she wouldn't put herself at such risk until he'd spoken with Mr. Perry and heard his opinion. Though Emma tried to laugh it off and steer the conversation back to Harriet, there was no stopping his intense concern for her personally. She was annoyed. It was impossible to deny what it looked like. It looked exactly like a man pretending to be in love with her rather than with Harriet. If genuine, it was the most contemptible and disgraceful inconstancy imaginable, and she had to struggle to keep her composure. He turned to Mrs. Weston and appealed for her help. Would she support him? Would she add her own persuasion to his to convince Miss Woodhouse not to go to Mrs. Goddard's until it was certain that Miss Smith's illness wasn't contagious? He couldn't be satisfied without a promise. Would Mrs. Weston use her influence to get one? So careful about everyone else, he went on, and yet so careless about herself. She told me to stay home and take care of my cold today, and yet she won't promise to avoid the risk of catching a severe throat infection herself. Is that fair, Mrs. Weston? Judge between us. Don't I have some right to complain? I know I can count on your support. Emma noticed Mrs. Weston's surprise and knew it must be considerable, given that his words and manner were claiming a right to be Emma's primary concern. As for Emma herself, she was too provoked and offended to say anything useful. She could only give him a look she hoped would bring him to his senses, and then got up from the sofa and moved to sit beside her sister, giving Isabella her full attention. She didn't have time to see how Mr. Elton received that rebuke, because another matter took over immediately. Mr. John Knightley came back into the room after checking on the weather and announced to everyone that the ground was covered in snow, that it was still coming down hard with a strong gusting wind, finishing with these words to Mr. Woodhouse. "This is quite an adventurous start to your winter social season, sir. Quite a new experience for your coachmen and horses, making their way through a snowstorm." Poor Mr. Woodhouse was struck silent with alarm, but everyone else had something to say. People were surprised or unsurprised, asking questions or offering reassurances. Mrs. Weston and Emma worked earnestly to calm him and distract him from his son-in-law, who was pressing his advantage rather ruthlessly. "I greatly admired your boldness, sir," said John Knightley. "In venturing out in such weather, of course you could see the snow was coming. Anyone could have seen it was on its way. I admired your spirit, and I expect we'll get home perfectly well. Another hour or two of snow can hardly make the road completely impassable, and we have 2 carriages. If one gets blown over in that exposed stretch across the common, the other will be right there. I'd say we'll all be safely back at Hartfield before midnight." Mr. Weston, triumphant in a different way, admitted that he'd known it was snowing for some time but hadn't said a word, not wanting to make Mr. Woodhouse anxious and give him an excuse to rush away. As for there being enough snow to actually block their way home, that was laughable. He was afraid they'd find no difficulty at all. He rather wished the road were impassable so he could keep them all at Randall's, and with the greatest goodwill, insisted that accommodation could surely be found for everyone, calling on his wife to agree that with a little creativity, everyone could be put up for the night, which she could hardly confirm, knowing perfectly well that they only had 2 spare rooms. "What are we to do, dear Emma? What are we to do?" was Mr. Woodhouse's first cry, and all he could manage for some time. He looked to her for comfort, and her assurances that they would be safe, her praise of the horses and of James, and her reminder of how many friends surrounded them, revived him a little. His eldest daughter was just as alarmed as he was. The thought of being stranded at Randall's while her children were at Hartfield filled her with dread. Imagining that the road was just barely passable now, but would get worse by the minute, she was eager to settle it that her father and Emma should stay at Randall's, while she and her husband set off immediately through whatever drifts of snow stood in their way. "You'd better order the carriage right now, my love," she said. "I'm sure we can manage if we leave straight away, and if we hit any really bad patches I can get out and walk. I'm not in the least bit afraid. I wouldn't mind walking half the way. I could change my shoes the moment I got home, and that sort of thing never gives me a cold." "Really?" he replied. "Well then, my dear Isabella, it must be the most extraordinary kind of cold in the world, because in general everything gives you a cold. Walk home. You're very well dressed for walking home, I must say. It'll be bad enough for the horses." Isabella turned to Mrs. Weston for her approval of the plan. Mrs. Weston could only agree. Isabella then went to Emma, but Emma couldn't quite give up hope that they might all be able to leave together, and they were still debating the point when Mr. Knightley, who had left the room immediately after his brother's first report of the snow, came back and told them he'd been outside to check for himself, and could assure them there was absolutely no difficulty in getting home whenever they chose, now or in an hour's time. He'd walked beyond the sweep, some way along the Highbury Road. The snow was nowhere more than half an inch deep, and in many places barely enough to whiten the ground. Only a few flakes were falling now, the clouds were breaking apart, and everything suggested it would be over soon. He'd spoken with both coachmen, and they both agreed there was nothing to worry about. For Isabella, the relief of hearing this was enormous, and Emma was almost equally relieved on her father's account. He was immediately set as much at ease as his anxious nature allowed, though the fright he'd had was too much to settle completely while he remained at Randall's. He was now convinced there was no immediate danger in going home, but nothing could persuade him it was safe to stay, and while the others were all offering various suggestions and encouragements, Mr. Knightley and Emma resolved the matter between them in a few short exchanges. "Your father won't settle until he's home. Why don't you go? I'm ready if the others are. Shall I ring for the carriages?" "Yes, please do." The bell was rung and the carriages called for. In a few more minutes, Emma hoped to see one troublesome companion delivered safely to his own house to sober up and cool down, and the other to recover his temper and good humor once this difficult evening was finally over. The carriage arrived, and Mr. Woodhouse, as always the first priority on such occasions, was carefully handed into his own by Mr. Knightley and Mr. Weston. Even so, nothing they said could prevent a fresh wave of alarm when he saw the snow that had actually fallen and realized the night was far darker than he'd been prepared for. He was afraid they'd have a dreadful drive. He was afraid poor Isabella wouldn't like it, and there would be poor Emma in the carriage behind. He didn't know what was best to do. They must stay as close together as possible. James was given careful instructions to drive very slowly and wait for the other carriage. Isabella climbed in after her father. John Knightley, forgetting he didn't belong to their party, climbed in quite naturally after his wife. The result was that Emma, when Mr. Elton escorted her to the second carriage and followed her in, found the door legitimately shut on the two of them, and that they were to have the ride entirely alone together. Under any other circumstances, this would have been not the slightest awkwardness. It might even have been a pleasure, before the suspicions of that very day. She could have talked to him about Harriet, and the 3/4 of a mile would have flown by. But now she wished it hadn't happened. She suspected he'd had too much of Mr. Weston's wine and felt sure he'd want to talk nonsense. To keep him in check as much as possible by her own manner, she was preparing to speak with deliberate calm and composure about the weather and the night. But she had barely begun, barely had they passed through the gate and pulled alongside the other carriage, when she found her subject cut off, her hand grabbed, her attention seized, and Mr. Elton was making a passionate declaration of love to her. He was seizing the opportunity, declaring feelings she surely must already know about, hoping, fearing, adoring, claiming he would die if she refused him, all while flattering himself that his burning devotion and unparalleled passion could not fail to have some effect, and essentially fully intending to be accepted as soon as possible. It was really happening. Without hesitation, without apology, without any apparent self-doubt, Mr. Elton, Harriet's admirer, was declaring himself Emma's. She tried to stop him. It was useless. He pressed on and said everything he had to say. Angry as she was, the practical reality of the moment made her determined to keep control of herself when she did respond. She felt that at least half of this madness must be the wine, and could therefore hope it might belong only to the passing hour. Accordingly, with a mixture of seriousness and lightness that she hoped would suit his half-and-half condition, she replied, "I am very much astonished, Mr. Elton. This to me. You're confused, you're mistaking me for my friend. Any message for Miss Smith I'll be happy to pass along, but please, no more of this to me." Miss Smith? A message to Miss Smith? What could she possibly mean? He repeated her words with such an emphatic tone and such a theatrical show of amazement that she couldn't help replying sharply, "Mr. Elton, this is extraordinary behavior, and I can account for it in only one way: you are not yourself. Or you could not speak to me, or about Harriet, in such a manner. Compose yourself enough to say nothing more, and I will do my best to forget this." But Mr. Elton had drunk just enough wine to raise his spirits, not nearly enough to cloud his mind. He knew perfectly well what he meant. He warmly protested against her accusation as deeply unfair, briefly mentioned his respect for Miss Smith as Emma's friend, while expressing surprise that Miss Smith should be brought up at all, and then returned to the subject of his own feelings, pressing urgently for a favorable answer. As Emma became less convinced that drink was to blame, she became more struck by his fickleness and his presumption, and with less effort at politeness, she replied, "I can't doubt it any longer. You've made yourself perfectly clear. Mr. Elton, my astonishment is beyond anything I can express. After the behavior I have witnessed over the past month toward Miss Smith, the attentions I have watched you pay her day after day, to now address me in this way, this is an inconsistency of character I would not have thought possible. Believe me, sir, I am far, very far, from pleased to be the object of such declarations." "Good heavens!" cried Mr. Elton. "What can this mean? Miss Smith, I have never given Miss Smith a single thought my entire life, never paid her any attention except as your friend, never cared whether she lived or died except as your friend. If she has imagined otherwise, her own wishes have misled her, and I am very sorry, extremely sorry. But Miss Smith, really? Oh, Miss Woodhouse. Who could think of Miss Smith when Miss Woodhouse is here? No, I swear, there is no inconsistency in my character. I have thought only of you. I absolutely deny having paid the slightest attention to anyone else. Everything I have said and done for many weeks past has been solely aimed at showing my devotion to you. You cannot seriously doubt it. No," Here his voice took on an insinuating tone. "I am certain you have seen it and understood it." It would be impossible to describe what Emma felt on hearing this, which of all her unpleasant emotions was the strongest. She was too completely overwhelmed to respond immediately, and 2 seconds of silence were all the encouragement Mr. Elton's optimistic state of mind needed. He tried to take her hand again and exclaimed joyfully, "Charming Miss Woodhouse, allow me to interpret this meaningful silence. It means you have understood me all along." "No, sir," cried Emma. "It means nothing of the sort. Far from having understood you all along. I have been completely wrong about your intentions until this very moment. As for myself, I am very sorry that you have been allowing yourself to develop these feelings. Nothing could be further from what I would have wished. Your apparent attachment to my friend Harriet, your pursuit of her, which I took for a genuine pursuit, gave me great pleasure, and I have been sincerely hoping you would succeed with her. Had I supposed that she was not your reason for coming to Hartfield, I would certainly have thought you were wrong to visit so frequently. Am I to believe that you have never genuinely pursued Miss Smith, that you have never thought seriously of her?" "Never, madam," he cried, now offended in his own turn. "Never, I assure you. Think seriously of Miss Smith. Miss Smith is a perfectly nice girl, and I'd be glad to see her comfortably settled. I wish her very well indeed, and no doubt there are men who wouldn't object to. Everyone has their level. But as for myself, I don't think I am quite so desperate. I needn't despair so completely of finding a suitable match as to set my sights on Miss Smith. No, madam, my visits to Hartfield have been for you alone, and the encouragement I received—" "Encouragement? I gave you encouragement. Sir, you have been entirely mistaken in thinking so. I have seen you only as my friend's admirer. In any other light, you would have been nothing more to me than a casual acquaintance. I am very sorry, but it is fortunate that this misunderstanding ends here where it does. Had the same behavior continued, Miss Smith might have been led to misread your intentions, being no more aware than I was, presumably, of the very great social gap which you apparently find so significant. As it is, only one person is disappointed, and I trust the disappointment will not last. I have no thoughts of marriage at present." He was too angry to say another word, and her manner was too firm to leave any room for further pleading. In this state of simmering resentment and mutual deep humiliation, they were forced to endure each other's company for a few more minutes, because Mr. Woodhouse's fears had kept the carriage to a slow crawl. If there had been less anger between them, there might have been unbearable awkwardness, but the force of their feelings left no room for the smaller discomforts of embarrassment. Without noticing when the carriage turned into Vicarage Lane or when it stopped, they suddenly found themselves at the door of his house, and he was out before another word could be spoken. Emma then felt it necessary to wish him good night. The courtesy was returned, coldly and stiffly, and she was then driven on to Hartfield in a state of irritation she could hardly describe. There she was welcomed with tremendous relief by her father, who had been terrified about the dangers of her solitary drive from Vicarage Lane, going round a corner he could never bring himself to think about calmly, in the hands of a stranger, a mere ordinary coachman, not their own James. Her arrival seemed to be all that was needed to set everything right. Mr. John Knightley, ashamed of his bad temper earlier in the evening, was now all warmth and attentiveness, and so particularly considerate of Mr. Woodhouse's comfort that he seemed, if not quite ready to join him in a bowl of gruel, perfectly willing to agree that it was an exceptionally wholesome thing to eat. The day was drawing to a peaceful and comfortable close for everyone in their little party, except Emma herself. But her mind had never been in such turmoil, and it took a very strong effort to appear attentive and cheerful, until the usual hour of parting finally gave her the relief of quiet and solitude in which to think. Chapter 16. Her hair was done and the maid dismissed, and Emma sat down to think and be miserable. What a disaster it all was. Everything she had hoped for had been turned upside down. Everything she least wanted had come to light, and the blow to Harriet, that was the worst of it. Every part of the situation brought pain and humiliation of one kind or another, but compared to what Harriet would suffer, everything else felt trivial. Emma would gladly have accepted even more blame, more shame, more proof of her own poor judgment than she actually deserved, if only the damage from her mistakes could have been limited to herself. If I hadn't talked Harriet into liking the man, I could have borne anything. He could have doubled his presumption toward me, but poor Harriet. How could she have been so completely deceived? He had insisted he had never had any serious feelings for Harriet, never. She tried to look back clearly, but everything was a muddle. She had seized on the idea, she supposed, and forced everything to fit it. Still, his behavior must have been vague and inconsistent, or she couldn't have been so misled. The portrait, how enthusiastic he had been about the portrait, and the riddle, and 100 other things, how clearly they had all seemed to point to Harriet. Admittedly, the riddle with its ready wit was questionable, but then there were the soft eyes. Actually, it suited neither of them. The whole thing was a confused mess, without taste or truth. Who could have seen through such muddled nonsense? She had often noticed, especially recently, that his manner toward her seemed unnecessarily flirtatious. But she had put it down to his natural style, a simple lapse in judgment or taste, further proof that he hadn't always moved in the best circles, and that for all the smoothness of his manners, he sometimes lacked real refinement. But until today, she had never for a single moment suspected it meant anything beyond grateful respect toward Harriet's friend. It was Mr. John Knightley she had to thank for first planting the seed of suspicion in her mind. There was no denying that the Knightley brothers had sharp instincts. She recalled what Mr. Knightley had once told her about Mr. Elton, the warning he had given, his firm conviction that Mr. Elton would never make a careless match. She blushed to think how much more accurately Mr. Knightley had read Elton's character than she ever had. It was deeply mortifying. Mr. Elton was turning out to be, in many ways, the exact opposite of what she had imagined and believed. Proud, presumptuous, and conceited, very full of his own importance and barely concerned with the feelings of others. Contrary to how these things usually went, Mr. Elton's desire to court her had actually lowered him in her estimation. His declarations and his proposal did him no favors. She had no respect for his feelings and felt insulted by his intentions. He simply wanted to marry well, and with the arrogance to set his sights on her, he had pretended to be in love. She felt no guilt about disappointing him. There had been no genuine feeling in either his words or his manner. He had produced plenty of sighs and pretty speeches, but she could hardly imagine any set of words or tone of voice less connected to real love. She needn't waste any sympathy on him. He only wanted to advance himself and improve his finances. If Miss Woodhouse of Hartfield, heiress to £30,000, turned out to be harder to win than he had expected, he would soon set his sights on some other Miss Somebody with 20,000 or 10. But the idea that he had spoken of encouragement, that he had believed she was aware of his intentions, welcoming his attentions, and actually planning to marry him, that he had considered himself her equal in social standing or intelligence, that he could look down on her friend, understanding perfectly well the social distinctions below him while being completely blind to those above him. And imagine he was showing no presumption at all in proposing to her. It was absolutely infuriating. Perhaps it wasn't entirely fair to expect him to recognize how far beneath her he was in intellect and refinement. The very absence of those qualities might prevent him from perceiving them. But he had to know that in wealth and social standing she was far above him. He had to know that the Woodhouses had been established at Hartfield for several generations, as the younger branch of a very old family, and that the Eltons were nobody. The actual land at Hartfield was admittedly modest, being little more than a small piece carved out of the Donwell Abbey estate, to which the rest of Highbury essentially belonged. But the Woodhouse fortune from other sources was large enough to put them only just below Donwell Abbey itself in every other measure of importance. The Woodhouses had long been among the most respected families in the neighborhood, the same neighborhood that Mr. Elton had entered less than 2 years ago, making his way as best he could, with no connections beyond trade and nothing to recommend him but his position and his pleasant manners. But he had imagined she was in love with him. That was clearly what he had been counting on. After fuming for a while over the strange contradiction of polished manners in a conceited man, Emma was forced in all honesty to stop and admit that her own behavior toward him had been so warm and agreeable, so full of courtesy and attention, that, assuming he hadn't understood her real motives, a man of ordinary perception and sensitivity like Mr. Elton could reasonably have mistaken her for someone very much interested in him. If she had so completely misread his feelings, she had little right to be surprised that he, blinded by self-interest, had misread hers. The first mistake and the worst was hers. It had been foolish and wrong to play such an active role in pushing two people together. She had overstepped, assumed too much, treated something that deserved to be taken seriously as if it were a game. She was thoroughly ashamed, and she resolved never to do such a thing again. "Here I am," she said to herself, having actually talked poor Harriet into developing real feelings for this man. She might never have given him a second thought if not for me, and she certainly would never have allowed herself to hope if I hadn't assured her that he cared for her. She's every bit as modest and unassuming as I used to think he was. Oh, if only I had been content with persuading her not to accept young Martin. I was perfectly right to do that. That was the right call, but I should have stopped there and left the rest to time and chance. I was introducing her to good society and giving her the chance to catch the eye of someone worthwhile. I should never have pushed further. But now, poor girl, her happiness is ruined for who knows how long. I've been only half a friend to her, and if she manages not to feel this disappointment too deeply, I honestly can't think of anyone else who would be at all suitable for her. William Cox. Oh no, I couldn't bear William Cox, a smug young lawyer. She stopped to blush and laugh at herself for already slipping back into her old ways, then turned to more serious, more sobering thoughts about what had happened, what lay ahead, and what was unavoidable. The painful conversation she still had to have with Harriet, everything poor Harriet would be going through, the awkwardness of future encounters, the difficulty of maintaining or ending their friendship with Mr. Elton, the challenge of managing feelings, hiding hurt, and avoiding any public scene. All of it was enough to keep her trapped in thoroughly grim thoughts for some time longer, and she finally went to bed with nothing resolved except the certainty that she had blundered terribly. For someone with Emma's youth and natural cheerfulness, though, even the darkest mood at night can rarely survive until morning. The brightness and energy of a new day have their own powerful effect, and if the distress isn't sharp enough to keep a person awake, sleep will almost always give way to gentler pain and renewed hope. Emma woke the next morning in considerably better spirits than she had gone to bed in, more able to see the situation clearly, and more confident that she could find her way through it. It was a real comfort that Mr. Elton wasn't genuinely in love with her, nor so especially likable that disappointing him needed to cause any lasting guilt. It was also a comfort that Harriet wasn't the kind of person whose feelings ran so deep and lasting that they couldn't recover. And it was a relief that there was no reason for anyone beyond the three of them to know what had happened. Above all, no reason for her father to be troubled by a single moment of worry over it. These were cheering thoughts. And the sight of deep snow covering the ground helped further, since anything that might reasonably keep all three of them apart for the time being was very welcome. The weather was entirely in her favor. Even though it was Christmas Day, she couldn't go to church. Mr. Woodhouse would have been distressed if she had tried, so she was safely excused from any encounter that might stir up awkward feelings or forced pleasantries. With the ground blanketed in snow, and the air caught in that uncomfortable state between freezing and thawing that makes going outside almost impossible. Every morning starting with rain or snow, every evening hardening back into frost, she found herself a thoroughly respectable prisoner for many days running. She could only reach Harriet by note. There was no church on Sunday any more than on Christmas Day, and there was no need to explain why Mr. Elton was keeping away. It was the kind of weather that could reasonably keep everyone at home. Although she hoped and believed he was finding comfort in some company or other, it was pleasantly convenient to hear her father perfectly satisfied with the idea of poor Mr. Elton sitting alone at home, too sensible to venture out, and to hear him say to Mr. Knightley, who no weather could keep away entirely, "Ah, Mr. Knightley, why don't you stay home like poor Mr. Elton?" These days of being housebound would have been remarkably pleasant, were it not for her private worries, the kind of quiet seclusion that suited her brother perfectly, since his moods always had a considerable effect on those around him. Besides, he had so thoroughly worked off his ill temper at Randall's that his good humor held steady for the rest of his stay at Hartfield. He was consistently pleasant and agreeable, and spoke kindly of everyone. But despite all the reasons for optimism, and all the temporary relief that the delay provided, the thought of the conversation she still had to have with Harriet loomed over her like a dark cloud, making it impossible for Emma to feel truly at ease. Chapter 17. Mr. and Mrs. John Knightley didn't stay long at Hartfield. The weather improved enough for those who had to leave to do so, and Mr. Woodhouse, as always, tried to persuade his daughter to stay behind with all her children. He failed, and had no choice but to watch the whole family go, left to his familiar laments over poor Isabella's fate, though poor Isabella, living her life surrounded by the people she adored, full of appreciation for their good qualities, blind to their faults, and always happily occupied, could have been held up as a model of true feminine happiness. That very same evening, after they left, a note arrived from Mr. Elton addressed to Mr. Woodhouse. A long, polite, overly formal note, conveying Mr. Elton's best regards and informing him that he was planning to leave Highbury the following morning for Bath, where he had agreed to spend a few weeks at the pressing invitation of some friends. He expressed deep regret that various circumstances, the weather and certain business matters, made it impossible for him to say goodbye to Mr. Woodhouse in person, whose kind hospitality he would always remember with gratitude. He added that if Mr. Woodhouse had any errands he needed seen to, he would be happy to oblige. Emma was genuinely and pleasantly surprised. Mr. Elton's absence at exactly this moment was the best thing that could have happened. She admired him for arranging it, though she couldn't give him much credit for the way he'd gone about it. His resentment couldn't have been more obvious than in a note addressed so pointedly to her father while deliberately excluding her. He hadn't even included her in his opening pleasantries. Her name wasn't mentioned once. The change in his manner was so striking, and the stiff, ill-judged formality of his farewell so transparent, that she thought at first her father would surely notice something was off. He didn't, though. Her father was entirely preoccupied with surprise at such a sudden trip, and his anxiety that Mr. Elton might not make it safely to his destination, and he noticed nothing unusual in the tone of the note. It turned out to be a very useful note after all, since it gave them fresh things to think and talk about for the rest of their quiet evening. Mr. Woodhouse went over his worries out loud, and Emma was in good enough spirits to talk him out of them with her usual efficiency. She now resolved to stop keeping Harriet in the dark. She had reason to believe Harriet was nearly over her cold, and it was important that she have as much time as possible to get over her other heartache before Mr. Elton returned. So she went to Mrs. Goddard's the very next day to go through the painful but necessary task of telling her the truth, and painful it was. She had to demolish every hope she had so carefully built up, cast herself in the unflattering role of the one who had been chosen instead, and admit to being completely wrong in her ideas, wrong in her observations, wrong in her convictions, and wrong in everything she had predicted over the past 6 weeks. The confession brought back all her original shame in full force, and watching Harriet cry made Emma feel she would never be able to forgive herself. Harriet bore the news remarkably well. She blamed no one, and showed such genuine openness and such a humble opinion of herself that it struck Emma as particularly admirable in that moment. Emma was in exactly the frame of mind to value simplicity and humility above everything else, and it seemed to her that all the truly good and lovable qualities were on Harriet's side, not her own. Harriet didn't consider herself to have any grievance. The love of a man like Mr. Elton would have been far too great an honor for her. She could never have deserved him, and no one but a friend as partial and kind as Miss Woodhouse would ever have thought it possible. Her tears flowed freely, but her grief was so completely genuine and unaffected that no amount of dignified restraint could have made it more moving in Emma's eyes. Emma listened to her and did her best to comfort her with all the warmth and care she had, truly convinced in that moment that Harriet was the better person of the two, and that being more like her would do more for Emma's own happiness and well-being than all her cleverness and intelligence ever could. It was rather too late in life to start over as someone simple-minded and naive, but she left that day with her resolve strengthened. She would be humble and careful, and she would keep her imagination in check for the rest of her life. Her second most important duty now, second only to her obligations to her father, was to look after Harriet's well-being and show her affection through something better than matchmaking. She brought her to Hartfield, treated her with unwavering kindness, did everything she could to keep her occupied and entertained, and used books and conversation to help drive Mr. Elton from her thoughts. She knew this would take time, and she was willing to admit she was probably not the best judge of such feelings in general, or well-equipped to truly sympathize with an attachment to Mr. Elton in particular. But it seemed reasonable to her that at Harriet's age, with all hope entirely gone, enough progress could be made toward acceptance by the time Mr. Elton returned that they could all meet again in the normal course of social life, without anyone risking giving themselves away or making things worse. Harriet did think him absolutely perfect, and insisted there was no one in the world who could match him in looks or character, and she proved, if anything, even more deeply in love than Emma had anticipated. Yet it seemed so natural to Emma, so inevitable, that a person would eventually fight against feelings that went unreturned, that she couldn't imagine Harriet holding onto them at full intensity for very long. If Mr. Elton, upon his return, made his own indifference as clear and unmistakable as Emma had no doubt he would be eager to do, she couldn't picture Harriet continuing to pin her happiness on the sight of him or the memory of what might have been. The fact that all three of them were so firmly, so inescapably tied to the same place was bad for everyone involved. None of them had the option of leaving or of significantly changing their social circle. They would have to face each other and make the best of it. Harriet was further unlucky in the attitudes of the people around her at Mrs. Goddard's, where Mr. Elton was practically worshipped by all the teachers and the older girls at the school. Hartfield was the only place where she had any chance of hearing him spoken of with calm restraint or honest perspective. The wound had been dealt there, in that social world, and it was there, if anywhere, that the cure would have to be found. Emma knew she could have no real peace of mind until she saw Harriet well on her way to healing. Chapter 18. Mr. Frank Churchill didn't come. As the proposed date drew near, Mrs. Weston's fears were confirmed when a letter of apology arrived. For now, he couldn't be spared, to his very great mortification and regret, but he still looked forward with hope to coming to Randall's before too long. Mrs. Weston was deeply disappointed, far more disappointed, in fact, than her husband, even though she had been considerably more cautious about expecting the young man to arrive. But an optimistic temperament, though it always expects more good than actually materializes, doesn't always pay for its hopes with equal despair. It quickly moves past the present disappointment and starts hoping again. For half an hour Mr. Weston was surprised and sorry, but then he began to see that Frank coming 2 or 3 months later would actually be a much better plan, better time of year, better weather, and that Frank would undoubtedly be able to stay considerably longer than if he had come sooner. These thoughts quickly restored his good spirits, while Mrs. Weston, being more anxious by nature, could see nothing ahead but a string of excuses and delays. After all her worry about what her husband would suffer, she ended up suffering far more herself. Emma wasn't in the right frame of mind at this point to genuinely care about Mr. Frank Churchill not coming, except as a disappointment for the Westons at Randall's. Meeting someone new held no appeal for her right now. She wanted quiet and to be away from temptation. Still, since it was important that she appear her usual self, she made a point of expressing as much interest in the matter and sharing as warmly in Mr. and Mrs. Weston's disappointment as genuine friendship would naturally call for. She was the first to tell Mr. Knightley the news, and complained about the Churchills keeping Frank away with just about as much indignation as the situation required, or perhaps, since she was playing a part, a little more. She went on to say considerably more than she actually felt about the benefit such an addition would bring to their limited social circle in Surrey. The pleasure of seeing a new face, the excitement his arrival would have brought to the whole of Highbury. Then, circling back to more complaints about the Churchills, she suddenly found herself in the middle of a disagreement with Mr. Knightley, and realized with some amusement that she was arguing the opposite side from her actual opinion, using Mrs. Weston's own arguments against herself. "The Churchills are probably at fault," said Mr. Knightley coolly, "but I'd wager he could come if he really wanted to." "I don't know why you'd say that. He desperately wants to come, but his uncle and aunt won't let him go." "I can't believe he doesn't have the power to come if he made it a priority. It's too unlikely for me to accept without proof." "How strange you are. What has Mr. Frank Churchill done to make you think so badly of him?" "I'm not thinking badly of him at all. It's perfectly natural to suspect that he may have learned to put himself above his family obligations and care very little for anything but his own pleasure, having grown up with people who have always set him that example. It's far more natural than one would wish that a young man raised by people who are proud, self-indulgent, and selfish should turn out proud, self-indulgent, and selfish himself. If Frank Churchill had wanted to see his father, he would have found a way between September and January. A man his age, what is he, 23 or 24, cannot possibly lack the means to manage that much. It's simply not believable. That's easy for you to say and easy for you to feel when you've always been your own master. You are the worst judge in the world, Mr. Knightley, of what it means to be dependent on others. You have no idea what it is to have to manage difficult temperaments. I can't accept that a man of 23 or 24 doesn't have enough freedom of mind or movement to manage that much. He can't be short of money. He can't be short of free time. On the contrary, we know he has so much of both that he spends them at the most fashionable resorts in the country. We hear of him constantly at one spa town or another. Not long ago, he was at Weymouth. That proves he can leave the Churchills. Yes, sometimes he can. And those times are whenever he thinks it's worth his while, whenever there's some pleasure to be had. It's very unfair to judge anyone's behavior without an intimate knowledge of their situation. No one who hasn't been inside a family can know what the difficulties of any individual in that family might be. We'd need to know Enscombe and Mrs. Churchill's temperament before we presume to decide what her nephew can or can't do. There may be times when he can do far more than at others. There is one thing, Emma, that a man can always do if he chooses, and that is his duty, not through maneuvering and scheming, but through resolve and determination. It is Frank Churchill's duty to pay this visit to his father. He knows it himself, given all his promises and messages. But if he truly wanted to do it, it could be done. A man of genuine principle would say clearly and firmly to Mrs. Churchill, any sacrifice of personal pleasure, I will always be happy to make for your convenience, but I must go and see my father immediately. I know he would be hurt if I failed to show him this basic mark of respect on this occasion. I will therefore leave tomorrow. If he said that to her plainly, in the decisive tone of a man who means it, no one would stand in the way of his going. No, said Emma, laughing, but perhaps there might be something to say about his coming back again. That kind of talk from a young man who is entirely dependent on others. Nobody but you, Mr. Knightley, would think it possible. You have no idea what is actually required in situations that are the complete opposite of your own. Mr. Frank Churchill saying something like that to the uncle and aunt who raised him and will provide for him. Standing in the middle of the room, I suppose, and speaking as loudly as he can. How can you possibly think that kind of thing is practical? Trust me, Emma, a sensible man would find no difficulty in it whatsoever. He would know he was in the right, and the statement made, naturally, as a sensible man would make it, in the right way, would do him far more good, raise him higher in the estimation of those he depended on, than any number of evasions and excuses ever could. They would respect him as well as care for him. They would feel they could trust him. Their nephew who had done right by his father would do right by them. Because they know, just as well as he does, just as well as everyone must know, that he ought to make this visit to his father. And while they're petty enough to use their power to delay it, they are not, in their hearts, thinking better of him for giving in to their whims. Everyone feels respect for someone who does what's right. If he acted this way consistently, on principle, those small-minded people would come around to him. I rather doubt that. You're very fond of the idea of small minds coming around, but when small minds belong to wealthy people in positions of power, I think they have a talent for expanding until they're just as unmanageable as large ones. I can imagine that if you, as you are, Mr. Knightley, were suddenly placed in Mr. Frank Churchill's situation, you would be able to say and do exactly what you've been recommending for him, and it might work very well. The Churchills might have nothing to say in return. But then, you would have no lifelong habits of obedience and deference to overcome. For someone who does have those habits, it might not be so easy to suddenly break free into complete independence and dismiss everything he owes them in terms of gratitude and loyalty. He may have just as strong a sense of what is right as you do, without being equally capable, in those particular circumstances, of acting on it. Then it wouldn't be as strong a sense. If it failed to produce equal action, it couldn't be an equal conviction. Oh, the difference that situation and upbringing make. I wish you would try to understand what an amiable young man might reasonably feel when directly opposing people he has looked up to his entire childhood and youth. Our amiable young man is a very weak young man, if this is the first time he's had to follow through on doing what's right against other people's wishes. By now, following his duty instead of doing whatever is convenient should be second nature to him. I can excuse a child's fears, but not a grown man's. As he matured, he should have stood up for himself and shaken off everything that was unworthy in their authority. He should have resisted the very first attempt on their part to make him neglect his father. If he had started out right, there would be no difficulty now. We are never going to agree about him, cried Emma, but that's hardly unusual. I have no doubt at all that he is not a weak young man. Mr. Weston wouldn't be blind to weakness, even in his own son. But Frank is very likely to have a more flexible, easygoing, gentle disposition than fits your idea of the perfect man. I'm sure he does, and though it may cost him some advantages, it will gain him many others. Yes, all the advantages of staying put when he should act, of living a life of pure idle pleasure, and congratulating himself on how clever he is at finding excuses for it. He can sit down and write a long, flowery letter full of fine words and empty promises, and convince himself that he's found the best possible way of keeping the peace at home while giving his father no grounds for complaint. His letters disgust me. Your reaction is quite singular. They seem to satisfy everyone else. I suspect they don't satisfy Mrs. Weston. They can hardly satisfy a woman of her good sense and sharp feelings, someone who stands in a mother's place to him, but without a mother's blind affection. It is for her sake, above all, that attention to Randalls is doubly owed, and she must feel the neglect twice as keenly. If she had been a woman of wealth and social standing herself, he would have come, I'm sure of it, and then it would hardly have mattered either way. Do you think your friend hasn't worked all this out for herself? Do you suppose she doesn't say exactly this to herself, often? No, Emma, your amiable young man can only be amiable in the French sense of the word, not the English one. He may be very amiable, have excellent manners, and be very pleasant company, but he has none of the English quality of genuine consideration for other people's feelings. There's nothing truly amiable about him. You seem determined to think the worst of him. Me? Not at all, replied Mr. Knightley, somewhat irritated. I have no desire to think badly of him. I would be as ready to acknowledge his good qualities as anyone else's, but I've heard of none, except those that are purely superficial, that he is tall and good-looking, with smooth, agreeable manners. Well, if he has nothing else to recommend him, he'll still be a treasure in Highbury. We don't often get to look at handsome young men who are well-bred and charming. We can't be too demanding and insist on all the virtues thrown in as well. Can you imagine, Mr. Knightley, what a stir his arrival will cause? There will be only one topic of conversation throughout the parishes of Donwell and Highbury, only one point of interest and curiosity. It will be all Mr. Frank Churchill will think and talk of nobody else. You'll have to forgive me if I'm not quite so overwhelmed. If I find him worth talking to, I'll be glad of his company. But if he's nothing but a chattering fool, he won't take up much of my time or my thoughts. My impression of him is that he can adapt his conversation to suit absolutely anyone, and has both the ability and the desire to be universally liked. With you, he'll talk about farming, with me, drawing or music, and so on with everyone, having enough general knowledge across all subjects to either follow or lead the conversation, as the situation demands, and to talk impressively on each topic. That's my picture of him. And mine, said Mr. Knightley with feeling, is that if he turns out anything like that, he'll be the most insufferable person alive. What, at 23, setting himself up as the star of every gathering, the great man, the master strategist who sizes up everyone in the room and turns their every talent into an opportunity to show off his own superiority, distributing his flattery all around so that everyone else ends up looking foolish by comparison. My dear Emma, your own good sense wouldn't be able to stand such a self-important fool once you actually met him. I'll say no more about him, cried Emma. You twist everything into a fault. We're both biased, you against him, I in his favor, and we have no chance of agreeing until he's actually here. Biased? I am not biased. But I am, very much so, and I'm not the least bit ashamed of it. My affection for Mr. and Mrs. Weston gives me a decided bias in his favor. He's a person I never think about from one month to the next, said Mr. Knightley, with a degree of irritation that made Emma immediately change the subject, though she couldn't quite understand why he should be annoyed. To take a dislike to a young man simply because he appeared to be of a different character from himself was unworthy of the genuine open-mindedness she had always credited Mr. Knightley with. For all the high opinion of himself she had often held against him, she had never for a moment imagined it could make him unfair toward another person's merits. Chapter 19. Emma and Harriet had been out walking together one morning, and in Emma's opinion they had talked quite enough about Mr. Elton for one day. She didn't think Harriet's grief or her own guilt required any more discussion, so on their way back she worked steadily at steering the conversation away from him. But just when she thought she'd succeeded, the subject burst open again. After spending some time talking about how much the poor must suffer in winter, and receiving no response other than a wistful Mr. Elton is so good to the poor, Emma realized she needed to do something else entirely. They were just passing the house where Mrs. and Miss Bates lived. Emma decided to call on them safety in numbers. There was always a good enough reason to pay them a visit, Mrs. and Miss Bates loved having callers, and Emma knew that the few people who ever dared to find fault with her considered her rather neglectful in that regard, and felt she didn't do her fair share to add to the two women's modest comforts. She'd had plenty of hints about this from Mr. Knightley, and a few from her own conscience, but none of it was enough to overcome her conviction that visiting them was deeply unpleasant. It was a waste of time, they were tiresome women, and there was the ever-present horror of running into the second- and third-rate people of Highbury who were forever dropping in on them. so she rarely went near the place. But now she made a sudden decision not to walk past their door without going in. As she suggested it to Harriet, she noted that, as best she could calculate, they were perfectly safe from any letter from Jane Fairfax today. The house belonged to a business family. Mrs. and Miss Bates occupied the drawing room floor, and there, in their modest-sized apartment that was everything in the world to them, the visitors were welcomed with genuine warmth and even gratitude. The quiet, neat old lady sat knitting in the warmest corner and actually tried to give up her seat to Miss Woodhouse, while her livelier, talkative daughter nearly overwhelmed them with attentiveness and kindness, thanking them for the visit, fussing over their shoes, eagerly asking after Mr. Woodhouse's health, cheerfully reporting on her mother's, and offering sweet cake from the sideboard. Mrs. Cole had just been there, had only popped in for 10 minutes and been kind enough to stay a whole hour, and she had taken a piece of cake and been so sweet as to say she liked it very much. So she did hope Miss Woodhouse and Miss Smith would do them the honor of having a piece too. Any mention of the Coles was bound to lead straight to Mr. Elton. The families were close, and Mr. Cole had heard from Mr. Elton since his departure. Emma knew exactly what was coming. They would have to go through the letter all over again, work out how long he'd been gone, how much he'd been socializing, what a favorite he was everywhere he went, how crowded the Master of Ceremonies ball had been. She got through it all perfectly well, showing all the interest and appreciation that was called for, and kept talking herself to save Harriet from having to say a word. She had been ready for this when she walked in, and had planned that once she'd said all the right things about Mr. Elton, she would steer the conversation freely through all the families and social gatherings of Highbury and be troubled no further by any awkward topics. What she hadn't expected was for Jane Fairfax to come up next. But Mr. Elton was abruptly swept aside by Miss Bates, who jumped from him without warning to the Coles, then used them as a bridge to introduce a letter from her niece. "Oh yes, Mr. Elton, I understand, certainly as to dancing, Mrs. Cole was telling me that dancing at the rooms at Bath was Mrs. Cole was so kind as to sit with us for some time talking about Jane, because as soon as she came in she began asking after her. Jane is such a great favorite with her. Whenever Jane is here, Mrs. Cole can't do enough for her, and I must say Jane deserves it as much as anyone could. So she started asking after her straight away, saying, 'I know you can't have heard from Jane lately, as it's not her time for writing,' and when I immediately said, 'But actually we had a letter just this morning,' 'I don't think I've ever seen anyone so surprised.' 'Have you really?' said she. 'Well, that is quite unexpected. Do let me hear what she says.' Emma's social instincts kicked in at once, and she said with a smile of polite interest, 'Have you heard from Miss Fairfax so recently? How wonderful, I do hope she's well.' 'Thank you, you are so kind,' replied the happily unsuspecting aunt, rummaging eagerly for the letter. 'Oh, here it is. I knew it couldn't be far away, but I'd put my sewing case down on top of it without realizing, so it was completely hidden. But I'd had it in my hand so recently I was almost sure it must be on the table. I was reading it to Mrs. Cole, and since she left I've been reading it again to my mother, because a letter from Jane is such a pleasure to her, she can never hear it often enough. So I knew it couldn't be far, and here it is, right under my sewing case. And since you're kind enough to want to hear what she says, but first, I really must in fairness to Jane apologize for her writing such a short letter. Only 2 pages, you see, barely 2, and usually she fills the whole sheet and writes across it as well. My mother often wonders how I manage to read it so well. She often says, when the letter is first opened, 'Well, Hetty, now I think you'll be hard-pressed to make out all that cross-hatching, don't you, ma'am?' She addressed her mother. Do you hear what Miss Woodhouse is kind enough to say about Jane's handwriting?" And Emma had the pleasure of hearing her own trivial compliment repeated twice before the dear old lady could catch it. In the meantime, she was quietly wondering whether there was any way to escape Jane Fairfax's letter without seeming too rude, and had nearly settled on making a quick exit with some flimsy excuse, when Miss Bates turned back to her and recaptured her attention. "My mother's deafness is really very slight, you see, practically nothing at all. If I just raise my voice and repeat things 2 or 3 times, she's sure to hear. But then she's used to my voice. It is remarkable, though, that she always hears Jane better than she hears me. Jane speaks so clearly. Still, she won't find her grandmother any deafer than she was 2 years ago, which is saying quite a lot at my mother's age. And it really has been a full 2 years since she was last here. We've never gone so long without seeing her before. As I was telling Mrs. Cole, we'll hardly know how to make enough of her now. Are you expecting Miss Fairfax soon?" "Oh yes, next week." "Really, that must be a very great pleasure." "Thank you, you are so kind. Yes, next week, Everyone is surprised and everyone says the same lovely things. I'm sure she'll be just as happy to see her friends in Highbury as they'll be to see her. Yes, Friday or Saturday, she can't say which because Colonel Campbell will need the carriage himself one of those days. So very good of them to send her the whole way, but they always do, of course. Oh yes, Friday or Saturday next. That's what she's writing about. That's why she's writing ahead of her usual schedule, as we call it. Under normal circumstances, we wouldn't have heard from her until next Tuesday or Wednesday. Yes, I imagined as much. I was afraid there was little chance of my hearing anything about Miss Fairfax today. How kind of you. No, we wouldn't have heard if it weren't for this particular circumstance, her coming here so soon. My mother is absolutely delighted. She's to be with us for at least 3 months. 3 months, she says so explicitly as I'm about to read to you. The thing is, you see, the Campbells are going to Ireland. Mrs. Dixon has persuaded her father and mother to come over and visit her right away. They hadn't planned to go until summer, but she's so eager to see them again because until she married last October, she had never been away from them for as much as a week, which must make it very strange to be in different countries. So she wrote a very urgent letter to her mother, or her father, I honestly can't remember which, but we'll see in a moment from Jane's letter, wrote in Mr. Dixon's name as well as her own, urging them to come straight over. They would meet them in Dublin and take them back to their country house, Ballycraig, which is apparently a beautiful place. Jane has heard a great deal about how lovely it is from Mr. Dixon. I don't know that she's heard about it from anyone else. But it was very natural, of course, that he should enjoy talking about his own home while he was courting Miss Campbell. And since Jane used to go out walking with them quite often, Colonel and Mrs. Campbell were very particular about their daughter not walking out alone with Mr. Dixon, which I don't blame them for at all. She naturally heard everything he told Miss Campbell about his home in Ireland. And I believe Jane wrote to tell us he had shown them some drawings of the place, sketches he had made himself. He sounds like a thoroughly charming young man. Jane was quite longing to go to Ireland, from the way he described it. At this moment, a lively and intriguing suspicion began to form in Emma's mind regarding Jane Fairfax, this charming Mr. Dixon, and the decision not to go to Ireland. With the deliberate intention of finding out more, she said, "You must feel very fortunate that Miss Fairfax is able to come to you at such a time. Given how close she and Mrs. Dixon are, you could hardly have expected her to be let off from going with Colonel and Mrs. Campbell." Very true indeed. It's exactly what we had always rather worried about, because we wouldn't have liked her being so far away from us for months on end, not able to come if anything were to happen. But you see, everything turns out for the best. Mr. and Mrs. Dixon are very keen for her to come over with Colonel and Mrs. Campbell. They're counting on it entirely. Nothing could be more warm or pressing than their joint invitation, Jane says, as you'll hear in a moment. Mr. Dixon doesn't seem at all hesitant about showing her every attention. He's a most charming young man. Ever since what he did for Jane at Weymouth when they were out on the water in that party, and she, because of some sudden swinging of something in the sails, would have been thrown straight into the sea, and very nearly was, if he hadn't had the presence of mind to grab hold of her riding habit. I can never think of it without trembling. Ever since we heard about that day, I have been so fond of Mr. Dixon. But despite her friend's urging, and her own wish to see Ireland, Miss Fairfax prefers to spend the time with you and Mrs. Bates. Yes, entirely her own decision, entirely her own choice, and Colonel and Mrs. Campbell think she is doing exactly the right thing, just what they would recommend themselves. In fact, they particularly want her to try the air of home, as she hasn't been quite as well as usual lately. I'm sorry to hear it. I think they're absolutely right. But Mrs. Dixon must be very disappointed. Mrs. Dixon, I understand, is not particularly beautiful, really not to be compared with Miss Fairfax. Oh no, you are very kind to say such things, but certainly not. There is simply no comparison. Miss Campbell was always quite plain, but extremely elegant and charming. Yes, of course. Jane caught a bad cold, poor thing, as long ago as the 7th of November, as I'm about to read to you, and she hasn't been well since. A long time for a cold to linger, isn't it? She never mentioned it before because she didn't want to alarm us. Just like her, so thoughtful. But she's been far enough from well that her dear friends the Campbells think she had better come home and try the air that always suits her. They're quite confident that 3 or 4 months in Highbury will set her right completely, and it really is far better for her to come here than to go to Ireland if she's unwell. Nobody could look after her the way we would. It seems to me the most sensible arrangement imaginable. And so she's to come to us next Friday or Saturday, and the Campbells leave town on their way to Holyhead the following Monday, as you'll see from Jane's letter. So sudden, you can imagine, dear Miss Woodhouse, what a flurry it's thrown me into. If it weren't for the worry of her being ill, but I'm afraid we must expect to find her looking thin and pale. I must tell you about an unfortunate little slip I made in connection with that. I always make a point of reading Jane's letters to myself first before reading them aloud to my mother, in case there's anything that might upset her. Jane asked me to do it, so I always do. So I began today with my usual care. But no sooner had I come to the part about her being unwell than I burst out, quite frightened, with good heavens, poor Jane is ill. Which my mother, who was listening closely, heard perfectly clearly and was very much alarmed by. However, when I read on, I found it wasn't nearly as bad as I'd first feared, and I've been making so light of it since that she isn't too worried about it now. But I can't imagine how I came to let my guard down like that. If Jane doesn't recover soon, we'll call in Mr. Perry. The expense won't be a consideration. And even though he is so generous and so fond of Jane that I dare say he wouldn't dream of charging anything for his visits, we couldn't possibly allow that, you know. He has a wife and family to support and cannot be giving away his time. Well, now that I've given you the gist of what Jane writes about, we'll turn to her letter itself, and I'm sure she tells her own story a great deal better than I can tell it for her. I'm afraid we really must be going, said Emma, glancing at Harriet and beginning to rise. My father will be expecting us. I never intended. I thought I wouldn't be able to stay more than 5 minutes when I first came in. I only stopped because I didn't want to walk past without asking after Mrs. Bates, but I've been so pleasantly delayed. Now we really must say good morning to you both. And nothing anyone said could persuade her to stay. She made it back out to the street, satisfied on one point at least. Although a great deal had been forced on her against her will, and she had in fact heard the entire substance of Jane Fairfax's letter, she had managed to escape the letter itself. Chapter 20. Jane Fairfax was an orphan, the only child of Mrs. Bates's youngest daughter. The marriage of Lieutenant Fairfax of the Infantry Regiment and Miss Jane Bates had once been the talk of the town, a source of excitement, hope, and interest. But nothing remained of it now except the sad memory of him dying in action abroad, his widow succumbing to illness and grief shortly afterward, and this girl. She was born in Highbury, and when she lost her mother at 3 years old, she became the beloved charge of her grandmother and aunt. It had seemed almost certain that she would stay there permanently, receiving only what a very limited income could provide in the way of education, and growing up without any advantages of connection or opportunity to build on what nature had already given her. A pleasing appearance, a good mind, and warm-hearted, well-meaning family. But the compassionate feelings of a friend of her father's changed the course of her life. This was Colonel Campbell, who had held Fairfax in the highest regard as an excellent officer and a truly deserving young man. Beyond that, he owed Fairfax a personal debt. During a severe camp fever, Fairfax had cared for him in ways that Colonel Campbell believed had saved his life. These were obligations he never forgot, even though several years passed after poor Fairfax's death before his own return to England gave him any means to act on them. When he did return, he sought out the child and took an interest in her. He was a married man with only one living child, a daughter about Jane's age, and Jane began paying them long visits, becoming a favorite with the whole family. Before she was 9 years old, his daughter's deep affection for her, combined with his own genuine desire to be a true friend to her, led Colonel Campbell to offer to take complete charge of her education. The offer was accepted, and from that point on Jane had been part of Colonel Campbell's family, living with them entirely and only visiting her grandmother occasionally. The plan was for her to be trained to teach others, since the few £100s she had inherited from her father made financial independence impossible. Providing for her in any other way was beyond Colonel Campbell's means. Though his income from his military pay and allowances was comfortable, his actual savings were modest and would have to go entirely to his daughter. By giving Jane an education, however, he hoped to be giving her the means to support herself respectably in the future. That was Jane Fairfax's story. She had fallen into good hands, known nothing but kindness from the Campbells, and received an excellent education. Living constantly among thoughtful, well-informed people, her heart and mind had benefited from every advantage of discipline and culture, and since Colonel Campbell's home was in London, every one of her natural talents had been fully developed under the instruction of first-rate teachers. Her character and abilities were entirely worthy of everything that friendship could do for her, and by 18 or 19 she was, as far as anyone so young could be, fully capable of teaching others herself. But she was too well loved to be let go. Neither the father nor the mother could bring themselves to push her out into the world, and their daughter couldn't bear the thought of it at all. The dreaded moment was put off. It was easy enough to decide she was still too young, and Jane stayed on, sharing in all the pleasures of an elegant and stimulating household as if she were a second daughter, enjoying a well-balanced mix of home life and social pleasures, with only the shadow of the future hanging over her and her own clear-headed good sense occasionally reminding her that all of this might soon come to an end. The warmth of the whole family toward her, and Miss Campbell's particular devotion, was all the more admirable given that Jane was clearly superior to her friend in both beauty and accomplishments. Miss Campbell could hardly have failed to notice what nature had given Jane in the way of looks, and her parents could hardly have missed the evidence of Jane's greater abilities. Yet their affection for one another never wavered until Miss Campbell's marriage. By one of those strokes of chance that so often defy expectations in matters of the heart, preferring the ordinary over the exceptional, Miss Campbell had won the affections of Mr. Dixon, a young man who was both wealthy and charming, almost as soon as they had met. She was comfortably and happily settled, while Jane Fairfax still had her own living to earn. This had all happened very recently, too recently for Jane to have taken any steps yet toward starting her working life, even though she had now reached the age she had long set as her deadline. She had resolved long ago that 21 would be the moment. With the determination of someone steeling themselves for a sacrifice, she had decided that at 21 she would face it fully, leaving behind all the pleasures of life, all meaningful conversation, the company of equals, peace, and hope, in exchange for something that felt to her like a life sentence of hard work and deprivation. Colonel and Mrs. Campbell were too sensible to oppose such a resolution, even if their feelings rebelled against it. As long as they lived, she would never need to worry. Their home could be hers forever, and for their own sake they would gladly have kept her there always, but that would have been selfish. Whatever had to happen eventually was better faced sooner. Perhaps they were beginning to feel that it might have been kinder and wiser never to have delayed so long, never to have let her grow accustomed to a life of comfort and ease that she would now have to give up. Still, their love for her was happy to seize on any reasonable excuse not to rush the wretched moment forward. She had not been quite well since the time of their daughter's wedding, and until she had fully recovered her usual strength, they felt they could not in good conscience send her into work that, even under the best of circumstances, seemed to require more than human strength and resilience to endure with any degree of comfort. As for her reason for not accompanying them to Ireland, the account she gave her aunt was entirely truthful, though perhaps not the whole truth. She had chosen to spend the time of their absence in Highbury to enjoy what might be her last months of real freedom with the loving relatives who were so fond of her. The Campbells, whatever their reasons, whether one, two, or several, readily agreed to the arrangement and said they believed a few months in her native air would do more for her recovery than anything else could. What was certain was that she was coming, and that Highbury, instead of receiving the exciting novelty it had been anticipating for so long, Mr. Frank Churchill, would have to make do for the time being with Jane Fairfax, who could offer only the mild interest of a 2-year absence. Emma was not pleased to have to be polite to someone she didn't like for 3 long months, to always be doing more than she wanted and less than she should. Why exactly she didn't like Jane Fairfax was a difficult question to answer honestly. Mr. Knightley had once told her it was because she recognized in Jane the truly accomplished young woman that Emma herself wanted to be seen as, and though Emma had vigorously denied it at the time, there were moments of honest self-reflection in which her conscience couldn't entirely clear her of the charge. But she could never really connect with her. She didn't know why, but there was such coldness, such reserve, such apparent indifference about whether she made a good impression or not. And then her aunt never stopped talking, and everyone made such a fuss over her, and they were always supposed to be such great friends, simply because they were the same age, as if that alone meant they were bound to adore each other. Those were her reasons, and she had nothing better to offer. It was a dislike with very little justification behind it. Every fault she attributed to Jane was so exaggerated in her imagination that she never saw Jane Fairfax for the first time after any significant absence without feeling that she had been unfair to her. And now, when she paid the expected visit after a 2-year gap, she was struck particularly by the very appearance and manner she had been dismissing in her mind for those 2 whole years. Jane Fairfax was very elegant, remarkably elegant, and Emma set great store by elegance. Her height was just right, the kind that almost everyone would call tall without anyone thinking her too tall. Her figure was especially graceful, her build a perfectly flattering middle ground, though a slight suggestion of poor health hinted at a tendency toward thinness. Emma couldn't help but take all this in, and then there was her face, her features. There was more beauty there altogether than Emma had remembered. It wasn't a perfectly regular beauty, but it was very pleasing. Her eyes were a deep gray, framed by dark lashes and brows, and had always drawn admiration. Her skin, which Emma had previously dismissed as lacking color, had a clarity and delicacy that truly needed no more. It was a kind of beauty defined above all by elegance, and as such, Emma was honestly bound by her own standards to admire it, the sort of elegance, in both appearance and manner, that she saw so rarely in Highbury, where simply not being coarse was enough to mark someone out as refined. In short, she sat through the entire first visit looking at Jane Fairfax with a double satisfaction, both the pleasure of looking at someone beautiful and the satisfaction of giving credit where credit was due. And she resolved to stop disliking her when she considered not just Jane's beauty but her story, her situation. What lay ahead for all that elegance, what she was about to leave behind, how she was going to have to live. It seemed impossible to feel anything but compassion and respect. And if you added to all that the quite likely possibility of an attachment to Mr. Dixon that Emma had so naturally imagined, nothing could be more pitiable or more admirable than the sacrifices Jane had resolved to make. Emma was now very willing to drop any suspicion that Jane had drawn Mr. Dixon's affections away from his wife, or anything else improper that her imagination had initially suggested. If there were feelings, they might be nothing more than a simple, one-sided, hopeless love on Jane's part alone. She might have fallen gradually and unknowingly under his spell while sharing in her friend's conversations with him, and now, from the purest and most selfless of motives, might be refusing to go to Ireland and resolving to cut herself off from him and everyone connected to him by launching herself into her working life as soon as possible. On the whole, Emma left her feeling so softened and charitable toward her that she found herself walking home and lamenting that Highbury had no young man worthy of giving Jane her independence, no one she could happily scheme to bring together with her. These were lovely feelings, but they didn't last. Before she had committed herself to any public declaration of undying friendship for Jane Fairfax, or done anything more toward abandoning her old prejudices than saying to Mr. Knightley, "She certainly is handsome, she's better than handsome." Jane had spent an evening at Hartfield with her grandmother and aunt, and everything had slipped back to where it always was. The old irritations resurfaced. The aunt was as tiresome as ever, more so, in fact, because now concern for Jane's health was piled on top of the usual admiration for her talents, and they were subjected to a detailed account of exactly how little bread and butter Jane had eaten at breakfast and how thin a slice of mutton she'd managed at dinner, along with a display of new caps and new work-bags made for her mother and herself. Jane's offenses began to mount again. They played music. Emma was obliged to perform, and the compliments and thanks that followed struck her as deliberate false modesty, a pretense of generosity designed only to throw Jane's own far superior playing into even sharper relief. And worst of all, Jane was so cold, so guarded. There was no getting at what she really thought. Wrapped up in a cloak of politeness, she seemed determined never to risk saying anything genuine. She was infuriatingly, suspiciously reserved. If she was reserved on every subject, she was most reserved of all when it came to Weymouth and the Dixons. She seemed intent on giving no real insight into Mr. Dixon's character, her own feelings about his company, or her opinion of whether the match had been a suitable one. Everything was vague approval and smooth generality, nothing specific, nothing real. Not that it did her any good. Her caution was wasted. Emma saw through it immediately and went straight back to her original suspicions. There was probably something more to hide than just a private preference. Perhaps Mr. Dixon had come very close to transferring his affections from one friend to the other, or perhaps he had fixed on Miss Campbell purely for the sake of her future £12,000. The same reserve applied to other topics. She and Mr. Frank Churchill had both been at Weymouth at the same time. It was known they were slightly acquainted, but Emma could not get a single piece of real information out of Jane about what he was actually like. Was he handsome? She believed he was generally considered a very fine-looking young man. Was he pleasant company? Most people seemed to think so. Did he strike her as intelligent, well-informed? At a seaside resort, or in a casual London social circle, it was hard to judge such things. Manners were all you could safely go by, and they had not known Mr. Churchill nearly long enough for that. She believed everyone found his manners agreeable. Emma could not forgive her. Chapter 21. Emma couldn't forgive her. But since Mr. Knightley had been there that evening and had noticed nothing but courtesy and pleasant behavior on both sides, he came to Hartfield again the next morning on business with Mr. Woodhouse and expressed his approval of the whole affair. He didn't say it as openly as he might have if her father had been out of the room, but he spoke plainly enough for Emma to understand him perfectly. He had always thought Emma was unfair to Jane, and now he took genuine pleasure in noticing an improvement. A very pleasant evening, he began, as soon as Mr. Woodhouse had been talked through what needed discussing, told that he understood, and the papers cleared away. Particularly pleasant, you and Miss Fairfax gave us some excellent music. I don't know a more enjoyable state of affairs, sir, than sitting back and being entertained for an entire evening by two such young women, sometimes with music, sometimes with conversation. I'm sure Miss Fairfax must have found the evening delightful, Emma. You left nothing undone. I was glad you had her play so much, because with no instrument at her grandmother's it must have been a real treat. I'm glad you approved, said Emma, smiling, but I hope I don't often fall short in what I owe to guests at Hartfield. No, said her father right away. That I'm quite sure of. Nobody is half as attentive and considerate as you are. If anything, you're too attentive. The muffin last night, if it had been passed around just once, I think that would have been enough. No, said Mr. Knightley almost at the same moment. You're not often deficient in either manner or understanding. I think you take my meaning then. An arch look said plainly enough, *, I understand you perfectly, *, but she said only, Miss Fairfax is reserved. I always told you she was, a little. But you'll soon break through whatever part of that reserve ought to be broken through, everything that comes from shyness. What comes from discretion must be respected. You think she's shy, I don't see it. My dear Emma, he said, moving from his chair into one closer to hers, you're not about to tell me. I hope that you didn't have a pleasant evening. Oh, no, I was pleased with my own persistence in asking questions and amused to realize how little information I actually got. I'm disappointed, was his only reply. I hope everyone had a pleasant evening, said Mr. Woodhouse in his quiet way. I did. The fire felt a little too warm at one point, but then I moved my chair back a little, just a very little, and it didn't bother me anymore. Miss Bates was very chatty and good-humored, as she always is, though she does speak rather fast. She's very agreeable, though, and Mrs. Bates, too, in a different way. I like old friends. And Miss Jane Fairfax is a very pretty sort of young lady, a very pretty and very well-mannered young lady indeed. She must have found the evening agreeable, Mr. Knightley, because she had Emma. True, sir, and Emma, because she had Miss Fairfax. Emma saw his eagerness and, wishing to satisfy it, at least for the moment, said with a sincerity no one could doubt. She's the sort of elegant creature you simply can't take your eyes off. I find myself watching her constantly in admiration, and I genuinely pity her from the bottom of my heart. Mr. Knightley looked more gratified than he cared to let on, and before he could respond, Mr. Woodhouse, whose thoughts had drifted to the Bateses, said, It's such a shame their circumstances should be so tight. Such a great shame indeed, and I've often wished, but there's so little one can do, small, modest gifts of something out of the ordinary. Now that we've slaughtered a pig, Emma is thinking of sending them a loin or a leg. It's very small and tender. Hartfield pork is unlike any other pork. But still it is pork, and my dear Emma, unless one could be certain they would turn it into steaks, nicely fried as ours are fried, without the slightest grease and not roast it, for no stomach can handle roast pork, I think we had better send the leg. Don't you think so, my dear? My dear Papa, I sent the entire hindquarter. I knew that's what you'd want. There'll be the leg to be salted, you know, which is so very nice, and the loin to be cooked however they like. That's right, my dear, very right. I hadn't thought of it before, but that's the best way. They mustn't oversalt the leg, and if it isn't oversalted, and if it's very thoroughly boiled, just as Cyril boils ours and eaten in moderate portions, with a boiled turnip and a little carrot or parsnip, I don't consider it unhealthy. Emma, said Mr. Knightley a moment later, I have a piece of news for you. You like news, and I heard something on my way here that I think will interest you. News? Oh yes, I always like news. What is it? Why are you smiling like that? Where did you hear it? At Randall's. He had only time to say, No, not at Randall's. I haven't been near Randall's, when the door flew open and Miss Bates and Miss Fairfax walked into the room. Bursting with gratitude and bursting with news, Miss Bates hardly knew which to share first. Mr. Knightley quickly realized he had missed his moment and that not another word of his news could be delivered by him now. "Oh, my dear sir, how are you this morning? My dear Miss Woodhouse, I come quite overwhelmed. Such a beautiful hindquarter of pork, you are far too generous. Have you heard the news? Mr. Elton is going to be married." Emma hadn't even had time to think about Mr. Elton, and she was so completely caught off guard that she couldn't help a small start and a slight blush at the words. "There is my news. I thought it would interest you," said Mr. Knightley, with a smile that suggested he understood something of what had passed between them. "But where on earth did you hear it?" cried Miss Bates. "Where could you possibly have heard it, Mr. Knightley? Because it cannot be more than 5 minutes since I received Mrs. Cole's note. No, it can't be more than 5, or at least 10, for I had my bonnet and spencer on, just ready to go out. I had only gone downstairs to speak to Patty again about the pork. Jane was standing in the hallway, weren't you, Jane? Because my mother was so worried that we didn't have a large enough salting pan. So I said I would go down and check, and Jane said, shall I go down instead? I think you have a slight cold, and Patty has been washing the kitchen. Oh, my dear, I said. Well, and just then the note arrived. A Miss Hawkins, that's all I know. A Miss Hawkins of Bath. But Mr. Knightley, how could you possibly have heard it? Because the very moment Mr. Cole told Mrs. Cole about it, she sat down and wrote to me. A Miss Hawkins? I was with Mr. Cole on business an hour and a half ago. He had just read Elton's letter when I was shown in and handed it to me straight away. Well, that is quite, I suppose there has never been a piece of news more universally interesting. My dear sir, you really are far too generous. My mother sends her very warmest compliments and regards, and 1,000 thanks, and says you truly overwhelm her. We consider our Hartfield pork, replied Mr. Woodhouse, to be, it certainly is so very superior to all other pork, that Emma and I cannot have a greater pleasure than. Oh, my dear sir, as my mother says, our friends are only too good to us. If ever there were people who, without having great wealth themselves, had everything they could wish for, I'm sure it is us. We may truly say that our lot is cast in a goodly heritage. Well, Mr. Knightley, so you actually saw the letter. Well, it was short, just an announcement, but cheerful, elated, of course. Here came a sly glance at Emma. He had been so fortunate as to, I forget the exact words, one has no business remembering them. The information was, as you said, that he was going to marry a Miss Hawkins. From the tone of it, I would imagine it was just decided. Mr. Elton going to be married, said Emma, as soon as she could speak. He'll have everyone's best wishes for his happiness. He's very young to be settling down, was Mr. Woodhouse's observation. He'd be better off not rushing into it. He seemed perfectly well off as he was. We were always glad to see him at Hartfield. A new neighbor for us all, Miss Woodhouse, said Miss Bates joyfully. My mother is so pleased. She says she can't bear to see the poor old vicarage without a mistress. This is wonderful news indeed. Jane, you've never seen Mr. Elton. No wonder you're so curious to see him. Jane's curiosity didn't appear to be of an all-consuming nature. No, I have never seen Mr. Elton, she replied, drawn in by this prompt. Is he a tall man? Who can answer that question? Cried Emma. My father would say yes, Mr. Knightley no, and Miss Bates and I that he's exactly in between. When you've been here a little longer, Miss Fairfax, you'll understand that Mr. Elton is the gold standard of perfection in Highbury, in both appearance and character. Very true, Miss Woodhouse, so she will. He is the very best young man, but my dear Jane, if you remember, I told you yesterday he was exactly the same height as Mr. Perry. Miss Hawkins, I dare say, an excellent young woman. His extreme attentiveness to my mother, wanting her to sit in the vicarage pew so she could hear better, because my mother is a little deaf, you know. It isn't much, but she doesn't catch everything quickly. Jane says that Colonel Campbell is a little deaf. He thought bathing might help, the warm bath, but she says it did him no lasting good. Colonel Campbell, you know, is quite our guardian angel. And Mr. Dixon seems a very charming young man, quite worthy of him. It's such a joy when good people come together, and they always do. Now, here will be Mr. Elton and Miss Hawkins, and there are the Coles, such very good people. And the Perrys, I suppose there has never been a happier or better couple than Mr. and Mrs. Perry. I say, sir, turning to Mr. Woodhouse, I think there are few places with society as fine as Highbury's. I always say we are truly blessed in our neighbors. My dear sir, if there is one thing my mother loves above all else, it is pork, a roast loin of pork. As for who or what Miss Hawkins is or how long he has known her, said Emma, I suppose nothing can really be known. One feels it can't have been a very long acquaintance. He's only been gone 4 weeks. Nobody had any information to offer, and after a few more expressions of wonder, Emma said, You're very quiet, Miss Fairfax, but I hope you intend to take an interest in this news. You, who have been hearing and seeing so much lately on this very subject, who must have been so closely involved in the matter on Miss Campbell's account, we won't excuse your being indifferent about Mr. Elton and Miss Hawkins." "When I've seen Mr. Elton," replied Jane, "I dare say I'll be interested, but I think that's what it takes for me. And since Miss Campbell married some months ago now, the impression may have faded a little." "Yes, he's been gone exactly 4 weeks. As you say, Miss Woodhouse," said Miss Bates. 4 weeks yesterday. A Miss Hawkins? Well, I had always rather imagined it would be some young lady from around here, not that I ever misses. Cole once whispered to me, but I immediately said, no, Mr. Elton is a most worthy young man, but in short, I don't think I'm particularly quick at making those kinds of discoveries. I don't claim to be. What's right in front of me I see. At the same time, nobody could wonder if Mr. Elton had aspired. Miss Woodhouse lets me chatter on so good-naturedly. She knows I wouldn't offend for the world. How is Miss Smith getting on? She seems quite recovered now. Have you heard from Mrs. John Knightley recently? Oh, those dear little children. Jane, do you know I always think Mr. Dixon reminds me of Mr. John Knightley? I mean in his looks, tall, with that kind of expression, and not very talkative. You're quite wrong. Dear Aunt, there's no resemblance at all. How odd, but one never forms an accurate picture of anyone beforehand. You get an idea in your head and run with it. Mr. Dixon, you say, is not, strictly speaking, handsome? Handsome? Oh no, far from it, certainly plain. I told you he was plain. My dear, you said that Miss Campbell wouldn't allow him to be called plain, and that you yourself. Oh, as for my judgment, it's worth nothing. When I'm fond of someone, I always think they look well. But I gave what I believe was the general opinion when I called him plain. Well, my dear Jane, I think we really must be heading off. The weather doesn't look promising, and grandmother will be anxious. You are so very kind, my dear Miss Woodhouse, but we really must take our leave. This has been a most delightful piece of news indeed. I'll just pop round by Mrs. Cole's, but I won't stop more than 3 minutes, and Jane, you'd better go straight home. I wouldn't have you caught in a shower. We think Highbury is already doing her good. Thank you, we truly mean it. I won't attempt calling on Mrs. Goddard, for I really don't think she cares for anything but boiled pork. When we cook the leg it will be another matter. Good morning to you, my dear sir. Oh, Mr. Knightley is coming out too. Well, how very kind. I'm sure if Jane is tired, you'll be so good as to give her your arm, Mr. Elton and Miss Hawkins. Good morning to you. Left alone with her father, Emma gave half her attention to him as he lamented that young people were always in such a rush to get married, and to strangers, at that, while the other half she turned to her own thoughts on the matter. It was an amusing and very welcome piece of news as far as she was concerned, since it proved Mr. Elton couldn't have suffered for very long. But she felt sorry for Harriet. Harriet would feel this, and all she could hope was that by being the one to break the news herself, she might spare Harriet the shock of hearing it suddenly from someone else. It was around the time Harriet was likely to call. What if she ran into Miss Bates on the way? And when it started to rain, Emma was forced to accept that the weather would probably keep Harriet at Mrs. Goddard's, and that the news would undoubtedly hit her without any preparation. The shower was heavy but brief, and it had barely been over 5 minutes when Harriet came in, wearing exactly the flushed and agitated expression of someone who had rushed over with a heart full of feeling, and the "Oh, Miss Woodhouse, what do you think has happened?" that instantly burst from her lips made the distress perfectly plain. Since the blow had already been struck, Emma felt that the kindest thing she could do now was simply listen, and Harriet, unchecked, rushed eagerly through everything she had to tell. She had set out from Mrs. Goddard's half an hour ago. She had been worried it would rain, she had been afraid it would pour down at any moment. But she thought she could make it to Hartfield first. She had hurried along as fast as she could. But then, passing by the house where a young woman was making up a dress for her, she thought she would just step in and see how it was coming along. And though she seemed to have barely stopped a moment, soon after she came back out, it started raining, and she didn't know what to do, so she ran straight on as fast as she could and took shelter at Ford's. Ford's was the main drapers and haberdashers, the largest and most fashionable shop in town. And so there she had sat, not a thought in her head, for a good 10 minutes perhaps, when all of a sudden who should come in, and it was such a strange coincidence, though they always shopped at Ford's, who should come in but Elizabeth Martin and her brother. Dear Miss Woodhouse, just imagine. I thought I would faint. I didn't know what to do. I was sitting near the door. Elizabeth saw me right away, but he didn't. He was busy with the umbrella. I'm certain she saw me, but she looked away immediately and took no notice, and they both went to the far end of the shop, and I stayed sitting near the door. Oh dear, I was so miserable. I'm sure I must have gone as white as my dress. I couldn't leave, of course, because of the rain, but I wished myself anywhere in the world but there. Oh dear, Miss Woodhouse. Well, at last I think he looked around and saw me, because instead of carrying on with her shopping, they started whispering to each other. I'm sure they were talking about me, and I couldn't help thinking he was persuading her to come speak to me. Do you think he was, Miss Woodhouse? Because presently she came forward, came right up to me and asked how I was, and seemed ready to shake hands if I would. She didn't do it the way she used to. I could see she was different. But still, she seemed to be making an effort to be friendly, and we shook hands and stood talking for a while. I have no idea what I said. I was trembling so much. I remember she said she was sorry we never saw each other anymore, which I thought was almost too kind. Dear Miss Woodhouse, I was absolutely wretched. By that point, the rain was beginning to ease up, and I was determined that nothing was going to stop me from getting away. And then, just imagine. I saw he was coming toward me too, slowly, and as if he wasn't quite sure what to do, and so he came and spoke, and I answered, and I stood there for a minute feeling dreadful. The way you do, it's impossible to describe. And then I gathered my courage and said it wasn't raining anymore and I had to go, and off I went. And I hadn't got 3 yards from the door when he came after me, only to say that if I was going to Hartfield, he thought I'd be much better off going round by Mr. Cole's stables, because the shortcut would be completely flooded from the rain. Oh dear, I thought it would be the death of me. So I said I was very much obliged to him. What else could I do? And then he went back to Elizabeth, and I went round by the stables. I think I did, but I hardly knew where I was or what I was doing. Oh, Miss Woodhouse, I would rather anything had happened than this, and yet, there was a kind of satisfaction in seeing him behave so pleasantly and kindly. And Elizabeth too. Oh, Miss Woodhouse, please talk to me and make me feel better again. Emma sincerely wanted to do just that, but it wasn't immediately within her power. She had to pause and think. She wasn't entirely comfortable herself. The young man's behavior and his sister's seemed to come from genuine feeling, and she couldn't help but feel sorry for them. As Harriet described it, there had been a compelling mixture of wounded affection and true delicacy in how they had acted. But she had always believed them to be decent, well-meaning people, and what did any of this change about the problems with that connection? It was foolish to let it unsettle her. Of course he would be sorry to lose her. They would all be sorry. Ambition, as much as affection, had probably been hurt. They might all have hoped to better themselves through knowing Harriet. And besides, what was Harriet's judgment really worth? So easily pleased, so lacking in discernment, what did her praise actually mean? Emma pulled herself together and made a genuine effort to comfort her, treating everything that had happened as a small thing, quite unworthy of dwelling on. It may have been upsetting in the moment, she said, but you seem to have handled yourself extremely well, and it's over now, and it can never, as a first meeting, happen in quite the same way again, so there's no need to keep thinking about it. Harriet said very true and insisted she wouldn't think about it, but she kept talking about it all the same and could talk of nothing else. Emma, finally, in order to get the Martins out of Harriet's head, was forced to rush out the news she had meant to deliver with such gentle care, hardly knowing herself whether to feel glad or irritated, embarrassed or simply amused, at the state poor Harriet was in, at how completely Mr. Elton had been displaced in her thoughts. Mr. Elton's claim on Harriet's attention gradually reasserted itself, however. Though she didn't feel the news the way she might have the day before, or even an hour before, her interest in it steadily grew, and before their first conversation on the subject was over, Harriet had talked herself into a full mix of curiosity, wonder, regret, pain, and excitement about this fortunate Miss Hawkins, enough to push the Martins back into their proper, minor place in her imagination. Emma came to feel rather glad the encounter at Ford's had happened. It had been useful in softening the initial shock of Mr. Elton's news, without leaving any lingering anxiety. Given how Harriet now lived, the Martins couldn't reach her without actively seeking her out, which they had so far lacked either the courage or the willingness to do. Since Harriet's refusal of the brother, the sisters had never once visited Mrs. Goddard's, and a whole year might pass without the two parties being thrown together again in any situation that required, or even permitted, them to speak. Chapter 22. People are naturally well-disposed toward anyone in an interesting situation, so a young person who either gets married or dies is sure to be spoken of kindly. Less than a week had passed since Miss Hawkins's name was first mentioned in Highbury before she had somehow been discovered to have every possible recommendation of appearance and character: beautiful, elegant, highly accomplished, and perfectly charming. By the time Mr. Elton himself arrived to celebrate his happy prospects and spread the news of her many virtues, there was very little left for him to add beyond her first name and the composers whose music she most liked to play. Mr. Elton came back a very happy man. He had left feeling rejected and humiliated. his high hopes dashed after what had seemed to him a series of clear encouragements. And not only had he lost the woman he wanted, but he'd found himself reduced to pursuing entirely the wrong one. He had gone away deeply offended, and he came back engaged to someone else, someone who was, naturally, far superior to the first, since what we gain always seems better than what we've lost. He returned cheerful and self-satisfied, eager and full of purpose, caring nothing at all for Miss Woodhouse and dismissing Miss Smith from his thoughts entirely. The charming Augusta Hawkins, on top of all the usual advantages of great beauty and fine character, had an independent fortune, the kind that people always rounded up to £10,000. That was a point of some dignity, as well as considerable convenience. The story reflected well on him. He hadn't thrown himself away. He had won a woman worth £10,000 or thereabouts, and he had won her with remarkable speed. Their very first introduction had been followed almost immediately by unmistakable attention on her part. The account he gave Mrs. Cole of how the romance had unfolded was glorious, the progression so swift, from their chance meeting to dinner at Mr. Green's and the party at Mrs. Brown's, smiles and blushes growing ever more meaningful, awareness and excitement woven throughout. The lady had been so easily won over, so sweetly willing, and had, in plain terms, been so very ready to have him, that both his vanity and his practical sense were perfectly satisfied. He had secured both the substance and the dream, both the fortune and the love, and was exactly the happy man he deserved to be, talking of nothing but himself and his own affairs, expecting to be congratulated, perfectly willing to be teased about it, and now greeting all the young women of the village with open, easy smiles, women he would have approached far more carefully just a few weeks before. The wedding was not far off, since they had only themselves to please and nothing to wait for but the necessary preparations. When he headed back to Bath, there was a general expectation, one that a certain look from Mrs. Cole did nothing to contradict, that when he next came to Highbury, he would bring his bride with him. During his brief visit, Emma had barely seen him, just enough to get through their first meeting, and to notice that he had not been improved by the mix of wounded pride and self-importance that now colored everything about him. She was, in fact, beginning to wonder how she had ever found him pleasant at all. The very sight of him was so bound up with uncomfortable feelings that, unless she thought of it as a moral exercise, a kind of penance, a lesson, a useful source of humility, she would have been grateful to never see him again. She wished him well enough, but he caused her pain, and she would have found his happiness far easier to bear from 20 miles away. Still, his marriage would certainly ease the discomfort of his continued presence in Highbury. It would prevent a great deal of awkwardness and smooth over many difficult moments. Having a Mrs. Elton around would provide a natural reason for any change in their social interactions, and their former closeness could quietly fade without anyone needing to remark on it. It would be almost like starting their acquaintance over, on a politely civil footing. As for the woman herself, Emma thought very little about her. She was good enough for Mr. Elton, no doubt, accomplished enough for Highbury, attractive enough, though she would probably look plain standing next to Harriet. As for her family connections, Emma had no concerns on that score at all. She was quite convinced that for all Mr. Elton's boasts and his contempt for Harriet, he had done no better for himself. What Miss Hawkins was as a person remained uncertain, but who she was could be found out, and setting aside the £10,000, it didn't appear that she was in any way Harriet's superior. She brought no distinguished name, no noble blood, no impressive family connections. Miss Hawkins was the younger of 2 daughters of a Bristol merchant. A merchant, of course, was the polite way to put it, but since the total profits of his business life appeared to have been quite modest, it was fair to assume that the nature of his trade had been fairly modest as well. She had spent part of each winter in Bath, but Bristol was her home, the heart of Bristol, in fact. Her parents had died some years ago, leaving only an uncle, who was in the law in some capacity, nothing more specifically respectable than that was ventured about him. It was with this uncle that she had lived. Emma imagined him to be a low-level legal clerk, too unremarkable to have risen any higher. The only real claim to distinction in the entire family seemed to rest with the elder sister, who had married well, a gentleman of some standing near Bristol who kept 2 carriages. That was the grand conclusion of the story. That was the glory of Miss Hawkins. If only she could have shared her perspective with Harriet. She had talked Harriet into love, but unfortunately it was not nearly as easy to talk her back out of it. The appeal of having someone to fill the many empty spaces in Harriet's mind was not something that could simply be argued away. He could be replaced by someone else, That was certain, absolutely certain. Nothing was clearer. Even a Robert Martin would have been enough. But nothing short of that, Emma feared, would cure her. Harriet was one of those people who, once they fell in love, would always be in love with someone. And now, poor girl, she was considerably worse for Mr. Elton's reappearance. She kept catching glimpses of him everywhere. Emma saw him only once, but 2 or 3 times every day Harriet was sure to either just run into him or just miss him, just catch the sound of his voice or a glimpse of his shoulder, just enough for something to happen to keep him alive in her imagination, wrapped in all the warm glow of surprise and speculation. On top of that, she was constantly hearing about him. Except when she was at Hartfield, she was always among people who saw no fault in Mr. Elton whatsoever and found nothing so fascinating as discussing his affairs. Every report, every rumor, everything that had already happened, everything that might still happen in the arrangements for his new life, including his income, his servants, and his furniture, was endlessly circulating around her. Her feelings for him were being constantly reinforced by unvarying praise, while her regrets were kept alive, and her emotions rubbed raw by endless repetitions of Miss Hawkins's good fortune and constant observations about how devoted he clearly was. The way he walked past the house, the very angle of his hat, all taken as proof of how deeply in love he was. If it had been harmless amusement, if there had been no pain to her friend and no reproach to herself in Harriet's shifting emotions, Emma might have found the fluctuations entertaining. Sometimes Mr. Elton dominated Harriet's thoughts, sometimes the Martins, and each served occasionally as a check on the other. The news of Mr. Elton's engagement had helped distract Harriet from the distress of running into Mr. Martin. Then the unhappiness caused by that engagement had been somewhat eased when Elizabeth Martin called at Mrs. Goddard's a few days later. Harriet had been out, but a note had been left for her, written in exactly the kind of tone to move her, a little reproach mixed with a great deal of warmth. Until Mr. Elton appeared in person, Harriet had been very much preoccupied by it, constantly turning over what she could do in return and wishing she could do more than she dared admit. But Mr. Elton's actual presence had swept all such thoughts aside. While he was there, the Martins were forgotten entirely, and on the very morning of his departure for Bath, Emma decided that the best way to ease some of Harriet's resulting distress was to have her return Elizabeth Martin's visit. Exactly how that visit should be handled, what was necessary, and what would be safest, had required some careful thought. To completely ignore the mother and sisters after they had extended the invitation would be ungracious. That simply wouldn't do. And yet the risk of reviving the friendship was real. After thinking it over at length, Emma could come up with nothing better than having Harriet return the visit, but in a way that would make clear to anyone with any understanding that it was to remain a purely formal acquaintance. She planned to drive Harriet there in the carriage, drop her at Abbey Mill while she drove on a little further, and then return for her so quickly that there would be no time for dangerous conversations or uncomfortable trips down memory lane, making it perfectly clear exactly what level of intimacy was intended going forward. She could think of nothing better. And though there was something in it that her own conscience couldn't entirely approve, something that amounted to ingratitude, however neatly glossed over, it had to be done. For what would become of Harriet if she didn't? Chapter 23. Harriet had little enthusiasm for the visit. Just half an hour before Emma called for her at Mrs. Goddard's, her terrible luck had led her to the very spot where, at that moment, a trunk addressed to * the Rev. Philip Elton, White Hart, Bath * was being loaded into the butcher's cart that would carry it to the coach road. After that, everything else in the world ceased to exist except that trunk and its address. She went anyway. When they reached the farm, and Harriet was dropped off at the end of the wide, neat gravel path that ran between rows of espalier apple trees to the front door, the sight of everything that had given her such pleasure the previous autumn was beginning to stir up a fresh wave of feeling. When they parted, Emma noticed her looking around with a kind of fearful curiosity, and that settled it. She would not let the visit run longer than the agreed-upon quarter of an hour. Emma drove on to spend that time with a former servant who had married and settled in Donwell. 15 minutes later, she was back at the White Gate exactly on time. Miss Smith came out promptly at her signal, unaccompanied by any alarming young man. She walked alone down the gravel path, with a Miss Martin just visible at the door, seeing her off with stiff, formal politeness. Harriet couldn't give a coherent account right away, she was too overwhelmed. But eventually Emma pieced together enough to understand what kind of visit it had been, and what kind of pain it was causing. Harriet had seen only Mrs. Martin and the two daughters. They had received her with uncertainty, if not outright coolness, and the conversation had barely risen above small talk the entire time, until, near the very end, Mrs. Martin had suddenly remarked that she thought Miss Smith had grown, and that had opened up a warmer and more interesting thread. In that very room, Harriet had been measured last September with her two friends. The penciled marks and notes were still on the paneling by the window. He had made them. They all seemed to remember that day, the hour, the group, the occasion, to feel the same shared awareness, the same regrets, to be on the verge of returning to the same easy friendship. They were just beginning to feel like themselves again, Harriet, as Emma had to suspect, as eager as any of them to be warm and happy when the carriage reappeared and it was all over. The manner of the visit, and how brief it was, now felt decisive. 14 minutes given to people with whom she had gratefully spent 6 weeks not 6 months ago. Emma could picture the whole scene clearly, and felt how justifiably they might resent it, how naturally Harriet must be suffering. It was a sorry business. She would have given or endured a great deal to have the Martins be of a higher social standing. They were so genuinely deserving that just a little higher would have been enough. But as things stood, what else could she have done? Nothing. It was impossible. She could not regret it. The separation had to happen. But there was a great deal of pain in it, enough pain to herself at that moment that she soon felt the need for some comfort, and resolved to go home by way of Randall's to find it. She was thoroughly sick of thinking about Mr. Elton and the Martins. Randall's was exactly what she needed. It was a good plan, but when they pulled up to the door, they were told that neither master nor mistress was at home. They had both been out for some time, and the servant thought they had gone to Hartfield. "This is too bad," cried Emma as they turned away. "Now we'll just miss them. How provoking. I can't think when I've been so disappointed." She leaned back in the corner of the carriage to give in to her grumbling, or to reason herself out of it, probably a bit of both, as is the most common response of a reasonably good-natured person. A moment later the carriage stopped. She looked up. It had been stopped by Mr. and Mrs. Weston, who were standing in the road to speak to her. She was instantly glad to see them, and even more glad when she heard what Mr. Weston had to say. "How do you do? How do you do? We've been sitting with your father, delighted to find him so well. Frank comes tomorrow. I had a letter this morning. We'll see him by dinner time tomorrow for certain. He's in Oxford today, and he's coming for a full fortnight. I knew it would work out this way. If he had come at Christmas, he couldn't have stayed 3 days. I was always glad he didn't come at Christmas. Now we're going to have exactly the right weather for him, fine, dry, settled weather. We shall enjoy having him completely. Everything has turned out exactly as we could have wished." There was no resisting news like that, no way to avoid being lifted by Mr. Weston's beaming face, confirmed as it all was by his wife's expression, quieter and fewer words, but no less meaningful. Knowing that Mrs. Weston believed his coming was certain was enough to make Emma believe it too, and she genuinely rejoiced in their happiness. It was the most wonderful revival of her flagging spirits. All the weariness of the past was swept away in the freshness of what was coming, and in the space of half a second, she hoped that Mr. Elton would now stop being talked about entirely. Mr. Weston filled her in on the situation at Enscombe, which had freed his son for a full fortnight, and explained his route and how he was traveling. Emma listened, smiled, and offered her congratulations. "I'll bring him over to Hartfield soon," said Mr. Weston as he finished. Emma thought she caught Mrs. Weston giving him a subtle touch on the arm at that. "We'd better move on, Mr. Weston," she said. "We're holding up the girls." Right, I'm ready," and turning back to Emma, "but you mustn't be expecting too extraordinary a young man. You've only had my account of him, after all. I dare say he's really nothing out of the ordinary," though his eyes were sparkling at that very moment and saying something entirely different. Emma managed to look perfectly innocent and unbothered, and answered in a way that committed her to nothing. "Think of me tomorrow, my dear Emma, around 4 o'clock, was Mrs. Weston's parting message, spoken with some anxiety and meant for Emma alone. 4 o'clock. Depend on it, he'll be here by 3, Mr. Weston quickly corrected, and on that note the most satisfying little encounter came to an end. Emma's spirits lifted all the way to happiness. Everything looked different. James and his horses seemed not half so sluggish as before. Looking at the hedges, she thought the elder at least must soon be coming into bloom. When she turned to Harriet, she saw something like a look of spring, even a soft smile there. "Will Mr. Frank Churchill pass through Bath as well as Oxford?" That question, however, did not suggest much had improved. But neither geography nor peace of mind could be expected all at once, and Emma was now in a mood to decide that both would come in time. The morning of the much-anticipated day arrived, and Mrs. Weston's devoted pupil did not forget, at 10 or 11 or 12 o'clock, that she was meant to think of her at 4. "My dear, dear, anxious friend," she said to herself in a private little monologue as she came downstairs from her room, "always worrying about everyone else's comfort but your own. I can just see you now, fretting and fussing, going in and out of his room again and again to make sure everything is right." The clock struck 12 as she passed through the hall. "It's 12 o'clock. I won't forget to think of you 4 hours from now. And by this time tomorrow, perhaps, or a little later, I may be thinking about the possibility of them all coming here to call. I'm sure they'll bring him soon." She opened the parlor door and saw 2 gentlemen sitting with her father. Mr. Weston and his son. They had arrived only a few minutes earlier. Mr. Weston had barely finished explaining that Frank was a day ahead of schedule, and her father was still in the middle of his very polite welcome and congratulations, when Emma appeared to take her share of the surprise, the introductions, and the pleasure. The Frank Churchill who had been talked about for so long, who had been anticipated so keenly, was actually standing before her. He was introduced to her, and she found that he had not been overpraised. He was a very good-looking young man. His height, his bearing, his manner, all were faultless, and his face had much of his father's liveliness and spirit. He looked sharp and bright. She felt immediately that she would like him. There was an easy, well-bred manner about him, and a readiness to talk, that convinced her he had come intending to get to know her, and that they would soon be well acquainted. He had arrived at Randall's the evening before. She was pleased by the eagerness that had made him change his plans and travel faster and later in the day just to gain half a day's time. "I told you yesterday," cried Mr. Weston triumphantly. "I told you all that he'd be here before the stated time. I remembered how I used to be myself. You can't creep along on a journey, you can't help going faster than you planned. And the pleasure of turning up at your friend's door before they've started watching for you is worth far more than whatever extra effort it takes." "It is a great pleasure when one can do it," said the young man, "though there aren't many houses where I'd presume to take such a liberty. But coming home, I felt I could do anything." The word *home* made his father look at him with fresh delight. Emma was immediately certain that he knew how to make himself agreeable, and what followed confirmed it. He was full of admiration for Randall's, thought it a most admirably arranged house, could barely concede it was very small at all, admired the setting, the walk to Highbury itself, and Hartfield most of all, and said he had always felt the particular kind of interest in this part of the country that only one's own home ground can inspire, and had long been most curious to visit it. That he had somehow never managed to act on such a natural feeling before passed through Emma's mind with a flicker of suspicion. But even if it was not quite true, it was a pleasant thing to say, and pleasantly said. His manner had nothing rehearsed or exaggerated about it. He really did look and speak like someone genuinely enjoying himself. Their conversation covered all the usual ground of a new acquaintance. On his side came the questions: was she a horsewoman? Were there pleasant rides, pleasant walks? Was there a large neighborhood? Did Highbury provide enough society? There were several very pretty houses in and around it. Were there balls? Was it a musical community? But once those points were settled, and their acquaintance had advanced accordingly, he found an opportunity, while their 2 fathers were occupied with each other, to bring up his stepmother, speaking of her with such warm and generous praise, such real gratitude for the happiness she had brought his father, and such appreciation for her kind welcome of himself, that it was yet further proof of his talent for pleasing, and of his clear intention to please Emma in particular. He said nothing about Mrs. Weston that Emma did not know to be entirely deserved, but of course he could know very little of the matter himself. He understood what would be welcome. Beyond that, he could be sure of nothing. His father's marriage, he said, had been the wisest step possible. Every friend must be glad of it. The family from whom he had received such a gift must always be thought of as having done him the greatest favor imaginable. He came as close as he could to thanking Emma for Miss Taylor's virtues, while managing not to quite forget that, in the normal order of things, it was Miss Taylor who had shaped Miss Woodhouse's character rather than the other way around. And finally, as if determined to round off his praise completely by bringing it full circle, he expressed astonishment at Emma's own youth and beauty. "Elegant and agreeable manners I was prepared for," said he. "But I confess that, all things considered, I had expected no more than a very presentable woman of a certain age. I didn't know I was going to find a pretty young woman in Mrs. Weston. You cannot think too highly of Mrs. Weston as far as I'm concerned," said Emma. If you were to guess her age at 18, I'd listen with pleasure, but she'd want to argue with you for saying such things. Don't let her know you've called her a pretty young woman." "I think I know better than that," he replied. "No, you may depend on it, with a polished bow, that when speaking to Mrs. Weston herself, I would know perfectly well whom I could praise without any risk of being thought extravagant." Emma found herself wondering whether he had ever had the same suspicion she had, that people might expect something to develop between them from their becoming acquainted, and whether his compliments were meant as a sign that he was open to the idea or as a way of gently deflecting it. She would need to see more of him to understand his ways. For now, she only knew that she found them agreeable. She had no doubt what Mr. Weston kept thinking about. She caught his quick eyes darting toward the two of them again and again with a look of happy satisfaction, and even when he seemed to have decided not to look, she was sure he was often listening. Her own father's complete obliviousness to any such idea was, in its way, a great comfort. He was no more likely to foresee a match than to approve of one. Though he always raised objections to every marriage once it was announced, he never suffered any anxiety beforehand from suspecting one might happen. It seemed he could not think so poorly of any two people's judgment as to suppose they intended to marry until it was proven against them. Emma was grateful for that convenient blindness. He could now, free from any uncomfortable suspicion, free from any mistrust of his guest, give full rein to his natural, warm-hearted hospitality, fussing over Mr. Frank Churchill's comfort on his journey, worrying about the dreadful hardship of sleeping 2 nights on the road, and expressing perfectly genuine and uncomplicated concern about whether he had managed to avoid catching cold. A question he could not quite allow Frank to consider fully resolved until after another night's sleep. Once a proper visit had been paid, Mr. Weston began to make moves toward leaving. He had business at the Crown about his hay, and a great many errands to run for Mrs. Weston at Ford's, though he was in no hurry to rush anyone else along. His son, too well-mannered to miss the hint, rose at once as well. "Since you're heading on for business, sir, I'll take the opportunity to pay a call that needs to be paid some time or other, and may just as well be paid now. I have the pleasure of knowing a neighbor of yours," turning to Emma, "a lady living in or near Highbury, a family by the name of Fairfax. I don't suppose I'll have any difficulty finding the house, though Fairfax isn't quite the right name. I should say Barnes or Bates. Do you know anyone by that name?" "Of course we do," cried his father. "Mrs. Bates, we passed her house. I saw Miss Bates at the window." Yes, you know Miss Fairfax. I remember you met her at Weymouth, and a fine girl she is. Go and call on her by all means." "There's no particular urgency about calling this morning," said the young man. "Another day would do just as well, but there was that degree of acquaintance at Weymouth which, oh, go today, don't put it off. What ought to be done can't be done too soon. And besides, I must give you a word of advice, Frank. Any lack of attention to her here should be carefully avoided. You saw her with the Campbells, when she was on equal footing with everyone around her, but here she is living with a poor old grandmother who has barely enough to get by on. If you don't call early, it will seem like a slight." His son looked persuaded. "I have heard her spoken of," said Emma. "She's a very elegant young woman." He agreed, but with such a quiet yes that she was almost inclined to doubt whether he really meant it. And yet, if Jane Fairfax were to be considered only ordinarily gifted with elegance, the fashionable world must have a very exacting standard indeed. "If you were never particularly struck by her manner before," said Emma, "I think you will be today. You'll see her to great advantage, see her and hear her. No, I'm afraid you won't hear her much at all, since she has an aunt who never stops talking." "You are acquainted with Miss Jane Fairfax, sir, are you?" said Mr. Woodhouse, always the last to find his way into a conversation. "Then let me assure you that you will find her a very agreeable young lady. She is staying here on a visit to her grandmother and aunt, very worthy people. I have known them all my life. They will be extremely pleased to see you, I'm sure, and one of my servants can go with you to show you the way." "My dear sir, on no account whatsoever my father can direct me." "But your father isn't going that far. He's only going to the Crown, on quite the other side of the street, and there are a great many houses. You might get very confused, and it's a muddy walk unless you keep to the footpath. But my coachman can tell you where best to cross the street." Mr. Frank Churchill declined again, managing to keep a straight face, and his father backed him up cheerfully by calling out, "My good friend, this is quite unnecessary. Frank can spot a puddle when he sees one, and as for Mrs. Bates's house, he can get there from the Crown in 3 steps." They were allowed to go on their own. With a warm nod from one and a graceful bow from the other, the two gentlemen took their leave. Emma was left very well satisfied with this beginning of the acquaintance, and could now happily think of them all at Randall's at any hour of the day, with complete confidence in their contentment there. Chapter 24. The next morning brought Mr. Frank Churchill again. He came with Mrs. Weston, and he seemed to take warmly to both her and Highbury. He had been sitting with her at home in easy companionship, apparently, right up until her usual time for a walk, and when asked to choose their route, he immediately chose Highbury. He had no doubt there were pleasant walks in every direction, but if the choice were left to him, he would always choose the same one. Highbury, that bright, cheerful, happy-looking Highbury, would always draw him back. To Mrs. Weston, Highbury meant Hartfield, and she trusted that he understood it the same way. They walked there directly. Emma had barely expected them, since Mr. Weston had stopped in for only half a minute to hear that his son was very handsome and knew nothing of their plans. It was a pleasant surprise, then, to see them walking up to the house together, arm in arm. She had been wanting to see him again, especially to see him with Mrs. Weston, since his behavior toward her would determine Emma's opinion of him. If he fell short there, nothing could make up for it. But watching them together, she was completely satisfied. His attention to Mrs. Weston was not just fine words or exaggerated compliments. His whole manner toward her was exactly right and genuinely pleasing. Nothing could more clearly show his wish to treat her as a true friend and win her affection. And Emma had plenty of time to form a fair judgment, since their visit lasted the rest of the morning. The three of them walked about together for an hour or two, first through the gardens and shrubberies of Hartfield, and then into Highbury. He was delighted with everything. He admired Hartfield thoroughly enough to satisfy Mr. Woodhouse, and when they decided to venture further, he expressed his wish to get to know the whole village, and found far more to admire and take interest in than Emma would have expected. Some of the things that caught his curiosity revealed genuinely warm feelings. He asked to be shown the house where his father had lived for so long, and where his grandfather had lived before him, and remembering that an old woman who had nursed him as a child was still living in the village, he walked the length of the street looking for her cottage. While not every one of these interests showed any particular virtue in itself, they revealed, taken together, a genuine goodwill toward Highbury that counted as a virtue to those who were with him. Emma watched it all, and concluded that a man who felt this way could not fairly be thought to have stayed away by choice, that he had not been putting on a performance or making a show of hollow sentiments, and that Mr. Knightley had certainly not done him justice. Their first stop was at the Crown Inn, a modest establishment, though the main one of its kind in the area, where a couple of pairs of post horses were kept more for the convenience of locals than because of any significant passing trade. His companions had not expected him to linger there, but as they passed it, they told him the history of the large room that had clearly been added on at some point. It had been built many years ago as a ballroom, and during a time when the neighborhood had been livelier and keener on dancing, it had occasionally been used as one. But those brilliant days had long since passed, and now the highest use the room was put to was hosting a whist club made up of the local gentlemen and near gentlemen of the area. He was immediately intrigued. The idea of it as a ballroom captured his imagination, and instead of moving on, he stopped for several minutes at the two large sash windows that stood open, looking in and sizing up its potential, and lamenting that its original purpose had been abandoned. He could see nothing wrong with the room, and refused to accept any flaw they pointed out. No, it was long enough, wide enough, handsome enough. It could hold exactly the right number of people for a comfortable dance. They ought to be holding balls there at least every 2 weeks throughout the winter. Why hadn't Miss Woodhouse brought back the room's former glory? She who could do anything in Highbury. The lack of suitable families in the area, and the general feeling that no one from beyond the immediate neighborhood could be persuaded to attend, were mentioned as obstacles. But he wasn't convinced. He couldn't believe that so many fine-looking houses as he saw around him couldn't produce enough people for such a gathering. And even when specific families were described, he still refused to accept that mixing different social levels would cause any real problem, or that there would be the slightest difficulty in everyone returning to their proper place the next morning. He argued like a young man with dancing very much on his mind, and Emma was rather surprised to see the Weston temperament win out so decisively over the Churchill habits. He seemed to have all his father's vitality and spirit, his cheerful outlook and sociable nature, with none of Enscomb's pride or reserve. Indeed, if anything, there was perhaps not quite enough pride in him. His indifference to distinctions of rank bordered on a certain looseness of thinking. He couldn't be expected to judge the harm he was so casually dismissing, however. It was nothing more than the overflow of high spirits. At last he was persuaded to move on from the front of the Crown, and as they were now almost directly facing the house where the Beattises lodged, Emma remembered his planned visit of the day before and asked whether he had made it. "Yes, oh yes," he replied. "I was just about to mention it. A very successful visit. I saw all three ladies, and I'm very grateful for your warning in advance. If the talkative aunt had taken me completely by surprise, it might have done me in. As it was, I only ended up staying a completely unreasonable amount of time. 10 minutes would have been quite enough, probably all that was appropriate, and I had told my father I would certainly be home before him. But there was no getting away, no pause in the conversation, and to my utter astonishment, when he finally tracked me down there, having looked for me everywhere else, I discovered I had been sitting with them for nearly 3/4 of an hour. The good lady had given me no possible means of escape. And how did you think Miss Fairfax was looking? Ill, very ill, that is, if a young lady is ever allowed to look ill. But the word is hardly acceptable, is it, Mrs. Weston? Ladies can never look ill. And to be serious about it, Miss Fairfax is naturally so pale that she almost always gives the impression of poor health, a most unfortunate lack of color." Emma disagreed with this and launched into a warm defense of Miss Fairfax's complexion. It had certainly never been brilliant, she said, but she would not allow it to be called sickly in general, and there was a softness and delicacy to her skin that gave a particular elegance to her features. He listened with every show of respect, acknowledged that he had heard many people say the same, but even so, he had to admit that for him, nothing could make up for the absence of a healthy, glowing complexion. When features were ordinary, a beautiful complexion could redeem them entirely, and when the features were fine, the effect was, fortunately, he need not try to describe what the effect was. "Well," said Emma, "there's no arguing about taste. At least you admire everything about her except her complexion." He shook his head and laughed. "I cannot separate Miss Fairfax from her complexion. Did you see her often at Weymouth? Were you often in the same social circle?" At that moment they were approaching Ford's, and he exclaimed quickly, "Ha! This must be the very shop that everyone in town visits every single day, as my father tells me. He comes into Highbury himself 6 days out of 7, he says, and always has business at Ford's. If you don't mind, do let us go in. I want to prove that I belong here, that I'm a true citizen of Highbury. I must buy something at Ford's. It will be like taking out my membership. I dare say they sell gloves." "Oh yes, gloves and everything. I do admire your local loyalty. You'll be adored in Highbury. You were already very popular before you arrived, simply for being Mr. Weston's son, but spend half a guinea at Ford's, and your popularity will rest on your own merits." They went in, and while the neat, well-wrapped parcels of men's beaver gloves and York tan gloves were being brought out and laid on the counter, he said, "But I beg your pardon, Miss Woodhouse. You were speaking to me. You were saying something at the very moment I was overcome by this burst of local pride. Please don't let me lose it. I assure you that no amount of public fame could make up for the loss of any happiness in private life. I merely asked whether you had known much of Miss Fairfax and her party at Weymouth. Now that I understand your question, I have to say it's a rather unfair one. It's always the lady's right to determine the extent of an acquaintance. Miss Fairfax must have already given her version of things. I won't commit myself by claiming more than she may choose to allow. Upon my word, you answer as carefully as she could herself. But her account of everything leaves so much to be guessed at. She is so very reserved, so very unwilling to give the slightest information about anyone, that I really think you may say whatever you like about your acquaintance with her." "May I, indeed? Then I'll tell the truth, and nothing suits me better. I saw her frequently at Weymouth. I had known the Campbells a little in town, and at Weymouth we were very much in the same social circle. Colonel Campbell is a very agreeable man, and Mrs. Campbell a warm, friendly woman. I like them all. You know Miss Fairfax's situation in life, I assume, what she is destined to become?" "Yes," he said with a slight hesitation, "I believe I do." "You're treading on delicate ground, Emma," said Mrs. Weston, smiling. "Remember that I'm here. Mr. Frank Churchill hardly knows what to say when you speak of Miss Fairfax's situation in life. I'll move a little further away." "I certainly do forget," said Emma, "to think of her as having ever been anything other than my friend, my dearest friend." He looked as if he fully understood and admired that sentiment. When the gloves had been bought and they had left the shop again, Frank Churchill said, "Did you ever hear the young lady we were speaking of play?" "Ever hear her?" repeated Emma. You forget how much she belongs to Highbury. I've heard her every year of our lives since we were both young. She plays beautifully. Do you think so? I wanted the opinion of someone who could really judge. She seemed to me to play well, that is, with considerable feeling, but I know nothing about the subject myself. I'm enormously fond of music, but I have no ability or right to judge anyone's performance. I've heard her playing admired, and I remember one particular proof of her being thought to play well. A man, a very musical man, and in love with another woman, engaged to her, on the point of marrying her, would yet never ask that other woman to sit down at the piano if the lady in question could sit down instead. He never seemed to want to hear one if he could hear the other. I thought that, in a man of known musical talent, was some proof. Proof indeed, said Emma, highly amused. Mr. Dixon is very musical, is he? We'll learn more about all of them from you in half an hour than Miss Fairfax would have told us in half a year. Yes, Mr. Dixon and Miss Campbell were the two, and I thought it very strong proof. Certainly, very strong indeed. To tell the truth, far stronger than had I been Miss Campbell, would have been at all agreeable to me. I could not excuse a man for having more passion for music than for love, more ear than I, a keener sensitivity to beautiful sounds than to my feelings. How did Miss Campbell seem to take it? She was his very particular friend, you know. Cold comfort, said Emma, laughing. One would rather be passed over for a stranger than for one's very particular friend. With a stranger, it might not happen again, but the misery of having your very particular friend always there, doing everything better than you do yourself. Poor Mrs. Dixon, well, I'm glad she has gone to settle in Ireland. You're right, it was not very flattering to Miss Campbell, but she really didn't seem to feel it. So much the better or so much the worse. I don't know which, but whether it was sweetness or simply a lack of feeling in her, whether she was quick to forgive or slow to notice, there was one person, I think, who must have felt it. Miss Fairfax herself. She must have been aware of the improper and dangerous position she was being put in. As to that, I don't. Oh, don't think I'm expecting you to tell me about Miss Fairfax's feelings, not from you or from anyone. No one knows them but herself, I imagine. But if she kept on playing whenever Mr. Dixon asked her to, one may draw one's own conclusions. There seemed to be such a perfectly easy understanding among them all. He began, rather quickly, but then checked himself and added, however, it's impossible for me to say what things were really like between them, what may have been going on beneath the surface. All I can say is that everything appeared smooth on the outside. But you, who have known Miss Fairfax since she was a child, must be a far better judge of her character, and of how she is likely to behave in difficult situations, than I can be. I have known her since she was a child. Certainly, we grew up alongside each other, and it would naturally seem that we should be close, that we would have bonded whenever she came to visit her friends here. But we never did. I'm not entirely sure how it happened, partly, perhaps, because of a fault in me. A tendency to take against a girl who was so endlessly praised and held up as a model as she always was, by her aunt and grandmother and their whole circle. And then there was her reserve. I could never really attach myself to someone so completely closed off. It is a deeply off-putting quality indeed, said he. Often very convenient, no doubt, but never appealing. There is safety in reserve, but no warmth. One cannot love a reserved person. Not until the reserve gives way toward oneself, and then the attraction may be all the greater for it. But I would need to be far more in want of a friend or agreeable companion than I have ever yet been, to go to the trouble of breaking through someone's reserve to get one. Any real intimacy between Miss Fairfax and me is simply out of the question. I have no reason to think badly of her. None at all, except that such extreme and constant caution in every word and manner, such an obvious dread of giving anyone a clear impression of anything, does tend to make one suspect there is something being concealed. He agreed with her entirely, and after walking together so long and finding themselves so much in agreement, Emma felt she knew him so well that she could hardly believe this was only their second meeting. He was not exactly what she had expected, less of the polished man of the world in some of his ideas, less of the pampered child of fortune, and therefore better than she had anticipated. His views seemed more measured, his feelings warmer. She was particularly struck by his attitude toward Mr. Elton's house, which he went to look at, along with the church, and refused to join them in criticizing. No, he couldn't see it as a bad house, not the kind of house a man was to be pitied for having. If it were to be shared with the woman he loved, he couldn't think any man deserving of pity for having that house. There was surely ample room in it for every real comfort. Any man who wanted more was a fool. Mrs. Weston laughed and said he had no idea what he was talking about. Having grown up in a large house himself, and never having had to think about how many advantages and conveniences came with its size, he was in no position to appreciate the hardships that came with living in a small one. But Emma, privately, decided that he did know what he was talking about, and that he was showing a very appealing inclination to settle down early in life and marry for the right reasons. He might not be aware of the domestic irritations caused by the lack of a proper housekeeper's room or an adequate butler's pantry, but he clearly understood, she felt sure, that Enscombe could never make him happy, and that whenever he fell in love, he would willingly give up a great deal of wealth in order to be free to make a home of his own. Chapter 25. Emma's very good opinion of Frank Churchill was a little shaken the following day when she heard that he had gone off to London simply to get a haircut. Some sudden impulse had apparently seized him at breakfast, and he had ordered a carriage and set off, planning to return for dinner, but with no greater purpose than getting his hair cut. There was certainly nothing wrong with traveling 16 miles each way on such an errand, but there was an air of vanity and foolishness about it that she couldn't approve of. It didn't fit with the good sense, the reasonable spending, or even the warm generosity she thought she'd seen in him the day before. Vanity, extravagance, a love of novelty, a restless need to always be doing something, good or bad, a careless disregard for the feelings of his father and Mrs. Weston, and indifference to how his behavior might look to others, he had suddenly become open to all these criticisms. His father simply called him a conceited fool and thought it was a great story, but it was clear enough that Mrs. Weston didn't like it, since she moved past the topic as quickly as possible and said nothing more than that all young people will have their little whims. Aside from this one small flaw, Emma found that Frank's visit had so far given her friend only a good impression of him. Mrs. Weston was more than happy to say how attentive and pleasant a companion he was, how much she liked about his personality overall. He seemed to have a very open nature, certainly a cheerful and lively one. She could find nothing wrong with his views, and a great deal that was clearly right. He spoke of his uncle with genuine warmth and loved talking about him, saying he would be the best man in the world if left to his own devices. And while it was impossible to feel attached to his aunt, he acknowledged her kindness with gratitude and always seemed to speak of her with respect. All of this was very promising, and were it not for that unfortunate impulse to dash off for a haircut, there was nothing to make him unworthy of the special distinction her imagination had already given him, the distinction, if not of being truly in love with her, then of being very nearly so, held back only by her own indifference. For she still held firm to her resolution never to marry. In short, the distinction of being singled out for her by everyone in their mutual circle. Mr. Weston, for his part, added one more point in Frank's favor that carried real weight. He let Emma understand that Frank admired her enormously, thought her very beautiful and very charming. With so much to be said for him all around, she found she simply couldn't judge him too harshly. As Mrs. Weston had noted, all young people will have their little whims. There was, however, one person among his new acquaintances in Surrey who was not so forgiving. In general, he was judged throughout the neighborhoods of Donwell and Highbury with considerable generosity. People made plenty of allowances for the minor excesses of such a handsome young man, one who smiled so readily and bowed so gracefully. But there was one person among them whose critical eye could not be softened by bows or smiles. Mr. Knightley. The story was told to him at Hartfield, and for a moment he was silent. But Emma heard him almost immediately mutter to himself from behind the newspaper he was holding, "H.M., just the shallow, silly fellow I took him for." She was half inclined to take offense, but a moment's observation convinced her that it was said purely to relieve his own feelings and was not meant to provoke anyone, and so she let it go. Although the Westons had brought unwelcome news in one respect, their visit that morning proved particularly well-timed in another. Something happened while they were at Hartfield that made Emma want their advice, and, even more luckily, she wanted exactly the advice they gave. This is what happened. The Coles had lived in Highbury for several years and were perfectly decent people, friendly, generous, and unpretentious. On the other hand, they came from humble origins, were in trade, and were only moderately refined. When they first moved to the area, they had lived modestly within their means, socializing very little and spending as little as possible on it. But the last year or two had brought them a significant increase in wealth, their business in town had become much more profitable, and fortune had generally smiled on them. As their wealth grew, so did their ambitions. They wanted a bigger house and more social activity. They expanded their home, took on more servants, and increased their spending across the board. By this point, in terms of wealth and lifestyle, they were second only to the family at Hartfield. Their love of company, combined with their new dining room, had led everyone to expect them to start hosting dinner parties, and a few gatherings, mostly for the single men in the area, had already taken place. Emma could hardly imagine they would be bold enough to invite the most established families, neither the residents of Donwell, nor Hartfield, nor Randalls. Nothing would tempt her to go even if they did, and she was annoyed that her father's well-known habits of staying home would make her refusal seem less pointed than she would have liked. The Coles were perfectly respectable in their own way, but they needed to be taught that it was not their place to set the terms on which the more prominent families would associate with them. Emma very much feared that only she would deliver this lesson. She had little confidence in Mr. Knightley doing so, and none at all in Mr. Weston. But she had made up her mind about how to handle this presumption so many weeks before it actually happened that, when the moment finally arrived, she found herself feeling quite differently about it. Donwell and Randalls had received their invitations, and none had come for her father and herself. Mrs. Weston's explanation, "I suppose they won't take the liberty with you, knowing you don't dine out," wasn't quite enough to satisfy her. She felt she would have liked to have had the power to refuse, and afterwards, as the thought of the party being assembled there, made up of exactly the people whose company she valued most, kept coming back to her, she wasn't sure she wouldn't have been tempted to accept after all. Harriet was to be there in the evening, and the Bateses too. They had been talking about it during their walk around Highbury the day before, and Frank Churchill had expressed the most earnest regret at her absence, and hadn't he wondered aloud whether the evening might end in dancing? The mere possibility of it only added to her frustration. Being left at home in isolated dignity, even if the omission was meant as a compliment to her standing, was very poor consolation. It was the arrival of this very invitation, while the Westons were at Hartfield, that made their presence so welcome. Although Emma's first reaction on reading it was that, of course it must be declined, she so quickly moved on to asking them what they thought she should do that their advice to go was swift and effective. She admitted that, all things considered, she wasn't entirely without desire to go. The Coles had phrased their invitation so well, there was such genuine thoughtfulness in the way it was written, such consideration for her father. They would have invited them sooner, they said, but had been waiting for the arrival of a folding screen from London, which they hoped might protect Mr. Woodhouse from any drafts and might therefore make him more willing to honor them with his company. All in all, Emma found herself very willing to be persuaded. It was quickly settled among them how it could be managed without neglecting her father's comfort, how Mrs. Goddard, if not Mrs. Bates, could certainly be relied upon to keep him company. Mr. Woodhouse was to be talked into accepting his daughters going out to dinner and spending the whole evening away from him on a day now close at hand. As for his going himself, Emma had no wish for him to even consider it. The hours would be too late and the company too large. He came around to the idea fairly easily. "I'm not fond of going out to dinner," he said. "I never have been, neither is Emma. Late hours don't suit either of us. I'm sorry Mr. and Mrs. Cole have gone about it this way. I think it would be much better if they could come over one afternoon next summer and have tea with us, join us on their afternoon walk, which they could easily do since we keep such sensible hours, and still get home before the evening damp sets in. The evening dew is something I wouldn't expose anyone to. Still, since they are so very eager to have dear Emma dine with them, and as you will both be there, and Mr. Knightley too, to look after her, I really cannot object provided the weather behaves as it should, not damp, not cold, and not windy." Then, turning to Mrs. Weston with a look of gentle reproach, he added, "Ah, Miss Taylor, if you hadn't married, you would have stayed home with me." "Well, sir," said Mr. Weston cheerfully, "since I was the one who took Miss Taylor away, it's up to me to fill her place if I can. I'll pop over to Mrs. Goddard's in a moment if you'd like." But the idea of anything being done in a moment only increased, rather than eased, Mr. Woodhouse's anxiety. The ladies knew better how to calm him. Mr. Weston needed to slow down, and everything had to be arranged carefully and deliberately. With this gentler approach, Mr. Woodhouse soon settled down enough to talk as he normally did. He would be very happy to see Mrs. Goddard. He was very fond of Mrs. Goddard, and Emma should write her a note and invite her over. James could deliver it. But first, a reply had to be written to Mrs. Cole. "You'll make my excuses, my dear, as politely as you can. Tell them I am quite an invalid and go nowhere, and must therefore decline their kind invitation, starting with my compliments, naturally. but you'll handle it perfectly. I don't need to tell you what to say. We must remember to let James know the carriage will be needed on Tuesday. I'll have no worries about you with him. We've only been to their place once since the new drive was put in, but I have no doubt James will get you there safely. And when you arrive, be sure to tell him what time to come back for you, and you'd better make it early. You won't want to stay late. You'll be very tired once tea is over. But you wouldn't want me to leave before I'm tired, would you, Papa? Oh, no, my love, but you'll tire soon enough. There will be so many people talking at once. You won't like the noise. But, my dear sir, said Mr. Weston, if Emma leaves early, she'll be breaking up the party. And no great harm if she does, said Mr. Woodhouse. The sooner every party breaks up, the better. But you don't consider how it might look to the Coles. Emma leaving right after tea could cause offense. They're good-natured people who don't think much of their own claims, but even they would feel that anyone hurrying away is not much of a compliment, and Miss Woodhouse doing so would be more noticed than anyone else in the room. You wouldn't want to disappoint and embarrass the Coles. I'm sure, sir, they are as friendly and decent a couple as ever lived, and have been your neighbors for 10 years. No, certainly not, Mr. Weston. I'm very much obliged to you for reminding me. I would be extremely sorry to cause them any distress. I know what worthy people they are. Perry tells me that Mr. Cole never touches malt liquor. You wouldn't think it to look at him, but he's bilious, Mr. Cole is very bilious. No, I would not be the cause of any pain to them. My dear Emma, we must think about this. I'm sure you would rather stay a little longer than you might want to than risk hurting Mr. and Mrs. Cole. You won't mind being a little tired. You'll be perfectly safe among your friends, you know. Oh yes, Papa, I have no worries at all for myself, and I wouldn't hesitate to stay as late as Mrs. Weston, only I worry about you. My only fear is that you'll sit up waiting for me. I'm not worried about your being perfectly comfortable with Mrs. Goddard. She loves piquet, as you know. But once she's gone home, I'm afraid you'll sit up by yourself instead of going to bed at your usual time, and the thought of that would completely ruin my evening. You must promise me you won't sit up. He promised, on the condition of certain promises from her in return, that if she came home cold, she would make sure to warm herself thoroughly. If she was hungry, she would have something to eat, that her own maid would sit up for her, and that Searle and the butler would make sure everything in the house was secure, as usual. Chapter 26. Frank Churchill came back, and if he'd kept his father waiting for dinner, nobody at Hartfield knew about it. Mrs. Weston was too eager for him to make a good impression on Mr. Woodhouse to let slip any flaw that could be hidden. He came back, had gotten a haircut, and laughed about it with good humor, though without seeming the least bit ashamed of what he'd done. He had no reason to wish his hair longer to hide any embarrassment in his face, and no reason to wish he hadn't spent the money. His spirits needed no improving. He was just as bold and lively as ever, and after seeing him, Emma reflected to herself, I don't know whether it should be this way, but silly things certainly stop being silly when sensible people do them without apology. Wickedness is always wickedness, but foolishness isn't always foolishness. It depends on the character of the person behind it. Mr. Knightley, he is not a frivolous, silly young man. If he were, he would have handled this differently. He would either have boasted about it or been ashamed of it. There would have been either the showing off of a vain fool or the deflections of a mind too weak to own up to its vanities. No, I am perfectly certain that he is not frivolous or silly. Tuesday brought the pleasant prospect of seeing him again, and for longer than before, of observing his general manner, and from that, of reading what his manner toward her might mean, of gauging how soon she might need to cool her own behavior toward him, and of imagining what those who were seeing them together for the first time might make of it. She intended to enjoy herself, in spite of the evening being held at Mr. Cole's, and without being able to forget that among Mr. Elton's failings, even in the days when she'd liked him, nothing had bothered her more than his habit of dining with Mr. Cole. Her father's comfort was well taken care of, as both Mrs. Bates and Mrs. Goddard were able to come and keep him company. Her last pleasant duty before leaving the house was to look in on them as they sat together after dinner, and while her father lovingly admired her dress, to make it up to the two ladies as best she could by pressing large slices of cake and full glasses of wine on them. Compensation for whatever reluctant self-denial his fussing over their health might have imposed on them during the meal. She had laid on a generous dinner for them, and only wished she could be sure they'd been allowed to eat it. She arrived at Mr. Cole's door just behind another carriage, and was pleased to see it was Mr. Knightley's for Mr. Knightley, who kept no horses, had little spare money but plenty of health, energy, and independence, and was, in Emma's opinion, far too inclined to get around however he could rather than use his carriage as often as befitted the owner of Donwell Abbey. She had the chance to tell him so while the feeling was still fresh, for he stopped to help her down. "Now this is arriving as you should," she said. "Like a gentleman, I'm very glad to see you." He thanked her, remarking, "How lucky that we arrived at the same moment. If we'd met first inside, I doubt you'd have noticed anything particularly gentlemanly about me. You wouldn't have been able to tell how I'd come just from looking at me." "Yes, I would. I'm quite sure I would. There's always a certain self-consciousness about people when they arrive in a way they know is beneath them. You think you carry it off very well, I dare say, but with you it comes across as a kind of bravado, a pretense of not caring. I always notice it whenever I see you in those circumstances. Now you have nothing to perform. You're not worried about looking ashamed. You're not trying to stand taller than everyone else. Now I shall be genuinely happy to walk into a room with you." "Nonsensical girl," was his reply, though not at all in anger. Emma had just as much reason to be pleased with the rest of the party as with Mr. Knightley. She was received with warm respect that could only gratify her, and given all the attention she could want. When the Westons arrived, both husband and wife gave her their most affectionate and admiring looks, and Frank Churchill approached her with a cheerful eagerness that singled her out as his particular object. At dinner she found him seated beside her. Placed there, she was quite convinced, by some maneuvering on his part. It was a fairly large party, including one other family, a perfectly respectable country family, the kind the Coles were proud to count among their acquaintance, and the male members of Mr. Cox's family, the Highbury lawyer. The less distinguished female members were to arrive in the evening, along with Miss Bates, Miss Fairfax, and Miss Smith. But already at dinner, they were too many for any one topic to carry the whole table, and while politics and Mr. Elton were being discussed at the other end, Emma was free to give all her attention to her pleasant neighbor. The first distant conversation she felt compelled to tune into was one involving the name of Jane Fairfax. Mrs. Cole seemed to be sharing something about her that was expected to be very interesting. Emma listened, and found it well worth listening to. It was exactly the sort of thing to delight her imagination. Mrs. Cole was saying that she had called on Miss Bates, and the moment she entered the room had been struck by the sight of a pianoforte, a very elegant-looking instrument, not a grand piano, but a large square one. The whole story, with all the exclamations of surprise and the questions and congratulations on Mrs. Cole's side and the explanations on Miss Bates's, came down to this: the pianoforte had arrived from Broadwood's the day before, to the astonishment of both aunt and niece, entirely unexpected. At first, according to Miss Bates, Jane herself had been completely at a loss, utterly bewildered as to who could possibly have sent it, but now they were both perfectly satisfied it could only have come from one source. Of course it must be from Colonel Campbell. "There's really no other explanation, Mrs. Cole added, and I was only surprised there could ever have been any doubt. But it seems Jane had a letter from them quite recently, and not a word was mentioned about it. She knows their ways better than I do, but I wouldn't take their silence as any reason to think they hadn't planned to give it. They may have wanted to surprise her." Mrs. Cole found plenty of agreement. Everyone who weighed in on the matter was equally convinced it must have come from Colonel Campbell, and equally delighted that such a gift had been given. There were enough people talking to allow Emma to think her own thoughts while still keeping half an ear on Mrs. Cole. "I really don't know when I've heard anything that gave me more pleasure. It has always bothered me that Jane Fairfax, who plays so beautifully, should have no instrument of her own. It seemed quite shameful, especially when you think of how many houses have fine instruments that are barely touched. This does rather reflect on the rest of us. And just yesterday I was telling Mr. Cole that I genuinely felt embarrassed looking at our new grand piano in the drawing room when I can't tell one note from another myself, and our little girls are only just beginning and may never do much with it, while there is poor Jane Fairfax, who is a true musician, without so much as the most battered old spinet to play on at home. I was saying exactly this to Mr. Cole yesterday, and he agreed entirely. Only he is so passionate about music that he couldn't resist buying it, hoping that some of our kind neighbors might occasionally make better use of it than we can. And that, honestly, is the only reason the instrument was bought. Otherwise I'd say we should be ashamed of it. We do very much hope that Miss Woodhouse might be persuaded to play it this evening." Miss Woodhouse gave the proper gracious response, and finding there was nothing more to be gathered from Mrs. Cole, turned to Frank Churchill. "Why are you smiling?" she asked. "Why are you?" he returned. "Me. I suppose I'm smiling out of pleasure at Colonel Campbell being so wealthy and so generous. It's a very fine gift. Very. I rather wonder it was never sent before. Perhaps Miss Fairfax has never stayed here for so long before, or that he didn't simply let her use their own instrument, which must now be sitting shut up in London, untouched by anyone. That one is a grand piano. He may have thought it too large for Mrs. Bates's house. You can say what you like, but your expression tells me your thoughts on the subject are very much like mine. I'm not sure. I think you're giving me more credit for cleverness than I deserve. I'm smiling because you're smiling, and I'll probably suspect whatever I find you suspecting. But at the moment I don't see what there is to question. If it isn't Colonel Campbell, then who could it be? What do you say to Mrs. Dixon? Mrs. Dixon, of course. I hadn't thought of Mrs. Dixon. She would know as well as her father how welcome an instrument would be, and perhaps the whole style of it, the mystery, the surprise, is more like something a young woman would scheme up than an older man. It's Mrs. Dixon. I'd say I told you your suspicions would shape mine. If so, you must extend your suspicions to include Mr. Dixon as well. Mr. Dixon, yes, quite right. I can immediately see it must be a joint gift from Mr. and Mrs. Dixon. We were talking the other day, about how warmly he admired her playing. Yes, and what you told me on that point confirmed an idea I had already had. I don't mean to cast doubt on the intentions of either Mr. Dixon or Miss Fairfax, but I can't help suspecting either that after proposing to her friend, he had the misfortune of falling in love with her, or that he became aware of a certain attachment on her side. One could guess 20 different things without hitting on exactly the right one, but I'm quite sure there must be a particular reason for her choosing to come to Highbury instead of going with the Campbells to Ireland. Here she must be living a life of privation and penance. There it would have been nothing but pleasure. As for the excuse about trying the benefit of her native air, I consider that a mere pretext. In summer it might have been plausible, but what good can anyone's native air do them in January, February, and March? Warm fires and a comfortable carriage would do far more for most cases of delicate health, and I imagine for hers too. I'm not asking you to adopt all my suspicions, noble as your offer to do so has been, but I'm telling you honestly what they are. And really, they seem quite plausible. As for Mr. Dixon preferring her music to her friends, I can personally vouch for that being very much the case. And then there's the fact that he saved her life. Had you heard about that? A boating party, she somehow nearly went overboard. He caught her. He did. I was there, one of the party. Were you really? Well, but you noticed nothing suspicious. Of course, since this seems to be a new idea to you. If I had been there, I think I would have made some discoveries. I dare say you would. But I, simple as I am, saw nothing but the bare fact that Miss Fairfax nearly fell from the boat and that Mr. Dixon caught her. It was over in an instant, and though the shock and alarm that followed were considerable and quite lasting, I believe it was nearly half an hour before any of us felt quite right again. It was too general a reaction for anyone's particular anxiety to be noticeable. I won't say, though, that you mightn't have made discoveries. The conversation was interrupted at this point. There was an awkward pause between courses, and they were obliged to sit up straight and behave as formally as everyone else. But once the table was properly covered again, every side dish settled exactly in its place, and the general ease and noise of conversation restored, Emma said, "The arrival of this pianoforte settles it for me. I wanted to know a little more, and this tells me quite enough. You may depend on it, we shall soon hear that it's a gift from Mr. and Mrs. Dixon. And if the Dixons flatly deny all knowledge of it, we must conclude it came from the Campbells." "No, I'm quite sure it isn't from the Campbells. Miss Fairfax knows it isn't from the Campbells. If it were, she'd have guessed them first. She wouldn't have been puzzled if she'd dared to name them. I may not have convinced you, perhaps, but I am entirely convinced myself that Mr. Dixon is behind it. You do me an injustice if you think I'm unconvinced. Your reasoning carries my judgment along with it completely. At first, when I thought you believed it was Colonel Campbell's gift, I saw it simply as fatherly kindness and thought it perfectly natural. But when you mentioned Mrs. Dixon, I felt immediately how much more likely it was to be an expression of warm female friendship, and now I can see it only as an offering of love." There was no need to press the point further. He seemed genuinely convinced and looked it. Emma said no more, the conversation moved on, and the rest of dinner passed. Dessert followed. The children came in and were admired and talked to amid the usual flow of table conversation, a few clever remarks, a few that were simply dull, but by far the greater part neither one nor the other. Nothing worse than everyday observations, tired repetitions, stale news, and labored jokes. The ladies had not been long in the drawing-room before the other ladies arrived in their various groups. Emma watched her particular little friend come in, and if she couldn't admire her for elegance or poise, she could love her for her fresh, sweet prettiness and natural manner. And she felt a genuine warmth of happiness for that light, cheerful, unsentimental nature that allowed Harriet so many small consolations even in the midst of disappointment in love. There she sat, and who could have guessed how many tears she had been shedding lately? To be in company, nicely dressed herself and seeing others nicely dressed, to sit and smile and look pretty and say little, that was enough for her happiness in the present moment. Jane Fairfax did look and carry herself as a superior being, but Emma suspected she might have been glad to trade feelings with Harriet, very glad indeed to have purchased the humiliation of having loved, yes, even having loved Mr. Elton in vain, in exchange for surrendering the dangerous pleasure of knowing herself beloved by her friend's husband. In so large a party, there was no need for Emma to approach her. She had no wish to bring up the pianoforte. She felt too much in on the secret herself to pretend to mere curiosity, and so deliberately kept her distance. But others raised the subject almost immediately, and Emma saw the blush of self-consciousness with which Jane received the congratulations, the blush of guilt that accompanied the phrase, "My dear friend Colonel Campbell." Mrs. Weston, warm-hearted and musical, was particularly captivated by the whole business, and Emma couldn't help being amused at her persistence in dwelling on it, asking and saying so much about tone and touch and pedal, entirely unaware of the plain desire to say as little about it as possible that Emma could read clearly on Jane's face. Several of the gentlemen soon joined them, and the very first to arrive was Frank Churchill, first through the door, and the most handsome. After a quick word to Miss Bates and her niece in passing, he made his way directly across the room to where Miss Woodhouse sat, and refused to sit down at all until he could find a place beside her. Emma could easily guess what everyone present must be thinking. She was clearly his object, and there was no missing it. She introduced him to her friend Miss Smith, and managed at convenient moments afterward to hear what each thought of the other. He had never seen such a lovely face, and was charmed by her naturalness. It was surely paying him too great a compliment, but she did think there was something about him that reminded her a little of Mr. Elton. Emma suppressed her irritation and simply turned away in silence. She and Frank Churchill exchanged knowing looks when they first glanced toward Miss Fairfax, but it was wisest to say nothing. He told her he had been impatient to leave the dining room, hated sitting long, was always the first to move when he could, that his father, Mr. Knightley, Mr. Cox, and Mr. Cole had been left deep in parish business. But during the time he'd stayed, he said, it had been pleasant enough, as he'd found them on the whole a set of sensible, gentlemanly men, and he spoke so warmly of Highbury in general, thought it so full of agreeable families, that Emma began to feel she had perhaps been rather too dismissive of the place. She asked him about society in Yorkshire, about the neighborhood around Enscombe, and what sort of company it offered, and gathered from his answers that as far as Enscombe was concerned, very little went on. Their social circle consisted of a handful of great families, none of them close by, and that even when dates were set and invitations accepted, there was an even chance that Mrs. Churchill would not be well enough or cheerful enough to go. They made a point of never calling on anyone new, and though he had his own separate engagements, it was not without difficulty, requiring considerable tact on occasion, that he could get away or bring a friend home for an evening. She could see that Enscombe was not enough for him, and that Highbury, at its best, could reasonably appeal to a young man who had more isolation at home than he liked. His importance at Enscombe was unmistakable, though he didn't boast of it. It came through naturally when he mentioned having persuaded his aunt on matters where his uncle could achieve nothing. When Emma laughed and pointed this out, he admitted that he believed, with a few exceptions, he could persuade her to almost anything in time. One of those exceptions, where his influence had failed, he then mentioned, he had very much wanted to travel abroad, had been extremely eager to be allowed to go, but she would not hear of it. That had been the year before. Now, he said, he was beginning to feel less strongly about it. The other point on which he hadn't persuaded her, the one he didn't mention, Emma guessed must be the matter of behaving properly toward his father. "I've just made a rather depressing discovery," he said after a brief pause. "I've been here a week tomorrow, half my time already. I've never known days to fly so fast, a week tomorrow, and I've barely begun to enjoy myself, just getting to know Mrs. Weston and the others. I hate to think of it. Perhaps you'll now start to regret spending one whole day out of so few having your hair cut." "No," he said, smiling. "That's no subject for regret whatsoever. I take no pleasure in seeing my friends unless I can feel I'm fit to be seen. With the rest of the gentlemen now in the room, Emma found herself obliged to turn away from him for a few minutes to give her attention to Mr. Cole. When Mr. Cole moved on and she could look back, she saw Frank Churchill staring intently across the room at Miss Fairfax, who was sitting directly opposite. "What is it?" she asked. He started. "Thank you for bringing me back," he said. "I've been very rude. I'm afraid, but Miss Fairfax has done her hair in such a strange way, such a very strange way, that I can't take my eyes off her. I've never seen anything so outré. Those curls, it must be some style of her own choosing. I don't see anyone else looking like that. I must go and ask her whether it's an Irish fashion. Shall I? Yes, I will. I absolutely will, and you can watch how she takes it, whether she blushes." He was gone immediately, and Emma soon saw him standing before Miss Fairfax and talking to her. But as for the effect on the young lady, he had, rather carelessly, positioned himself exactly between them, directly in front of Miss Fairfax, so that Emma could make out absolutely nothing. Before he could return to his chair, Mrs. Weston had taken it. "This is the great luxury of a large party," she said. "One can get close to everyone and say everything. My dear Emma, I've been longing to talk to you. I've been making discoveries and forming plans, just like you, and I must tell you while the idea is fresh. Do you know how Miss Bates and her niece got here? How? They were invited, weren't they? Oh yes, but how they got here, the manner of their coming? They walked, I assume. How else would they come?" "Quite so. Well, a little while ago it occurred to me how awful it would be for Jane Fairfax to walk home again, late at night, in this cold. And as I looked at her, though she's never appeared to better advantage, it struck me that she was flushed and warm, and would therefore be particularly likely to catch a chill. Poor girl, I couldn't bear the thought of it, so the moment Mr. Weston came into the room and I could get his attention, I spoke to him about the carriage. You can imagine how readily he agreed. With his approval secured, I went straight to Miss Bates to assure her that our carriage would be at her disposal before it took us home. I thought it would put her at ease right away. Dear soul, she was as grateful as could be, naturally. Nobody was ever so fortunate as herself. But with many, many thanks, there was really no need to trouble us, for Mr. Knightley's carriage had brought them and was to take them home again. I was quite surprised, very glad, of course, but genuinely surprised. Such a kind thought, and such a thoughtful way of doing it. The sort of thing so few men would ever think of. And really, knowing his usual habits, I'm very much inclined to think the carriage was used entirely for their sake. I suspect he would never have used a pair of horses just for himself, that it was only an excuse to help them." "Very likely," said Emma. "Nothing more likely. I know no man more apt than Mr. Knightley to do that sort of thing, to do anything that is genuinely kind, practical, considerate, or generous. He isn't a showy man, but he is a deeply humane one, and given Jane Fairfax's poor health, this would have struck him as a matter of basic humanity. For an act of quiet, unassuming kindness, there is no one I would sooner name than Mr. Knightley. I know he had horses today. We arrived together, and I teased him about it, but he didn't say a single word that gave anything away." "Well," said Mrs. Weston, smiling, "you give him more credit for simple, selfless goodness in this case than I do, because while Miss Bates was speaking, a suspicion flashed into my mind that I haven't been able to shake since. The more I think about it, the more probable it seems. In short, I've made a match between Mr. Knightley and Jane Fairfax. See what comes of spending time with you. What do you say to it?" "Mr. Knightley and Jane Fairfax," exclaimed Emma. "Dear Mrs. Weston, how could you think of such a thing? Mr. Knightley must not marry. You wouldn't want little Henry cut out of Donwell. Oh no, Henry must have Donwell. I cannot possibly agree to Mr. Knightley's marrying, and I'm sure it's not at all likely. I'm astonished you could think of such a thing. My dear Emma, I've told you what led me to think of it. I'm not pushing for the match. I don't want dear little Henry to lose out, but the idea was suggested to me by what I observed. And if Mr. Knightley truly wished to marry, you wouldn't want him to hold back on Henry's account, would you, a boy of 6 who knows nothing of the matter?" "Yes, I would. I couldn't bear to see Henry displaced. Mr. Knightley marry? No, I've never entertained such an idea, and I cannot take it up now. And Jane Fairfax, of all women, she has always been a great favorite of his, as you very well know. But the imprudence of such a match. I'm not speaking of its prudence, merely its probability. I see no probability in it unless you have better grounds than what you've mentioned. His good nature, his humanity, as I've said, would be quite enough to account for the horses. He has a real fondness for the Bateses, you know, quite apart from Jane Fairfax, and is always happy to show them kindness. My dear Mrs. Weston, don't take up matchmaking. You do it very badly. Jane Fairfax, mistress of the Abbey? Oh no, every feeling I have revolts against it. For his own sake, I would not have him do anything so reckless. Unwise, if you like, but not reckless. Apart from the difference in fortune and perhaps a slight difference in age, I can see nothing unsuitable. But Mr. Knightley doesn't want to marry. I'm quite sure the idea has never crossed his mind. Don't put it there. Why should he marry? He is perfectly content as he is, with his farm and his sheep and his library and the whole parish to look after, and he's enormously fond of his brother's children. He has no need to marry, either to fill his time or to fill his heart. My dear Emma, as long as he feels that way, it is so, but if he truly loves Jane Fairfax— Nonsense! He has no feeling of that kind for Jane Fairfax. Not in the way of love, I'm quite sure of it. He would do anything good for her or her family, but— Well, said Mrs. Weston, laughing, perhaps the greatest good he could do for them would be to give Jane a respectable home. If it would be good for her, it would certainly be disastrous for him, a shameful and degrading connection. How would he bear having Miss Bates as a relation, having her haunting the Abbey and thanking him all day long for his great kindness in marrying Jane? So very kind and obliging, but then he always had been such a very kind neighbor, and then darting off in mid-sentence to her mother's old petticoat. Not that it was such a very old petticoat either, for it would still last a great while, and indeed she must thankfully say that their petticoats were all very strong. For shame, Emma, don't mimic her. You make me laugh against my conscience. And honestly, I don't think Mr. Knightley would be much troubled by Miss Bates. Small irritations don't bother him. She could chatter away, and if he wanted to say something himself, he'd simply talk louder and drown her out. But the question isn't whether it would be a bad arrangement for him, it's whether he wants it. And I think he does. I have heard him speak of Jane Fairfax, and so have you, in the most glowing terms. The interest he takes in her, his concern for her health, his worry that she has no happier prospects. I have heard him express himself so warmly on those very points. Such an admirer of her playing and her voice, I've heard him say he could listen to her forever. And oh, I almost forgot another thought that occurred to me. This pianoforte that has been sent, though we have all been so ready to believe it's a gift from the Campbells, could it not be from Mr. Knightley? I can't help suspecting him. I think he is exactly the sort of person to do it, even without being in love. Then it can hardly serve as proof that he is in love, but I don't think it's the sort of thing he would do at all. Mr. Knightley doesn't do things mysteriously. I've heard him lament her having no instrument, repeatedly, more often than I'd expect such a circumstance to come up in the normal course of things. Very well, and if he had intended to give her one, he would have told her so. There might be reasons for delicacy, my dear Emma. I have a very strong feeling that it comes from him. I'm quite sure he went very quiet when Mrs. Cole told us about it at dinner. You latch onto an idea, Mrs. Weston, and run away with it, as you've often accused me of doing. I see no sign of attachment whatsoever. I don't believe anything about the pianoforte, and nothing short of proof will convince me that Mr. Knightley has any thought of marrying Jane Fairfax. They argued the point for some time longer, Emma gradually gaining a little ground, Mrs. Weston being the more accustomed of the two to give way, until a stir across the room showed them that tea was finished and the instrument was being prepared, and Mr. Cole came up at the same moment to beg the honor of Miss Woodhouse trying it. Frank Churchill, whom Emma had barely noticed during her absorbed conversation with Mrs. Weston, except to register that he had found a seat near Miss Fairfax, followed Mr. Cole over with his own very pressing invitation to play, and since it suited Emma perfectly well to take the lead, she agreed with good grace. She knew the limits of her own abilities well enough not to attempt more than she could carry off with credit. She had both taste and spirit for the lighter pieces that generally pleased, and could accompany her own singing well. One element of the performance gave her a pleasant surprise, a second voice, softly but correctly joining in with Frank Churchill. He duly apologized when the song ended, and all the usual exchanges followed. He was declared to have a delightful voice and a perfect knowledge of music, which he properly denied, roundly insisting he knew nothing of the matter and had no voice at all. They sang together a second time, and then Emma stepped aside for Miss Fairfax, whose playing and singing she could never deceive herself about. It was infinitely superior to her own. With mixed feelings, she took a seat a little way from the group clustered around the instrument, and listened. Frank Churchill sang again. He and Miss Fairfax had apparently sung together once or twice at Weymouth, but the sight of Mr. Knightley among the most attentive listeners soon drew half Emma's attention away, and she slipped into a long train of thought about Mrs. Weston's suspicions, interrupted only momentarily by the beauty of the blended voices. Her objections to Mr. Knightley's marrying hadn't softened in the least. She could see nothing but harm in it. It would be a bitter disappointment to Mr. John Knightley and through him to Isabella. A real injury to the children, a most unwelcome change and a genuine loss to them all. A very serious reduction in her father's daily happiness. And as for herself, she simply could not endure the idea of Jane Fairfax at Donwell Abbey, a Mrs. Knightley for everyone to defer to. No, Mr. Knightley must never marry. Little Henry must remain the heir of Donwell. Presently Mr. Knightley looked over and came and sat down beside her. At first they talked only of the performance. His admiration was clearly genuine and warm, though she reflected that without Mrs. Weston's suggestion, she probably wouldn't have thought twice about it. Still, as a kind of test, she mentioned his kindness in sending the carriage for the aunt and niece, and though his reply was characteristically brief, she took it to mean only his reluctance to make a fuss about his own good deeds. "I often feel bad," she said, "that I can't make more use of our carriage on such occasions. The wish is there, but you know how impossible my father would consider it for James to be sent out for such a purpose." "Quite out of the question. Quite out of the question," he replied, "but you must often wish it, I'm sure." And he smiled with such apparent warmth at the thought that she felt compelled to go a step further. "This gift from the Campbells," she said, "this pianoforte, it was very kindly given." "Yes," he replied without the slightest sign of embarrassment, but they would have done better to let her know it was coming. Surprises are foolish things. The pleasure is no greater for it, and the inconvenience can be considerable. I would have expected better judgment from Colonel Campbell. From that moment, Emma could have sworn that Mr. Knightley had had no part in sending the instrument, but whether he was entirely free from any particular attachment, whether there was no real preference, remained a little uncertain for somewhat longer. Toward the end of Jane's second song, her voice began to strain. "That'll do," he said, thinking aloud when it ended. "You've sung quite enough for one evening, now rest." Another song was soon being requested, however. Just one more, they wouldn't tire Miss Fairfax for anything and would only ask for one more. And Frank Churchill was heard to say, "I think you could manage this one without any difficulty. The opening is very easy. The real demands come in the second part." Mr. Knightley grew angry. "That fellow," he said, indignant, "thinks of nothing but showing off his own voice. This won't do." And catching Miss Bates as she happened to pass nearby, "Miss Bates, are you out of your mind, letting your niece sing herself hoarse like this? Go and put a stop to it. They have no consideration for her at all." Miss Bates, genuinely alarmed for Jane, could barely pause to express her gratitude before she hurried forward and brought all further singing to an end. That concluded the musical portion of the evening, as Miss Woodhouse and Miss Fairfax were the only accomplished young ladies present. But within 5 minutes the suggestion of dancing, no one could quite say where it started, had been so enthusiastically taken up by Mr. and Mrs. Cole that the room was rapidly being cleared to make space. Mrs. Weston, a wonderful dancer, sat down at the instrument and struck up an irresistible waltz, and Frank Churchill, with perfect gallantry, came straight to Emma, secured her hand, and led her to the top of the set. While waiting for the other young people to pair off, Emma found a moment, despite the compliments being pressed on her about her voice and her taste, to look around and see what Mr. Knightley was doing. This would be revealing. He was not a dancer as a rule. If he made a point of asking Jane Fairfax now, it might mean something, but there was no sign of it. He was talking to Mrs. Cole, looking on, unconcerned. Jane was asked by someone else, and he was still talking to Mrs. Cole. Emma's alarm for Henry faded. His inheritance was safe for now. She set off into the dance with genuine pleasure and energy and found herself very well matched in her partner. They were a couple worth watching. Unfortunately, only 2 dances were possible. It was growing late, and Miss Bates had become anxious to get home for her mother's sake. After a few attempts at being allowed to begin again, they were obliged to thank Mrs. Weston, look regretful, and call it a night. "Perhaps it's just as well," said Frank Churchill, as he walked Emma to her carriage. "I would have had to ask Miss Fairfax, and her listless dancing would not have suited me at all after yours."